So we have discussed 6 modules actually in the economic survey. So now next we will start with 7th module. Okay, so any doubt whatever we have discussed till now? Okay, so now this 7th module, that is on clothes and shoes. Can India reclaim low claim manufacturing? Now what is named clothes and shoes? Achha, these two means items. Achha, can India reclaim low skill manufacturing? So it means that here these sectors require low skill manufacturing. Achha, in India there has been one problem. As far as production is concerned, that is mainly focused on high skill. Either it is high skill or it is unskilled. So in India, there are jobs for mainly 2 types of workers. Those people who are highly skilled and those who are unskilled. So for low skill, actually there is nothing. And majority of people are in that category, either unskilled or low skilled. So this is the sector which can cater to low skilled category people. So why they focus on clothes and shoes? Because of 3 important things are there. First of all, this clothes means apparel industry, clothing industry, ready-made garment, etc. That is highly labor intensive, one thing. Apart from the shoes means leather and shoes. So apparel and shoes. So these things actually, first of all, they are labor intensive. Other benefit is there's significant export orientation here. So India is having comparative advantage in these commodities. And third thing is that a lot of women are involved in these sectors. So for women empowerment, this is very important. Achha, apart from that, recently China is losing ground. China is the major one among the major exporter, and which is gradually wages are going up. So China is losing some market, and that market is captured by other countries like Vietnam and Bangladesh, and to some extent Indonesia. So these countries are catching up market rather than India. Apart from that, this sector has been very important in the sense that whenever there was a sharp increase in growth, that is called takeoff. In India, what is the year of takeoff in general? Takeoff, we say 1980s. 80s. Why? As I told you, when we started liberalizing industrial policy, so growth accelerated in 80s. So in 80s also growth was 5.3, but 5.3 was also a significant high growth. Although in 90s is further accelerated, and then again 2000 further accelerated. So, but in India, the takeoff stage is called 80s. Achha, so whenever there was a takeoff in any country, especially in Asian countries, these sectors actually grew at a very high pace. So it means that during takeoff stage, these sectors are actually a kind of sunrise industry. They're expected to grow, have a high growth potential. So that is why we should focus on that. But there are some problems, so we have to rectify those problems. Okay, so why clothes and shoes? As I told you, growth and exports. These are important for growth and export, because almost most of the Asian countries, especially Asian tigers, they actually growth accelerated because of these sectors. So for growth and export, jobs especially for women, as I told you, it is highly most women are actually involved. Achha, historic opportunity, China vacating space, space filled by others, not India. Achha, despite having comparative advantage, we are not able to fill this space. So this is the reason why we should focus on this. Another like Bangladesh, Vietnam in apparel, and Vietnam and Indonesia in leather and footwear. These are actually taking over. This diagram has shown growth rates. Years of takeoff. So from years, let's suppose there is a takeoff year in a particular country. The years may be different for takeoff, but after takeoff, once growth accelerated, the growth of these sectors you can see has been very high. Growth rate of these sectors in various countries like in China, Vietnam, etc., in other Asian countries, Thailand, so that was much higher. But in India, since 80s, takeoff was in 80s in India, so growth remained relatively low. So this is in apparel exports as well as in leather and footwear exports also. So India's growth remained very low. So, and despite having comparative advantage and potential. So why now? What are challenges? So broadly, challenges are, one is logistics. Logistics means transportation facilities and overall means things related with supply chain, storage, transportation, etc. is included. So in India, as we have discussed already, infrastructure is very weak. Especially our ports are very, actually a lot of work is done manually. Apart from that, infrastructure is deficient, and large ships actually cannot enter our ports. So this very large capacity containers, VLC, cannot enter Indian ports. So those ships, actually large ships, they have to go to Colombo, and then they are unloaded, and then goods are transferred to India. So if goods are loaded in large ship, then that cannot come to India, because none of the Indian port is having that much actually depth to accommodate large ship, very large container. So this adds additional cost. And apart from that, lot of as I told you earlier also, like in India, it takes almost 10 days for loading or unloading a ship. Although in other countries, hardly 4 hours are taken. So there's significant gap actually in infrastructure, storage, etc. Another is labor regulations. So as we discussed already, actually rigid labor laws are creating a problem, not in this sector, but rather in all sectors. So like some minimum wages, overtime wages, and restrictions on laying of workers. So a lot of restrictions are there, which because this is labor intensive sector. So labor laws actually will affect more relatively this sector. Apart from that, taxes and tariffs. So even taxation policy is currently there are man-made fibers and this yarn and cotton. So in India, the tax on man-made, in this one is man-made fiber, other is actually synthetic fiber. So the taxes, you can say India was 10% on man-made fiber vis-a-vis 6% on cotton fibers. So the tax is more on man-made fiber. So it is affecting value addition. Man-made fiber means where labor is more used. So this is also, this tax should be low. So this is one kind of distortion in tax. Apart from that, we don't have bilateral agreement with the major markets like America and EU. So like some of other competitors, they have those agreements. So they have better access to those markets, because Indian goods face higher tariff there as compared to these other countries or competitors. So this also add to our problem. Discrimination, that is discrimination in export market. So India's competitors, exporting nations for apparel and leather and footwear, enjoy better market access by way of zero or least tariff in two major markets, USA and EU. Because of the FTAs, and India don't have such as FTA, so we don't have this access. Share in global apparel export. So India's share, India is, you can see the difference. So India, Bangladesh, Vietnam are almost same, and China is at this level. There's significant difference, but now it is going down. It means there is significant scope. Here they have India is about how much, below 5, and China is about how much, about 35, 40. They have given here 1 to 5 के बीच में, मतलब इस segment को बड़ा कर दिया है, scale up कर दिया है यहाँ पे. So they have scaled up this. Now you can see कि still we are actually on the bottom now. It has rather reduced. In India, it increased, then now reduced. So our share actually is not increasing, and rather in the recent past it has reduced. Similarly here also, in case of footwear also, you can see our share, India is red line here, so share is low. So in this share of footwear also, the share of India is low. So it means that despite having comparative advantage, our share is low. And now sector specific challenges. So there are challenges like, for example, in leather and footwear, we are having the largest stock of cattle, but there are problems actually in that sector regarding policy issues. So that is why we are not able to like in case of clothes, apparel, because of actually availability of cotton as well as actually cheap labor, we have advantage. Similarly in this leather and footwear, because of the high cattle population, but because of the policy there are issues. Policy response and conclusions. So apparel exporters will be provided relief to offset the impact of state taxes. So even there are some taxes imposed by state governments. So overall, the tax rebate should be there or subsidy should be provided. Another introduction of GST will ease something. Another means like multiple taxation is there right now to some extent. Now that will remove, and restriction on movement will also reduce. Acha, labor laws will be reformed. These things should be done. So they have given suggestion. This chapter is not very important. Just broad idea is sufficient. Acha, next two chapters are most important rather in economic survey. So the most important chapter is this one, review of economic developments, and next one UBI. So I repeat once more, what are important chapters. The most important chapter is this one and UBI. Both are equally important. Apart from that, other important chapter, like I told you, festering twin balance sheet problem. So in that, only terms related with NPAs, etc., like new schemes, only you should see that. As far as this, then demonetization, in that you should see just pros and cons broadly we have discussed, and more important is like new schemes of government like UBI, is the UPI and BHIM, etc. जो app है, Ratan Tal committee which we discussed, cashless economy benefits of that is more important in that. These next two chapters are most important, like this review of economic developments. Achha, in this earlier, there the topics which are dealt here: poverty, unemployment, inequalities, not inequalities rather, employment, and this education, health. So these topics are very important. Earlier, balance of payment, etc. So earlier there used to be several chapters on that. Now they have clubbed together at least 3 chapters. Earlier, whatever topics which are dealt in this chapter, so earlier there used to be at least 3 chapters. So it is a combination of 3 chapters. So some basic information is given. So that is why it is most important. Now what you have to remember, so there is a lot of data in this chapter. It's somewhat long also. So because in the previous chapter, only few facts are sufficient. Only broad idea, not fact as such. Here you have to remember some facts also. For example, like GDP growth in the current year. Current year means 2016-17. How much is estimate? 7.1. So you must remember this with precision. It is very important data. 7.1%. In the first half of this year, it was 7.2, and second half it was 7. Okay, so in the 2016-17, in first half it was 7.2. In second half, 7. Although it may be revised, it's an advanced estimate. They have said that estimate was made before demonetization. So demonetization effect may be there, so it may be revised down. So just one data, 7.1 last year, as we discussed already. Growth, they have given the trend of growth of GVA and growth of GDP. So growth of GVA and growth of GDP. What is difference in GVA and GDP? Yes, summation of GVA is GDP. So practically both are same. Practically, like when we talk about GVA at the national level, so we mean summation, so both are almost same. But in India, as a convention, what is difference? See, both are same. In macroeconomics, both may be used interchangeably. Because when we talk about GVA, gross value added, in the entire economy, we mean GDP. But in India, what is difference? Yes, and the thing is that when we talk about GVA, we talk about what? FC, MP or basic price? GVA, when we say GVA, we mean GVA at basic price. And when we say GDP, we mean at market price. It may be GDP or GVA. At market price, we will call it GDP. Okay. So the only difference is that when we take at basic price, we say GVA. When we take at market price, we say GDP. So the difference between basic price and market price is that of net indirect taxes. NIT means product tax minus product subsidy. Okay. So this is the difference. In India, overall GDP growth is shown by on which thing? Overall GDP growth. MP, basic price. MP. And sector-wise growth? Sector-wise at GVA, basic price. Sector-wise growth is estimated at GVA. I have told you this thing. So sector-wise GVA pe, basic price pe. And overall GDP growth is on MP. So sectoral growth rates, rather I'll give you data here. There's a table. I'll first go to table then. Now GDP, GVA at basic price. This is sector wise. So that is why they estimated GVA at basic price. Our GDP growth was how much? 7.1. But here you can see in 2016-17, it is 7. Why this variation? Because this is at basic price. So if we talk about growth in terms of GVA, then it is 7%. But it is not so important. When we express growth, we express at market price. So that was 7.1. But on this basis, it is 7. But sectoral growth are estimated not at MP, but at this. So agriculture's growth was 4.1. Why 4.1? Because of good monsoons. Last year monsoon was good, and this year it is also expected to be good. So earlier, growth of agriculture always keeps on fluctuating. You can see last year it was low. Before that, because in the last 2 years the monsoon was deficient, so it was negative. Earlier it was high. So growth of agriculture sector fluctuates. Normally it fluctuates. So 4.1 you should have idea. Okay, this year 4.1 is also important. Approximate idea, more than 4. In the last 10-20 years, what was average growth of agriculture? 3%, approximately 3. So, but last year it was 4.1. Rough idea was sufficient. Industry growth slowed down from 7.4 to 5.2. So it was about 5. So not so important, just rough idea. Industry consists of 4 components, I told you already. So especially manufacturing, mining growth was negative. Manufacturing was okay, 7.4. So although growth of manufacturing was not low, focus of Make in India is mainly on what? Manufacturing or industry? Especially on manufacturing. So in manufacturing, like ease of doing business directly will affect manufacturing. So that is so rough idea about this. Only trend, not exact number. So high or low, that is sufficient. Service about 9%, 8.8. Half is not so important. It can give you some idea. Now this it means that in the first half the growth of agriculture is expected to further accelerate because of the better monsoon. Similarly, industry will remain same. So only rough idea. This is not so important, brother. The only thing is that 7.1 GDP growth and agriculture 4.1. Industry growth was somewhat low, and service sector maintained. You can see still quite high growth. You should have a broad idea about trend. So this idea about this growth rates, clear? So sectoral growth rates I have told you already. Industrial slowdown, manufacturing sector, etc. Another is outlook for economy. Outlook for the 17-18. What is the projection of growth? I told you already. 6.6 and 3 by 4 means 7.75. 6.75 to 7.5. This is projection. And challenges arising. What are challenges? We have discussed already. They have mentioned crude oil price. Downward cycle of fixed investment. Fixed investment reduced significantly. That is one major problem. And growth in global trade and means slowdown in global trade and investment flows and hike in interest in USA. So those things which we have discussed. Something are common in chapter related to chapter 1 also. Although this is more important than chapter 1. So here, because major sectors are clubbed here. Expenditure components of growth. Expenditure is like Y is equal to C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So growth is now means sustained by which thing? C, I, G, X minus M. Which one? C or I or G or X minus M. What about I? Investment has reduced significantly. What about X minus M? Net exports have increased or not? No, not increased. So although X minus M marginally situation actually improved, deficit reduced marginally, but deficit reduced because of promotion of exports. No, imports are declining. In the last 3 years, consistently, imports are declining and significantly declined. In the last 2 years, export declined. But in this year, 16-17, so 16-17 growth exports are expected to increase in this year. In this year means 16-17 exports started, growth became positive. In the last 2 years, imports were negative. Okay, I'll give you the data later also. So now growth investment is reducing. What about X minus M? That is also not increasing. So mainly growth is sustained by what? C. To some extent G. Private consumption expenditure and government expenditure. But can these expenditures can sustain? So it's a consumption-led growth. So it cannot sustain. This is one major issue which has to be sorted out. So what should be done to overcome this problem? We have to promote investment. For that, business environment have to be improved and interest rates have to be reduced. Basically, ease of doing business, etc. Fiscal developments. Fiscal developments are not very important in this because economic survey is presented before budget. So they have talked about कि last year's fiscal projection was 3.5, which was sought to be achieved through an means it was expected to be achieved. As I told you already, in budget it was announced it will be 3.5 only, and next year it is 3.2. Because gross revenue increase, especially excise service tax increase, that is why it is expected to be achieved. So I told you already in budget. Apart from that, government expenditure increased last year because of increase in salary, because 7th pay commissions report was implemented. So this government expenditure increase. As I told you, G and C. G means government expenditure, C private consumption, sustained growth. So 7th pay commission all lead to increase in government expenditure somewhat. And total outstanding liabilities means public debt was how much exactly? 49.4. So approximately 50, but less than 50% is sufficient. So public debt, and public debt has how many components? 3 components. One is internal debt. This is internal debt, 38 point something 5. Then other liabilities 9.4, and external debt 1.5. So you should have idea कि about 50% में से external कितना है? 1.5, negligible. Main is this, only rough ideas of it. These are components of that. Then prices, inflation on the basis of CPI in the last 3 years, you should have only broad idea. 4.8, before that 4.9, before that 5.9. So it means that by and large inflation remained controlled in the last 3 years. So CPI is more important than WPI. Although on the basis of WPI, inflation remained negative from end of 2014 till early 2016. So in 2016 only it actually increased. But now slightly WPI is higher than CPI. So as I told you, why this happened. Food inflation is likely to remain subdued in the light of higher Rabi sowing acreage. So monsoons are good, and overall sowing acreage has increased. So that is why food inflation is expected to remain low, and inflation is expected to remain low. The only challenge is global crude oil price. Base effect we discussed earlier. Core inflation, just definition. Monetary management and financial intermediation. So in that also they have mentioned that during current year inflation targeting was set up by government actually. So for 5 years government has fixed the target at 4 plus minus 2%. Okay, so we have discussed flexible inflation targeting was accepted, and monetary policy committee was set up. We have discussed. They have also mentioned about banks. NPAs of banks increased to 9.1 in September 2016 it was 9.1. It is overall. In case of public sector bank it is higher, about 12%. So we discussed already. Measures taken to strengthen corporate bond market. You can see some of these measures, although they are somewhat technical. So RBI issued some guidelines to promote corporate bond market. You know, in India, corporate bond market is very weak. What are the reasons for weak corporate bond market? High SLR, because bank funds are held up in government bonds. So not much funds are left for corporate bonds. So this is one important reason. Apart from that, in general, also public's participation in corporate bond market is also negligible. So, apart from that, long-term financing institutions are also limited. So what is that? RBI took number of measures to strengthen bond market. Khan committee was set up. So some of its recommendations were accepted. What are important points here? Commercial banks are permitted to issue rupee-denominated bonds overseas. Masala bonds. The Indian commercial bank can issue bonds abroad also and to raise funds. If bond is issued abroad, then we will get dollar or rupee. If it is denominated, if any company, anybody will issue a bond abroad in terms of rupee, that is called masala bond. So we'll get dollar or rupee? Dollar. What is difference? The only thing is that exchange rate risk is on foreigner. This is the only difference. We will get dollar and we will repay in dollar. So exchange rate, so Indian banks can issue masala bonds now. One thing. Second is broker registered with SEBI and authorized as market makers in corporate bond market permitted to undertake repo reverse repo contracts in corporate. Repo means they can buy sell contracts actually. I am buying with an agreement to sell it back to you. So repos can be done among private companies also. I am buying this and I'll sell you on this date. So there is an agreement. Market makers, actually, what are market makers? So it's somewhat technical. The market maker is a institution or broker who has to put both the bids. I will buy also and will sell also. For example, if there's a share or a bond, so I'm ready to buy as well as sell. How? I'll say, if you want to sell me, If I will buy in 100 rupee. And if you want to buy from me, if I'll sell at 101 rupee. Now, if you want to sell me, I'll buy in 100 rupee, I'll pay you 100. If you want to buy one more, I'll pay this. So the gap is called spread, and that is my profit. So what is benefit of market makers? Market maker is there. It means that person is always ready to buy and sell. So price fluctuation will be more or less. And whenever anybody want to buy and sell can easily do that, liquidity will increase. So brokers registered with SEBI and authorized as market makers in corporate bond market permitted to undertake repo, reverse repo in corporate debt securities like debentures or CDCP. This move will make corporate bond market fungible and thus boost turnover. And so overall, fungible means convertible. They can easily could be converted or sold. So this will increase actually liquidity in bond market. The buying selling will increase. Let's suppose if you buy bond, if there is a market maker, so you will always have option to sell. So slightly technical, only broad idea is sufficient. Yes, these are corporate bond. CD, CP, commercial bill, commercial paper, certificate of deposit, debenture. These are corporate bond. No, actually in stock exchange these are traded. So that will be regulated by SEBI. But short term, actually money market comes under RBI. So money market like CDCP will come under RBI, and debentures or convertible debenture will come under SEBI. Banks allowed increasing partial credit enhancement. They provide for corporates bond to 50% from 20%. What is credit enhancement? Guarantee against bond. Okay, if the company will default, then we will pay. So it's a kind of insurance. In one word, it's insurance. The credit enhancement is insurance. So why? Because if it is insured, then its credit worthiness will increase. So it will actually increase credit worthiness, and people will be willing to buy bonds or not. Yes. So earlier 20% limit was there. कि they could have given guarantee up to 20%. अब वो 50 तक दे सकते हैं. तो एक तरह से insurance will expand, as we discussed earlier. Permitting primary dealers to act as market makers for government bonds to make further boost in government securities. So means primary dealers मतलब जो who first time issue these bonds, so they can act as market maker. So the focus is to promote market makers also. Okay? There should be always buyer seller will always be there. Achha, ease of access to foreign exchange market for hedging in over the counter and exchange traded currency derivatives. The RBI allowed entities exposure to exchange rate risk to undertake hedging transactions. So in simple words, now hedging is permitted. So in foreign markets also, like Indian entities can do hedging in India and abroad. So some liberalization is there on hedging transactions. Like exchange rate risk could be reduced through hedging. So only broad idea is sufficient. So these are somewhat technical. So only just broad idea because some steps were taken by RBI to promote bond market, corporate bond market. Okay, another is India's merchandise trade. Now exports, as I told you, in the last export growth means in line with subdued global growth and trade, Indian export declined by 1.3 and 15.5% in 14-15 and 15-16. So as I told you, in 14-15, 15-16, export declined. Okay, in this year less, in this year much more decline. The trend of negative growth was reversed somewhat during this year. So now this year, 16-17, April-December, export grew by 0.7. But growth has picked up marginally. Positive हुई है just. मतलब less than 1% growth. अच्छा, but in these 3 years, imports growth was negative. Consistently, imports are declining. अच्छा, and trade deficit is increasing, decreasing. Decreasing because the decline in import has been more than decline in export. तो दोनों कम हो रहे हैं, लेकिन import ज़्यादा कम हुआ, ये gap था. Import इतना कम हो गया, export थोड़ा कम हुआ, तो gap कम हो गया. Import ज़्यादा कम हुआ, export थोड़ा कम हुआ. तो trade deficit, but still it is quite high. Okay, so only broad idea. So top exporter USA. US we are exporting maximum to USA, then UAE, then Hong Kong. These are top export destinations. Achha, regarding imports in the last 3 years, the value amount is not so important. So in the last 3 years, imports consistently declined, as I told you already. And why declined? Because of mainly crude oil price came down and gold import also reduced. And maximum we are importing from China, second from UAE, and third USA. Trade deficit declined but data is not so important. And the reason I told you, import declined more than decline in export. Acha, BOP data we have discussed already. So current account deficit we have discussed. I give you data 1.1% in that year. So, but I give you data of for this in economic survey. Even they have given data for 15-16. For 16-17, the data is for half year. So it has further declined to 0.3%, which I told you already. In first half of this year, means 16-17 H1 0.3. Last year 1. So CAD has reduced, although it is deficit. Achha, why? Sharp decline in oil import and gold import and sharp contraction in trade deficit outwitted. Achha, one more thing here. Sharp contraction in trade deficit outwitted the decline in net invisible earnings. So our net invisible account earning increased or decreased? Decreased. So जो inflow था वो कम हुआ और उधर जो ये outflow हो रहा था वो भी कम हुआ, लेकिन outflow ज़्यादा कम हुआ inflow से, तो overall trade deficit decline. मतलब trade पे हमारा outflow है and services पे inflow, तो inflow कम हुआ लेकिन outflow भी कम हुआ, लेकिन outflow ज़्यादा कम हुआ, इस वजह से overall trade deficit कम हुआ. अच्छा, why this inflow on invisible account reduced? उसका क्या? हाँ, because of protectionist policies in America, like in some they have imposed some restrictions on import of services like BPO etc. was affected. Remittances was also affected to some extent, especially in Gulf region. So this is the reason. So remittances declined because of this. Achha, capital finance account is not so important. Overall, forex increased by $15.5 billion last year. So data is not so important. Here I gave you this data already. So they have given 15-16 data which I gave you already. And this is half data is not so important. So you need not require to remember data, the trend and reason why, what happened and why. So if you have any doubt, you should clear that doubt, because here my objective is just to tell you because there is a lot of data. If you go through on your own, it may create confusion which data to remember, and if you go through a lot of data now, you don't remember anything. So focus on making meaning out of that. How to interpret, why and how, that is more important. They will not ask exact data. Only few data, like they may ask what was the growth of GDP last year. They may give option 7.7, 7.1, 7.2. It is possible. But they can never give exports last year was how much, for example. Like exports, they have not given this, like trade balance was 130. They will not give, never give example 130, 131, 132. There is no logic in that. So only broad idea, what has increased, decreased. Okay. Now, external debt data, I have already given you data. External debt is about less than 500 billion. And more important is as a percentage of GDP, about 23.5% I give you data. Achha, and another is that major on government or private? Private, almost 80% on private, about 20% on government. Okay, I just gave you data already. Achha, debt, which is the, we borrow maximum which currency? Dollar, 55%. Second, Indian rupee. We borrow external debt is in, second is Indian rupee, 30% is in Indian rupee. Then in SDR. So you should know, okay, maximum we borrow in dollar, then in rupee. Like even masala bond, apart from masala bond, directly we may borrow, which is denominated in rupee. That is denominated in rupee. But when we borrow, we will get what? Rupee or forex? We'll get forex. What will do with rupee? Because government of India can print any amount of rupee. And rupee for us actually does not provide purchasing power at global level. So when we borrow rupee, we'll get hard currency only. No, borrowing will not affect. But when we pay back, then rupee will depreciate. No, sir. When we borrow, it will lead to inflow of forex. Then it will be affected. So it will, to some extent, appreciate. And when it paid back, then rupee will depreciate. When there will be inflow, because if a company will borrow, so company will take a loan of let's about $100. Then company in India will need what? Rupee or dollar? Rupee. So it will sell $100 and buy rupee. So it will sell dollar. So dollar's rate will come down and rupee will appreciate. So when we borrow, rupee will appreciate. And when that paid back, then it will depreciate. The pressure will be there. Yes. Even if borrowing, so the dollars are sold and rupee will be given to those, so it may create. When a forex when increase due to any reason, it will increase money supply. Yes. As per international debt statistics, I told you already, India is among less vulnerable countries. अच्छा, here also some data के are debt 484 but and the as percentage of GDP 23.4. So 23.4 approximately, and the 23.5 you should remember approximate data. Others are not so important. Like concessional debt is not much, less than 10%. Why? Because government is not borrowing. Concession is given mainly to government, and government used to borrow mainly concession debt from which organization? From which organization government? Not exactly World Bank. IDA. बल्कि वर्ल्ड बैंक टेक्निकली IBRD एंड IDA को वर्ल्ड बैंक कहते हैं, लेकिन IBRD से ज्यादा नहीं मिलता वैसे कंसेशन, IDA से मिलता है. बट वी आर गेटिंग नाउ लोन फ्रॉम IDA. नो, अब 2017 में खत्म हो जाएगा. वी ग्रेजुएटेड आउट फ्रॉम IDA असिस्टेंस इन 2014 इटसेल्फ, बट वो ट्रांजिशन 17 तक चलेगा बस. एंड फ्रॉम दिस ईयर, मतलब 17 ऑनवर्ड्स, वी विल नॉट गेट एनी, फ्रॉम नेक्स्ट ईयर वी विल नॉट गेट एनी लोन फ्रॉम IDA. तो कंसेशनल जो है वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा, मतलब रेयर रहेगा. थोड़ा बहुत IBRD भी देता है, लेकिन दैट विल बी रेयर. अच्छा, एग्रीकल्चर एंड फूड मैनेजमेंट. तो ग्रोथ ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर आई टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी 4.1, and both production and sown area has increased compared to last year because of good monsoons. So 97% actually on the average. Then they have given some data on production, like production of rice in this Rabi season. You have only broad idea कि rice का production कितना था, around 93.94-95 समझ लो. Total खरीफ crop का इतना था, तो only rough idea is sufficient. Pulses का करीब 9 approximately. तो only it may be asked कि arrange the following crops in descending order of their production. तो broad idea रहना चाहिए कि wheat का कितना होता है, rice का कितना है. तो rice का ज्यादा है, wheat का ज्यादा है, इनमें rice का ज्यादा है. तो broad idea you should have. यहाँ पे वो wheat का नहीं है, क्योंकि वो दोनों अलग सीजन के हैं ना. rice खरीफ है, wheat रबी है. अच्छा, प्राइस पॉलिसी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस के प्राइस पॉलिसी का ऑब्जेक्टिव दे हैव सेड कि रेम्यूनरेटिव प्राइस टू फार्मर्स एंड सेफगार्ड इंटरेस्ट ऑफ कंज्यूमर्स, वी हैव डिस्कस. अच्छा, measures to check price volatility in pulses. You know, pulses, earlier price of pulses increased significantly, so government takes some measures, and so increase productivity in pulses. New variety of this arhar, Pusa Arhar 16 has been developed to made available for farmers in next kharif season. So a new variety actually of pulses have been developed. Achha, MSP for pulses were raised to incentivize farmers. So government increased MSP because, as I told you earlier, which committee says that MSP for pulses should be increased? Shanta Kumar committee. Achha, last year government set up one more committee, Arvind Subramanian committee. So we'll discuss some recommendations of that also. These are also there. So that is also very important. Achha, government constituted a committee on incentivizing pulse production through MSP and related policies under Dr. Arvind Subramanian, which suggested various measures to arrest volatility. So this committee was also set up. Achha, so the recommendations of this committee are also very important. So you should know at least broad recommendations of this committee. What committee recommended? Achha, so first thing is that procurement and stock of 2 million tons of pulses with target for individual pulses. Achha, so government should actually means maintain buffer stock of pulses. Achha, government is maintaining now buffer stock or not? Yes, buffer stock इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया है, 15 से इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया है पल्सेस का भी, बट इसने कहा थोड़ा बढ़ाना चाहिए, 2 मिलियन टन कर देना चाहिए. तो ओवरऑल तो 2 मिलियन टन, बट देयर मे बी सम स्पेसिफिक कोटा फॉर पल्सेस. जैसे कि तुर के लिए इतना लाख टन है, मतलब अगर हम लाख टन में करेंगे तो 20 लाख टन हो जाएगा. तो 20 में से 3.5 इसका होना चाहिए, 2 लाख टन उर्द होना चाहिए. तो मतलब बफर स्टॉक शुड बी मेंटेन, मतलब कोटा बस 2 बिलियन टन इज सफिशिएंट, वन थिंग. अच्छा, और स्पेसिफिक टारगेट होना चाहिए, बस ब्रॉड आइडिया पहला. सेकंड, टू एंश्योर एफिशिएंसी इन प्रोक्योरमेंट, हाई लेवल कमेटी कंप्राइजिंग मिनिस्टर ऑफ फाइनेंस, एग्रीकल्चर एंड कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स एंड प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी टू PM शुड बी कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड. इट सेड दैट कि प्रोक्योरमेंट ऑपरेशंस ऑफ पल्सेस शुड बी वेरी इफेक्टिव, एंड अ हाई लेवल कमेटी शुड बी देयर to see whether proper procurement is being done or not, and regular reporting should be there. So we focus that every farmer should have this facility to sell it to government, MSP, and it should be made effective, because sometimes MSP is announced by government but there is no procurement agency in mandi, so farmer cannot sell, so MSP will remain on paper. So in that area, so it should not remain on paper. Another instruct CACP to comprehensively review its MSP setting framework to incorporate risk and social externalities. So CACP actually government fixes price MSP or procurement price of various crops on the recommendation of CACP, Commission for Agriculture Cost and Prices. And it said that CACP should be instructed to consider two things, risk as well as social externalities. Acha, so risk is less or more in pulses? Less. But they are dependent on this, so less dependent on rainfall. Acha, social externalities means, what are social externalities? Means there are a lot of social benefits of growing pulses, like soil fertility improve होती है. कैसे होती है improve? एक तो ऑटोमेटिकली फिक्स नाइट्रोजन, एटमॉस्फेरिक नाइट्रोजन फिक्स होती है, और दूसरा जो है वो डेप्लीट क्यों होती है? क्योंकि एक्सेसिव यूज ऑफ वाटर एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स, तो इट नीड नॉट रिक्वायर मच वाटर एंड अदर रिसोर्सेज लाइक फर्टिलाइजर्स, तो डिग्रेडेशन को कम करेगा. और इट मेंटेन्स, नहीं वो तो कोई भी क्रॉप बोगे तो डाइवर्सिफाई होगा, तो चेंज करोगे तो डाइवर्सिफाई होगा. अनदर इज दैट इट कीप्स सॉइल पोरस एंड वेल एरिएटेड. तो दीज आर बेनिफिट्स. मतलब एक तो नाइट्रोजन फिक्स करेगा, लेस रिसोर्स इंटेंसिव है, रिसोर्स सेव करेगा, तो जो डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है उसे रोकेगा, और तीसरा पोरस रखेगा, एरिएटेड रखेगा, तो फर्टिलिटी इज मेंटेन. तो आई थिंक व्हाट द पॉइंट. तो इसलिए इसने कहा कि उस चीज को भी माइंड में रखना चाहिए कि रिसोर्स भी सेव कर रहा है और क्या जो सोशल बेनिफिट्स है. क्लियर. अच्छा, अनदर इज इंक्रीज इन एमएसपी ऑफ पल्सेस एंड प्रोडक्शन ऑफ सब्सिडीज. अच्छा, तो एमएसपी ऑफ पल्सेस शुड बी इंक्रीज. व्हाई? कि बिकॉज टू गिव इंसेंटिव टू फार्मर्स, बिकॉज वी आर मेनली इंपोर्टिंग पल्सेस. अच्छा, सेकंड इज दैट कि प्रोडक्शन सब्सिडीज, तो वन इज एमएसपी बढ़ाना चाहिए, सेकंड क्या है, एंड प्रोडक्शन सब्सिडीज टू फार्मर्स टू ग्रो पल्सेस इन इरिगेटेड एरियाज. तो व्हाई सब्सिडीज इन इरिगेटेड एरियाज? व्हाई? Because in irrigated areas, farmers are willing to grow pulses. No, they are growing wheat and rice. It is affecting crop diversification. And तो ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पर है? इरिगेटेड में या इन अनइरिगेटेड में? इरिगेटेड में ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है, जैसे हरियाणा पंजाब में, तो वहां पे अलग से सब्सिडी दिया जाए ताकि फार्मर शुड बी प्रमोटेड और मे बी कंपनसेटेड. देखिए अब क्यों वो व्हाई फार्मर्स आर ग्रोइंग व्हीट एंड राइस? बिकॉज दैट इज मोर रिम्यूनरेटिव. तो इट शुड बी मेड इक्वली रिम्यूनरेटिव सो दैट only this crop diversification objective and especially in irrigated areas will be checked. जो सीरियल सेंट्रिक हो गया है तो वो चेक करने के लिए वहां पे सब्सिडी देनी चाहिए. Clear? Eliminate export ban on pulses and stock limits. At the very least, limits on wholesale should be eliminated. So export ban should, because you know we are producing lot of varieties of pulses. Sometimes a particular variety of pulse may be more, that may be exported. If prices, let's suppose in global market may be high as compared to Indian market, then because India prices are usually low, so MSP has not increased much, so sometimes the price in world market may be more, so sometimes people may export. So ultimately if goods are exported, the pulses are exported, then it will increase demand and farmers will benefit or lose by that? Farmers will benefit. So these actually limits on hoarding and this thing will actually indirectly affect farmers. So that is why there should not be means restriction on export. But export will be there only if we have surplus and if prices in India will be lower. So when it will export, so price will automatically go up. So farmers will, it is in the interest of farmers actually. No, we have to import. Major is a major item of our import. But some particular pulse production may be more at a point of time, and in India price may be low as compared to world market. Then it may be exported. तो ओवरऑल देखिए तो शॉर्टेज है, लेकिन पर्टिकुलर यू मे बी हैविंग ह्यूज पल्स बट प्राइस वेयर विल यू सेल? ऑल्दो देयर मे बी शॉर्टेज, वी मे बी इंपोर्टिंग, बट इफ इंटरनेशनल मार्केट इज मोर, यू मे बी एक्सपोर्टिंग एज कंपेयर टू सेलिंग इन इंडिया. फैक्टर्स? No, actually we don't have much surplus first of all, and export is not much, it is rare. Export of pulse is rare. But the thing is that if price is low, why people should be restricted to export? Like if otherwise, you know, farmers may be apprehensive that production may more, price may come down, and export will not be allowed. Now, if export will be allowed, then it will not make vulnerable. It will reduce vulnerability of farmers. Even if production will increase, we will export that. So means restriction should not be imposed. But export is not means significant. It is negligible. But option should be there. Clear? Another is encourage states to delist pulses from their APMCs. Why? So they can sell it to anybody. Why put restriction? So wherever is price is higher, so it will also benefit farmers or not? Yes, because their bargaining power will increase. They will sell in Anaj Mandi only, price will be better. Otherwise, they can sell to others. Achha, create a new institution as a PPP to compete with and complement existing institutions to procure, store and dispose pulses. So just like FCI, purchase, etc. So one institution, public-private partnership to be set up to purchase, store and sell pulses should be established. So that actually okay, right now FCI, does it have, even for wheat or rice, does it have procurement center in every mandi? No. So some another institution should also be set up in public-private partnership. So it will increase overall demand actually. And it will make this MSP really effective. Mainly right now, the FCI is having procurement center in which areas? Mainly in irrigated or unirrigated area? Irrigated क्योंकि procurement mainly rice wheat का होता है, तो वहाँ पे जरूरत है वहीं पर है. Pulses का दूसरी जगह पे होता है, वहाँ पे सेंटर नहीं है. FCI का procurement center नहीं है, तो इसलिए एक अलग से ही बना देना चाहिए. अच्छा, encourage development of GM technologies. So obviously, R&D should be promoted. We have to develop better quality or variety of crops and grant expeditious approval to indigenously develop new varieties of pulses. So whatever new varieties which have developed, government will give approval so that actually that could be used. So these are some important recommendations of this committee. So the recommendations are very important. Could be asked in prelims as well as in mains. In mains is more likely rather. Even prelims may be पूछ सकते हैं. Okay, so this is the recommendation of Arvind Subramanian committee, Dr. Arvind Subramanian committee. Who is Mr. Arvind Subramanian? Chief Economic Advisor. Okay, so food grains stock not so important here. Data we had actually 43 million ton. जबकि quota requirement कितनी थी? 30 की थी. So we are having more than requirement. Although last year इतना था 50. So last year से तो कम है, लेकिन it is much higher than the requirement minimum buffer stock now. That that depends on time also. कि government procurement season है, कितना release हुआ. So at any moment, how much stock will be maintained depend on the season. कौन से season आया है कब का, और and कितना release हुआ है PDS में, उस पे depend करता है. But it is अच्छा हाँ, टाइम दिसंबर है, तो उसमें हो सकता है procurement कम किया हो गवर्नमेंट ने. This may be possible. But it is higher than buffer stock now. Okay, so but only this idea कि buffer, it is still higher than buffer stock now. अच्छा, then industrial, corporate and infrastructure sectors. So as per advanced estimate, CSO growth rate of industrial sector comprising of manufacturing, mining, this as we have discussed is projected to be, अच्छा last year इतना था, इस बार कम हो गई. तो in table we have discussed already. और किसकी कम हुई इनमें से? माइनिंग की नेगेटिव थी. बस इतना याद रहना चाहिए कि माइनिंग की नेगेटिव थी, तो उसकी वजह से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की अराउंड 7 थी. ओवरऑल इंडस्ट्री की कितनी रह गई? 5. रफ आइडिया है, सफिशिएंट. अच्छा, 8 कोर इंडस्ट्रीज. अच्छा, इट वाज अर्लियर, इट वाज आस्क्ड, इट मे बी रिपीटेड इवन, कि व्हाट आर कोर 8 इंडस्ट्रीज. जो इंडस्ट्रीज में जो बेसिक है, कोर है, दीज आर कोल, क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, रिफाइनिंग प्रोडक्ट्स, fertilizers, steel, cement and electricity. These are 8. You should remember the name of these 8. It is was already asked actually once. And the weightage of these 8 industries was 38%. Although it is not so important. Rough idea रहना चाहिए कि ये core industries का almost 40% weightage in IIP में. Weightage in what? In the index of industrial production. Rough idea. The other things are not so important. Government has liberalized FDI policy in sectors like defense, railway, infrastructure, construction, pharmaceuticals, as we discussed already. So sectors like service sector, construction, development, computer software, hardware, telecommunications. So in government FDI ceilings have increased. New initiatives: Make in India, Invest India, Startup India, e-biz, mission mode project. It's a part of what? National e-governance plan. Because through e-biz means people can actually, firms can actually file application form, means upload documents and can see clearances, etc. Measures to facilitate ease of doing business: online application of industrial licenses, industrial entrepreneurial memorandum through e-biz. When industry actually, when they will get apply for registration, they have to fill a form that is called industrial entrepreneurial memorandum. So this is a kind of form which is to be filled. So online it will be filled. Simplification of application form for industrial license and industrial entrepreneurial memorandum. मतलब एक तरह से form है for establishing industry. limiting documents required for export and import to 3 by DGFT, setting of investor facilitation cell under Invest India to guide, assist and handhold investors during the entire life cycle of business. We have discussed already all these. Acha, service sector, share of India's commercial services to global services increased to 3.3. Acha, India's share in world export of services 3.3. Just rough idea. In goods it is how much? About 2. In goods trade about 2%. In service trade 3.3. Acha, growth of software exports which account for 48% of service share. So what is important? 48 is not, you should remember that software accounts for at least almost half of the total service exports. Although growth you can see just 1.4 was very low growth. So growth actually declined. This year also half will be covered. So this is expected to remain low as we have discussed because of the protectionist policies in America and to some extent in Europe. Okay, so this is now next is now social infrastructure, employment and human development. So this is very important section. So how much government is spending on social sector? You should know what percentage of GDP. 7% of GDP in 16-17. So center and states. So social services like mainly health and education and related services. तो 7% है जिसमें से कि एजुकेशन पे कितना है अभी 2.9 ऑलमोस्ट 3 है और हेल्थ पे कितना है 1.4 तो शुड हैव आइडिया कि डबल करीब है मतलब एजुकेशन पे डबल है हेल्थ से ऑलमोस्ट ये 3 से कुछ कम है ये 1.5 से कम है ठीक है और बाकी जो है वो हेल्थ एजुकेशन पे हो गया मतलब 3 एंड 1.5 मतलब 4.3 हो गया और बाकी जो है वो बाकी और सर्विसेज रिलेटेड सर्विसेज पर है सोशल सर्विस तो यू शुड हैव दिस ये तीनों डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है 7% सोशल सर्विस पे सेंटर स्टेट एजुकेशन पे इतना है हेल्थ पे इतना है एंड दीज आर वेरी लो एज कंपेयर टू वर्ल्ड एवरेज क्लियर ये तीनों डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट अच्छा एम्प्लॉयमेंट सिनेरियो अच्छा इन द रीसेंट पास्ट एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन एजुकेशन हेल्थ इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज्ड हैज इंक्रीज स्पेशली बाय यूपीए गवर्नमेंट इंक्रीज हुआ है बट अभी भी सिग्निफिकेंट अभी भी काफी लो है अच्छा एम्प्लॉयमेंट सिनेरियो तो आई हैव गिवन यू ऑलरेडी डेटा जो 5th एनुअल सर्वे ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट वाज मेड बाय लेबर ब्यूरो तो जो उनका 5th एनुअल सर्वे था तो दे हैव गिवन डेटा ऑफ दैट तो आई टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी कि लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट कितना है 50% करीब 50.3 अच्छा एंड अच्छा द नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न एंड साउदर्न स्टेट इन जनरल डिस्प्ले हायर फीमेल लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट वो तो ऑब्वियसली है अच्छा ओवरऑल मेल का कम है आई हैव टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी ये डेटा आई हैव ऑलरेडी गिवन यू लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट कितना है टोटल कंट्री में 50% हाफ अच्छा बट इट इज फॉर व्हाट इट शुड बी वेरी क्लियर आई गिव यू टू डेटास वन इज दिस लेबर ब्यूरोज डेटा अदर इज एनएसएसओ डेटा ये इट इज 50.3% और एनएसओ का कितना था लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट 36% और ये कॉन्सेप्ट है यूपीएस पर है यूजुअल प्रिंसिपल स्टेटस सो व्हाई देयर इज सो वेरिएशन आई गिव यू दिस डेटा एंड आई टोल्ड यू द डिफरेंस एनएसओ के अकॉर्डिंग लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट यूपीएस पे कितना है दैट इज 36% और यहां पर कितना है 50% तो वेरिएशन क्यों है आई टोल्ड यू रीजन ये है इसमें लिखा नहीं ये है 15 प्लस के लिए 15 इयर्स प्लस के लिए और वो एनएसएसओ वाला वो था 15 to 59 के लिए तो अगर हम उसमें आफ्टर 59 भी 60 प्लस भी तो लोग काम करते हैं ना तो इसमें वो भी आ जाएंगे इसलिए लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट बढ़ गया व्हाट द पॉइंट तो इट शुड बी क्लियर अगर एनएसओ वाला जो होता है वो 15 to 59 लेते हैं तो 36% है उनके हिसाब से मतलब 36% पीपल आर इन लेबर फोर्स और लेबर ब्यूरो जो लेती है 15 प्लस लेती है मतलब एजेड भी लेगी 70-80 वाले भी अगर काम कर रहे हैं वो भी आ जाएंगे लेबर फोर्स में तो ये 50% क्लियर बस एक ही ध्यान रखना है अच्छा एंड आई टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी मेल का ज्यादा है फीमेल का ज्यादा है ऑलमोस्ट डबल है देखिए मेल 75% लेबर फोर्स में और फीमेल लेस देन 25% है ओके तो ब्रॉड वी हैव डिस्कस ऑलरेडी तो रफ आइडिया इज सफिशिएंट अच्छा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट यू शुड रिमेंबर कितना इनके हिसाब से 5% अच्छा वर्कर पॉपुलेशन रेशियो इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट मतलब वर्कर पॉपुलेशन रेशियो में टोटल वर्कर्स डिवाइड बाय टोटल पॉपुलेशन मल्टीप्लाई बाय 100 इज नॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट तो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट इज 5% अच्छा अब इसमें देखिए लेबर फोर्स में क्या आता है? देयर आर टू थिंग्स आर देयर इन लेबर फोर्स, इट कंसिस्ट ऑफ वर्कर एंड अनएम्प्लॉयड। तो इन दोनों का डिफरेंस क्या आना चाहिए? द पीपल हु आर प्रोपोर्शन ऑफ पॉपुलेशन विच इज अनएम्प्लॉयड। तो कितना डिफरेंस आएगा इसका माइनस करेंगे, इन दोनों को माइनस करिए, 2.5 आएगा। इसका मतलब 2.5% ऑफ पॉपुलेशन दैट इज अनएम्प्लॉयड। तो फिर ये अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट 5 क्यों आ रहा है? 2.5% जो है दैट इज प्रोपोर्शन अनएम्प्लॉयड, वो प्रोपोर्शन अनएम्प्लॉयड है। आई गिव यू दिस टर्म प्रोपोर्शन अनएम्प्लॉयड, इसमें दे लिखा है टेबल में, प्रोपोर्शन अनएम्प्लॉयड के अंदर नंबर ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयड डिवाइड बाय टोटल पॉपुलेशन। और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट कैसे निकालते हैं? नंबर ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयड डिवाइड बाय लेबर फोर्स। और पॉपुलेशन और लेबर फोर्स में कितना फर्क है? 50% का। तो जब लेबर फोर्स उसकी आधी हो जाएगी तो ये क्या होगा? डबल हो जाएगा। तो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट, नॉट प्रोपोर्शन एम्प्लॉयड। तो 5% यू शुड रिमेंबर। गॉट द पॉइंट? अच्छा, अभी लेबर ब्यूरो वाला इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, वो थोड़ा सा पुराना हो गया है, क्योंकि 11-12 का ही सर्वे है अभी उनका, लेबर ब्यूरो वाला। उनके हिसाब से कितना आ रहा था ये? उनके हिसाब से 2.7 आ रहा था, 2.2 और 2.7, यूपीएस एंड यूपीएसएस वाला जो मैंने डेटा दिया था। तो लेकिन ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है अभी करंट इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में और करंट डेटा। अच्छा, इन द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज? इंक्रीज हुआ है। तो आई गिव यू दिस डेटा ऑल्सो, पहले इससे कम था थोड़ा सा, तो अभी 4 साल में ऑलमोस्ट लगातार बढ़ा है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट, थोड़ा सा मार्जिनली। पहले ये कम था, 4 के करीब था, 5 करीब हो गया। तो रफ आइडिया अबाउट दैट शुड बी सफिशिएंट। बट इसमें बस 2 डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट 50 एंड अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट। बस ये एक ब्रॉड आइडिया रख सकते हो, रूरल अर्बन मेल फीमेल, बट नॉट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जस्ट फॉर ब्रॉड आइडिया यू कैन सी। अच्छा, ग्रोथ ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट बाय कैटेगरी रिफ्लेक्ट दैट इंक्रीज इन बोथ कैजुअल लेबर एंड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर। अभी द क्वालिटी ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट हैज आल्सो डिटेरियोरेटेड, तो ग्रोथ ऑफ कैजुअल लेबर एंड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर इंक्रीज्ड एंड ग्रोथ ऑफ फॉर्मल एम्प्लॉयमेंट रिड्यूस्ड। तो दिस इज एक्चुअली अ नेगेटिव, एक्चुअली से इसमें देखिए डेटा में दिखाई दे प्राइमरी सेकेंडरी टर्शियरी सेक्टर्स है। हाँ, तो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट देखिए प्राइमरी सेक्टर में कम हो रहा है और सेकेंडरी टर्शियरी में बढ़ रहा है। तो बट ये अच्छा कितना परसेंट है इसके हिसाब से ब्रॉड आप देख सकते हो। अच्छा, तो ये तो बिल्कुल सिंपल फैक्ट है। नाउ यू कैन सी दिस थिंग कि कैजुअल लेबर ये 11-12 का है, दिस इज 15-16 का। तो कैजुअल लेबर क्या हुई है तब से? बढ़ी है। दिस इज, अच्छा यहाँ पर दूसरा नहीं दे रखा है, हाँ, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो है, तो वो जो वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम हुआ है। अनदर इज सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड। व्हाट इज सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड? सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट मींस कि द पीपल हु आर डूइंग देयर ओन बिजनेस, मतलब जो छोटे मोटे, जैसे कोई भी छोटा सा कोई बिजनेस कर रहा है कोई, या एनीबडी लाइक फ्रूट वेंडर, वो भी सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड में आएंगे, जो अपना कुछ भी कर रहे हैं बिजनेस। तो ओवरऑल देयर इज सम माइनर डिटेरियोरेशन कि जो रेगुलर वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट है दैट हैज रिड्यूस्ड एंड दिस कैजुअल एम्प्लॉयमेंट, कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल एम्प्लॉयमेंट हैज इंक्रीज्ड। कैजुअल वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज द टाइप ऑफ कैजुअल एम्प्लॉयमेंट। कैजुअल मतलब जब नीड होगी तो बुला लेंगे। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है कि स्पेसिफिक टाइम के लिए रखेंगे। तो लेकिन ये दोनों इनफॉर्मल है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी और कैजुअल भी। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी इनफॉर्मल है कि इतने टाइम के लिए रख रहे हैं आपको, 3 महीने के लिए, 1 साल के लिए, जो भी है, और ये सैलरी देंगे। और कैजुअल एम्प्लॉयमेंट है जो वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट हो जाता है कि मतलब कभी रख लिया, आज जरूरत है रख लिया, या कुछ दिन के लिए रख लिया, बाद में मना कर देंगे। अच्छा, तो ये इसका मतलब ओवरऑल सिचुएशन इंप्रूव हुई, डिटेरियोरेट हुई है, क्वालिटी ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट डिटेरियोरेट हुई है। बस ब्रॉड आइडिया सभी। अब ये मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ लेबर लॉज ये उन्होंने बोला है, उसकी वजह से एम्प्लॉयमेंट पर इफेक्ट पड़ा है। लेबर लॉज, रिजिड लेबर लॉज, मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ लेबर लॉज। अच्छा, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट्स इन वेरियस स्टेट्स, तो सबसे ज्यादा कहां पर है? त्रिपुरा में, और देन सिक्किम में। बस एक ब्रॉड आइडिया रख सकते हो कि त्रिपुरा में, सिक्किम में सबसे ज्यादा, और सबसे कम गुजरात एंड देन कर्नाटक। तो ब्रॉड आइडिया कि वेयर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट इज मोर, स्टेट वाइज सब डेटा है, फैक्ट है कि मतलब गुजरात एंड कर्नाटक में लीस्ट है, मतलब टॉप 2, और त्रिपुरा एंड सिक्किम में हाईएस्ट है। अब कितना रेट है एग्जैक्टली, यू नीड नॉट रिक्वायर टू रिमेंबर डेटा। एवरेज तो 5 करीब है, ठीक है, तो कुछ स्टेट में ज्यादा है, कुछ में कम है। तो ओनली जस्ट आइडिया टॉप और लीस्ट किसमें। अच्छा, देन डेटा ऑन एजुकेशन सेक्टर. अच्छा, तो दिस डेटा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर प्रीलिम्स एज वेल एज फॉर मेंस. अच्छा, लो learning outcomes have been a major of challenge, major challenge in the school even after improvement in access and retention. In India, you know, access has increased, retention has increased, means enrollment has increased, but still quality is not up to the mark. So ACER, they have given report of ACER 2014. What is ACER? Annual Status of Education Report. So annual status education report. तो यूजुअली प्रेजेंटेड एवरी ईयर. तो इसमें 14 वाली रिपोर्ट का ही दे रखा है, 15 में पब्लिश नहीं हुई थी रिपोर्ट. ये प्रथम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है एंड अलोंग विद सम अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. उसमें एक तो मेन है प्रथम, एक एनजीओ है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट देयर आर सम अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एसोसिएटेड विद दैट. अच्छा, सम ऑफ द अंडरलाइंग कॉजेज ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू लो क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन इन प्राइमरी स्कूल आर टीचर्स एब्सेंटिज्म एंड शॉर्टेज ऑफ प्रोफेशनली सर्टिफाइड टीचर. तो ये दो रीजन है. तो रीजन यू शुड नो कि टीचर एब्सेंटिज्म और प्रोफेशनल क्वालिटी टीचर्स आर नॉट अवेलेबल. अच्छा, biometric attendance of teachers along with regular monitoring of local community and parents could provide solution to it. तो solution उन्होंने बताया कि दो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि बायोमेट्रिक अटेंडेंस होना चाहिए और दूसरा कि means monitoring by local community, means that information may be put on like website etc so that anybody can see कि which teacher has come or not come. तो जैसे means people have sent their children to school, तो they can monitor whether teacher is there or not. तो social pressure भी आएगा and people become more sensitive. However, this should be backed by adequate teaching aids, recorded lectures, etc., to fill absentee teachers. मतलब this is suggestion actually कि it should be done. जब टीचर नहीं आए तो recorded lecture ही चला दिया टीचिंग. अच्छा, बट अच्छा ये उन्होंने 14 का दिया था. ACER was not published in 2015. फिर 16 का भी आ गई ये रिपोर्ट. तो फिर आई हैव गिवन यू इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का नहीं है, बाहर से आई हैव जस्ट टेकन दिस लेटेस्ट जो रिपोर्ट है. तो यू शुड हैव आइडिया, क्योंकि न्यूज से भी ले सकते हैं, जरूरी इकोनॉमिक सर्वे से डेटा है. अच्छा, 11th एनुअल स्टेटस ऑफ एजुकेशन रिपोर्ट रिलीज इन जनवरी एक्चुअली. तो ये प्रथम जो है ये बनाता है, इसे पब्लिश करता है रिपोर्ट को. तो सर्वे दिस मच रूरल डिस्ट्रिक्ट सर्वे किया गया था, दिस मच विलेजेस, 17,000 विलेजेस, दिस मच हाउस होल्ड्स एंड दिस मच चिल्ड्रन. तो डेटा इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, ओनली आइडिया इज सफिशिएंट. अच्छा, व्हाट आर फाइंडिंग्स? एनरोलमेंट इंक्रीज इन ऑल एज ग्रुप्स बिटवीन 14 to 16. अच्छा, बिकॉज लास्ट रिपोर्ट वाज इन 14, नॉर्मली इट इज एनुअल, बट 15 में नहीं हुई थी पब्लिश, तो एनरोलमेंट इंक्रीज हुआ. अच्छा, स्पेशली इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स. तो डेटा यू कैन सी बट नॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट. मतलब अब क्वाइट हाई एनरोलमेंट देखिए, ऑलमोस्ट 97% हो गया है. अच्छा, 2 states केरला, गुजरात शोड सिग्निफिकेंट इंक्रीज इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल एनरोलमेंट. तो बस बेसिक फैक्ट यू शुड हैव आइडिया. देयर वाज नो इंक्रीज इन प्राइवेट स्कूल एनरोलमेंट बिटवीन दिस एंड दिस. सो प्राइवेट स्कूल के एनरोलमेंट में कोई इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ. अच्छा, nationally reading ability has improved especially in early grades in government schools. The proportion of children in class in standard 3 third who are able to read at least standard 1 level text has gone up from 40 to 42%. तो मतलब जो थर्ड क्लास के बच्चे फर्स्ट क्लास की टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ सकते हैं, तो वो 42% पढ़ सकते हैं, 42.5. तो इस तरह से देखते हैं कि मतलब जो टेक्स्ट बुक अपने लोअर कितने परसेंट पढ़ पा रहे हैं. या मैथ्स में देखो, अर्थमेटिक शोज इंप्रूवमेंट इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स इन प्राइमरी ग्रेड्स. तो उसमें क्या है, 25% ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड थर्ड चिल्ड्रन कुड डू अ 2-digit सब्ट्रैक्शन. तो 2-digit सब्ट्रैक्शन जो है वो 1/4 स्टूडेंट कर पा रहे हैं थर्ड के. तो ये हालांकि इंप्रूव हुआ है. ये पहले इतना था, अब 27 हो गया है. अच्छा, एबिलिटी टू रीड इंग्लिश इज अनचेंज फॉर लोअर प्राइमरी ग्रेड्स. तो उसमें चेंज नहीं आया. तो ब्रॉड आइडिया. चिल्ड्रंस अटेंशन शोज नो मेजर चेंज फ्रॉम 2014. तो अटेंडेंस पे भी चेंज नहीं आया, अराउंड 71 से 73 करीब. अच्छा, तो दिस इज सम फाइंडिंग्स ऑफ द एसर. अच्छा, देन सर्व शिक्षा अभियान का बजट का जो पार्ट है, तो मैक्सिमम किस पे जा रहा है सर्व शिक्षा अभियान? टीचर्स. सेकंड लार्जेस्ट स्कूल्स. स्कूल का मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, क्लासरूम एटसेट्रा, और चिल्ड्रन, बाकी चिल्ड्रन फैसिलिटीज एटसेट्रा, कुछ एमिनिटीज रिलेटेड, और बाकी तो माइनर है. तो मैक्सिमम बजट है टीचर का, बस दैट इज सफिशिएंट. फिर देन स्कूल. अच्छा, देन नाउ नेक्स्ट इज हेल्थ. हेल्थ फॉर ऑल.
अच्छा, इंडिया हेल्थ पॉलिसी एम्स एट इंटीग्रेटिंग अप्रोच टू जनरल अफोर्डेबल इक्विटेबल. अच्छा, तो हेल्थ यू नो इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज इट इज ऑल्सो अ पार्ट ऑफ एसडीजी. तो ये थर्ड गोल है एसडीजी का. कितने, हाउ मेनी गोल्स आर देयर इन सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स? 17. तो 17 में से थर्ड गोल है, दैट इज एंश्योर हेल्दी लाइव्स एंड प्रमोट वेलबींग फॉर ऑल एट ऑल स्टेजेस, ऑल एजेस. तो दिस इज उसकी गोल के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने अचीवमेंट इन हेल्थ सेक्टर इंक्लूड. So you can see some broad data कि life expectancy has doubled and infant mortality would have reduced. तो मतलब some rough data you should remember कि TFR इंडिया का हाई है, लो है? टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट लो है काफी, वर्ल्ड एवरेज से भी कम है. तो दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट अचीवमेंट. डेमोग्राफी में सबसे बड़ा अचीवमेंट है कि फर्टिलिटी रेट इज क्वाइट लो. अच्छा, और इसमें व्हाट इज दिस रिप्लेसमेंट रेट कितना होता है? 2.1 है. तो हमारा 2.3 है. इसका मतलब वी आर वेरी क्लोज टू अचीविंग रिप्लेसमेंट रेट. व्हाट इज रिप्लेसमेंट रेट? मीनिंग कि पॉपुलेशन विल नॉट इंक्रीज. इट मींस दैट के द वे इट इज डिक्लाइनिंग, इन फ्यू इयर्स द पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ विल ऑलमोस्ट बिकम जीरो अगर ये 1 हो जाएगा. अच्छा, इन सम स्टेट्स इट्स ऑलरेडी बिलो. तो अर्बन एरिया में तो ऑलरेडी लो है, लेकिन अर्बन पॉपुलेशन माइग्रेशन की वजह से बढ़ेगी. तो ओवरऑल अच्छा, तो शुड हैव आइडिया कि मतलब रिप्लेसमेंट रेट से थोड़ा स्लाइटली ऊपर है. अच्छा, इन मोस्ट ऑफ द लॉट ऑफ स्टेट्स इट इज बिलो रिप्लेसमेंट रेट. ओके है, तो ऑब्वियसली एवरेज ही तो है ये. तो अब कुछ में बिलो रिप्लेसमेंट रेट है 2.1 से कम है, तो कुछ में ज्यादा भी तो होगा, तभी तो एवरेज है. ग्लोबल एवरेज अभी नेक्स्ट डेट में शायद होगा, मुझे याद नहीं है डेटा, बट ये ग्लोबल एवरेज से लो है हमारा. आई डोंट रिमेम्बर, मतलब लेकिन इट हैज डिक्लाइंड एट फास्टर पेस. अभी नेक्स्ट उसमें ये, इस पे हम और डेटा देखेंगे. अच्छा, इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी रेट डिक्लाइन टू 37 आउट ऑफ दिस. तो रफ आइडिया रख लो कि इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी रेट 37 है. कितना डिक्लाइन हुआ है वो बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, डिक्लाइन तो हो रहा है अराउंड 37. अच्छा, मैटरनल मोर्टेलिटी रेट 167 करीब है. हालांकि वी अचीव दिस टारगेट और फेल हो गए. तो हमारा करीब 140 शायद होना था. तो हाँ, 168 140 करीब था. तो जो टारगेट था एमडीजी का, जो टारगेट था वो हम फेल कर गए. इसमें इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी में फेल हम नहीं अचीव कर पाए थे. मतलब हेल्थ पैरामीटर में हमारा एमडीजी अचीव नहीं हो पाया था. एजुकेशन में तो हो गया था. अच्छा, तो एमएमआर के बारे में रफ आइडिया रख लेना आपको, कहाँ पे ज्यादा है, यू कैन हैव ब्रॉड आइडिया अबाउट दैट. अच्छा, उसका मैटरनल मोर्टेलिटी रेट ये वो हमने देख लिया. अच्छा, हाई लेवल क्यों है ये ज्यादा हाई? अनीमिया बहुत ज्यादा है विमेन में, मतलब डेफिशिएंसी ऑफ आयरन मेनली. तो विमेन इन द एज ग्रुप ऑफ दिस हैज डायरेक्ट कोरिलेशन विद एमएमआर. जब एनीमिया होगा तो एमएमआर का चांस बढ़ जाता है, मेटल मोर्टेलिटी बढ़ जाती है. तो उसके लिए ये किया है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज प्रोग्राम टू एड्रेस द इशू एनीमिया थ्रू हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन एजुकेशन, टू प्रमोट डाइटरी डाइवर्सिफिकेशन, इंक्लूजन ऑफ आयरन फोलिक रिच फूड as well as food items that promote iron absorption. Acha, government has introduced one index, just like human development index we have discussed on experimental basis, health outcome index. So health outcome index is prepared, and it is prepared just like HDI. Acha, in HDI there are 3 indicators we have, dimensions we have discussed: health, education और standard of living. अच्छा, यहाँ पे तो health ही है. तो health के 3 डायमेंशन लिए. क्या 3 डायमेंशन है? लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट द एज ऑफ 1 एंड इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी. ठीक है, लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट द एज ऑफ 1 क्यों लिया है? क्योंकि इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी ले लिया, मतलब 1 साल तक जो. अच्छा, व्हाट इज इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी? इन्फेंट मतलब अप टू 1 ईयर, चाइल्ड 5 ईयर. तो इन्फेंट का मतलब है कि आउट ऑफ 1000 लाइव बॉर्न चिल्ड्रन, हाउ वी डिफाइन इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी? आउट ऑफ 1000 लाइव बॉर्न चिल्ड्रन, लाइव बॉर्न होना चाहिए, how many are expected to die before reaching 1 year of age. तो लेकिन देखते ऐसे कि लास्ट 1000 में से कितनी की डेथ हो गई, जैसे 37 है अभी. तो इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी रेट. अच्छा, अब उसके बाद लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट द एज ऑफ 1 ईयर, हाउ विल डिफाइन कि नंबर ऑफ ईयर्स a newborn child, not newborn, 1 year old child is expected to live if similar socio-economic conditions will prevail throughout the child's life. अगर सोशल इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन सेम रहेंगी, कितने साल जिएगा 1 साल का बच्चा? तो दैट इज लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट 1. अच्छा, नॉर्मली वी टेक लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट 0, मतलब बर्थ पे लेते हैं. लेकिन जैसे ये 2 इंडिकेटर किसमें थे, कौन से इंडेक्स में हमने डिस्कस किए थे? ये 2 इंडिकेटर थे और एक लिटरेसी वाला था, वो कौन से में था? PQLI में था। HDI में तो इन दोनों को मर्ज कर दिया ना, LEI IMR को मिला के, मतलब लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट बर्थ कर दिया, तो PQLI में। और तीसरा क्या है? मैटरनल मोर्टिलिटी रेट। तो इन 3 इंडिकेटर में से बस, तो दैट इज सफिशिएंट कि इट इज बेस्ड ऑन 3 इंडिकेटर्स। अच्छा, जैसे HDI की वैल्यू निकालते हैं लगभग उसी तरह से फॉर्मूला है, जैसे ये स्टैंडर्डाइज LEI कैसे निकालते हैं? एक्चुअल वैल्यू माइनस मिनिमम वैल्यू डिवाइड कर देंगे मैक्सिमम माइनस मिनिमम वैल्यू, उसी तरह से वो ऑलमोस्ट। अच्छा, ऑन दिस हेल्थ इंडेक्स जस्ट लाइक HDI की तरह ही है, वो फॉर्मूला भी ऑलमोस्ट वही है वैल्यू निकालने का। अच्छा, तो इन दिस केस यू कैन सी के हेल्थ आउटकम कहां पर बेटर है, बेस्ट कहां पर है? केरला में, केरला, तमिलनाडु में, और वर्स्ट असम में और उत्तर प्रदेश में ये लो है। मतलब हेल्थ कंडीशन इन 3 पैरामीटर्स पे देखा है, तो यू शुड हैव रफ आइडिया कि क्लियर। तो अभी इंट्रोड्यूस किए इंडेक्स, तो यू हैव आइडिया कि बस 3 इसमें पैरामीटर, 3 वो है, और कहां बेस्ट है कहां खराब है, बस रफ आइडिया। अब उसमें जो कहीं डेटा नहीं मिल पाता तो हो सब नहीं बनाते, या छोटे स्टेट को कभी छोड़ देते हैं, या जहां डेटा नहीं, इसमें नहीं कर रहा मैं, लेकिन कभी कभी डेटा नहीं मिलता या छोटे स्टेट को इग्नोर कर देते हैं। अच्छा, इंक्लूसिव पॉलिसीज ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट। तो इंक्लूसिव पॉलिसीज इंक्लूड, अच्छा, इसमें गवर्नमेंट ने, इसमें बेसिकली सम स्कीम्स व्हिच वर इनिशिएटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट, जैसे कि नई रोशनी है, तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन प्रोग्राम्स आई हैव ऑलरेडी गिवन यू लिस्ट, यहाँ पे भी रिपीट किया है। नई रोशनी किससे रिलेटेड है? लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट ऑफ विमेन, माइनॉरिटी विमेन से रिलेटेड है नई रोशनी, विमेन। अच्छा, उसके बाद पढ़ो परदेश, तो इंटरेस्ट सब्सिडी और एजुकेशन लोन, मतलब सब्सिडाइज लोन मिलेगा बाहर जाने के लिए, ओवरसीज बिलोंगिंग टू माइनॉरिटी, माइनॉरिटीज वाले ये सारे। सीखो और कमाओ, और एक और अदर स्कीम, 2 अलग अलग है दोनों ही, अपग्रेडिंग स्किल एंड ट्रेनिंग इन ट्रेडिशनल आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट फॉर डेवलपमेंट, उसका तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट है दोनों, फॉर इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ माइनॉरिटीज। अच्छा, नई मंजिल, तो टू प्रोवाइड एजुकेशन एंड स्किल ट्रेनिंग टू यूथ फ्रॉम माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटीज, तो इसमें एजुकेशन भी आएगी और स्किल भी आएगी, ड्रॉप आउट एक्सेट्रा इसमें कवर करेंगे। अच्छा, अनदर इज एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेन, सुगम भारत अभियान, तो किससे रिलेटेड है ये कैंपेन? वो यूनिवर्सल एक्सेस फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज विद अ फोकस ऑन 3 वर्टिकल्स, बिल्ट एनवायरमेंट, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड ICT टेक्नोलॉजीज। तो अनदर इज राइट ऑफ पर्सन्स ऑफ डिसेबिलिटीज बिल, इसका मेन फीचर क्या है इस बिल का कि रिजर्वेशन 4% कर दिया। अच्छा, तो दीज आर सोशल इंटरवेंशंस। देन क्लाइमेट चेंज डेवलपमेंट इन इंटरनेशनल क्लाइमेट चेंज नेगोशिएशंस, तो यू नो क्लाइमेट इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज देयर इज अ पेपर ऑफ IFS आल्सो, तो you must have discussed in much detail. तो इसमें whatever important things were there I have put here, so I will not discuss this because this is not my area as such, but I'll give you broad idea. Okay, the most important recent convention is which convention at international level? Paris Convention. So we have actually ratified Paris Convention, and apart from that, so you should know what are India's nationally determined contributions. NDCs क्या है इंडिया के, जो 3 मेजर है, उसके लिए क्या एक्शन प्लान है, I have given that also. अच्छा, तो इसमें मेन थ्रस्ट ऑफ COP22 वाज ऑन, अच्छा, मराकाश में जो लेटेस्ट ये मीटिंग हुई थी नवंबर में, उसका डेवलपिंग मींस रूल्स एंड एक्शन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर ऑपरेशनलाइजिंग पेरिस एग्रीमेंट। अच्छा, पार्टीज एग्री टू मतलब यू कैन सी सम डेटा के पार्टीज एग्री टू डेडलाइन ऑफ 2018 फॉर द रूल बुक डिटेलिंग एक्साइज विल इंक्लूड अकाउंटिंग ऑफ NDC, adoption of this, तो you can see this thing. अच्छा, इसमें जो important है और इंडिया के जो actions है, like ये India's green actions, what India is doing, India has ratified Paris Convention, India has set up this my target for renewable energy, major schemes, so you should have idea about these schemes, broad, किससे related है about these schemes, capacity addition of this renewable energy होगा, another additional this much pumps installed, solar pumps, 4th position global wind power, तो India attained 4th position global wind power installed capacity after China, US, Germany. This is also important fact, मतलब wind में और solar में इंडिया जो है मेजर कंट्रीज में से है। लॉन्च ऑफ इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस विच इज एनविसेज, तो सोलर इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस। अच्छा, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट क्लीन एनवायरमेंट सेस किस पे लगता है? कोल पे. तो इट इज इन द लास्ट बजट इट वाज डबल टू 400. अच्छा, ग्रीन कॉरिडोर, ये सब तो यू शुड हैव आइडिया अबाउट दीज प्रोजेक्ट्स. अच्छा, इंडिया कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एनडीसी टारगेट हमारे क्या है? ये 3 टारगेट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. लोअर एमिशन इंटेंसिटी, ये हमें 33 से 35 करना है. तो इमिशन इंटेंसिटी, लोअर द इमिशन इंटेंसिटी ऑफ जीडीपी. अच्छा, इंक्रीज शेयर ऑफ नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल्स बेस्ड पावर जनरेशन टू 40% ऑफ इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी. और थर्ड ये है एडिशनल क्यूमुलेटिव कार्बन सिंक ऑफ दिस मच, मतलब मींस फॉरेस्ट कवर को बढ़ाना है. तो ये तीनों बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. उसके लिए तीनों के लिए क्या किया गया है? ये मतलब ये फर्स्ट जो है 35 करना है, कैसे करना है. फिर ये दूसरा टारगेट है 40% इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल से होगी, उसके लिए क्या एक्शन प्लान्स है. देन ये जो इसे कार्बन सिंक क्रिएट करना है, उसके लिए क्या एक्शन प्लान है. तो यू शुड हैव आइडिया. मतलब ये इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का नहीं है, बट आई हैव गिवन सेपरेटली. अच्छा, in 2016 national tariff policy was announced for power tariffs. तो some points are there, you can see. तो बस data है ज़्यादा, तो you can go through on your own. Okay, so this is all in that chapter. अच्छा, but that chapter, because I told you कि earlier these things were given in at least 3 chapters पहले. बल्कि पहले तो एक चैप्टर बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट पे ही पूरा एक चैप्टर हुआ करता था. तो एग्रीकल्चर पे भी अलग से दे सकते थे. तो यहाँ पे कई चैप्टर्स को क्लब कर दिया. दैट इज व्हाई इट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. अच्छा, सोशल इज ऑलवेज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, even environment is very important. So that is why this is this chapter and this one are most important chapters. अच्छा, तो universal basic income. Now in this chapter we will discuss only on one issue, कि what is meaning of universal basic income, what are benefits of this, what are problems in that, what is the cost of this, whether it is desirable on moral ground, conceptual framework, theoretical framework also, desirable or not, what will be maybe its implications, various implications also we'll discuss. Then is it feasible for us to finance it? Can government of India can provide money to everybody? Is it feasible, or to what extent is feasible, and what are possibilities, the practical possibilities in implementing it. So whether it is a substitute for developmental programs or not. So in mains especially, one question is very much likely on this. Even question may be asked in prelims, but very important for mains especially. Achha, so can you tell me what are features of UBI, universal basic income? There are 3 important features. Although poverty has declined from 70% from independence to 22, but still, you know, we have to go a long way. So what are 3 important features are there? रिप्लेस करें नहीं करें उससे मतलब नहीं है. फीचर्स ऑफ यूनिवर्सल बेसिक इनकम, यूबीआई. यूबीआई क्या है? क्या फीचर क्या है? वन इज अनकंडीशनल ट्रांसफर. अच्छा, इन केस ऑफ लाइक सब्सिडीज, तो इज इट अनकंडीशनल? नो. इफ यू बाय एलपीजी देन मनी विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड योर बैंक अकाउंट. इफ यू वोंट बाय, यू विल नॉट गेट दिस. तो इट इज अनकंडीशनल. मनी विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड एंड व्हाटएवर यू वांट यू कैन डू दैट. तो वन इज अनकंडीशनल. और यूनिवर्सल नाम भी लगा. यूनिवर्सल का मतलब फॉर एवरीबडी. तो मनी विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड इन द अकाउंट ऑफ एवरीबडी. तो यहाँ पे पुअर, नॉन पुअर, बेनिफिशियरी भी देखना, एंड एवरीबडीज अकाउंट. तो अनकंडीशनल हो गया, मतलब यूनिवर्सल तो है ही और अनकंडीशनल है. तो यू कैन डू एनीथिंग एक्चुअली बाय दैट मनी. और थर्ड फीचर है एजेंसी बोलते हैं टेक्निकली. एजेंसी मींस के व्हेन गवर्नमेंट गिव सब्सिडी, तो गवर्नमेंट एक्चुअली you will benefit only when you buy that product. It means that government actually is assuming that you don't have capability to take decisions what is desirable for you. That is why government is deciding. Now here, when government is transferring money in your account, to your function working as an agent, you can take decisions ki what is good for you, what is important for you. So it will actually, second is agency ka matlab, it will increase choice. Consumers choice बढ़ाएगी. So people can take their own decisions. They can act as an agent rather than as subjects. तो जो अभी सब्सिडी गवर्नमेंट देती है, कोई बेनिफिट देती है, तो इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ सब्जेक्ट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी. तो सब्जेक्ट से एजेंट बन जाएंगे, मतलब चॉइस बन जाएगी. तो दीज आर द 3 मेन फीचर्स. अच्छा, एंड इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट नॉट ओनली फॉर जस्ट रिड्यूसिंग पॉवर्टी. लेट्स सपोज अगर इफ मनी विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड इन द अकाउंट ऑफ एवरीबडी विच इज इक्वल टू पॉवर्टी लाइन, तो कैन वी से पॉवर्टी वुड बी एलिमिनेटेड? क्यों नहीं एलिमिनेट हो? पॉवर्टी लाइन, देखिए पॉवर्टी लाइन जो भी है हमारी डेफिनेशन, तो जैसे अभी जो इन्होंने कैलकुलेट की है पर पर्सन पर एनम 7,600 कुछ है. तो अगर 7,600 हर किसी के अकाउंट में पहुंच जाए, तो कैन एवरी पर्सन कैन बाय एटलीस्ट बेसिक एमिनिटीज? यस. तो कैन वी से इफ इट कैन बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड, इट विल एलिमिनेट पॉवर्टी इमीडिएटली? यस और नो? Yes. अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हाउ वी कैन इम्प्लीमेंट. तो बट द थिंग इज दैट कि if money will be equal to poverty line can be transferred to in account of everybody, then poverty would be eliminated. अच्छा, तो इससे it is important for poverty alleviation only? No, it is important for dignity. For because if a person is hungry, you know, person can do anything for that. Apart from that, person will be willing to work even in very harsh conditions at very low wage. Apart from that, invulnerability, person will become vulnerable or not? Yes. And self-control and freedom also. Person will lose freedom, will have to accept any condition, have to. Apart from that, it is psychological, mental and psychological unburdening. Is it important or not? Like if a person is actually, you know, the people who don't have money, if they have to think tomorrow what will I do and from where I will actually arrange food for myself or my family, you know, that is traumatic thing. So person's capability would degrade or not? Yes, and a lot of people are hungry in India still now. You know, significant percentage of population is hungry. So they are actually, can we expect them, can they be mentally sound? They will be sound in the sense they will be contributing to their potential? No. So this is very important. This not only poverty, but it is very important for all overcoming these problems. I'm coming to that point. I'm coming to that. So अभी तो we have just started. So we'll discuss negative में discuss करेंगे. अच्छा, UBI requires every person should have a basic income to cover needs. अच्छा, UBI has three components. I told you: universality, unconditionality, मतलब everybody should be given income, unconditional, no condition attached, and agency by supporting in the form of cash transfers to respect, not dictate recipient choices. मतलब to respect recipient choices rather than to dictate recipient's choices. तो यहाँ पे उसे डिक्टेट नहीं करेगा गवर्नमेंट. अच्छा अच्छा, यूनिवर्सल बेसिक इनकम वाज इनिशियली सपोर्टेड बाय फिलोसोफर फिलिप वैन पारी एंड लॉट ऑफ अदर एक्चुअली फिलोसोफर्स एंड इकोनॉमिस्ट्स सपोर्टेड दिस. अच्छा, बट अच्छा, इज इट समवॉट सिमिलर टू नेगेटिव इनकम टैक्स? यस, नेगेटिव इनकम टैक्स. what is negative income tax? Yes, negative income tax means if you have income beyond this exemption limit, you have to pay tax. If you are having income beyond this, the government will make up this gap. So those people who have above, they have to pay to government, and those people who have below, government will pay to them negative income tax. Now the thing is that is it same as negative income tax? No, negative income tax is given to those people who are not earning even up to a certain limit. So government will pay something, but here government will pay to everybody. Certain amount should be paid to everybody. Clear? So there's a difference in negative income tax. क्योंकि वो कब मिलेगा जब when you file income tax return. If you are earning less than that cut-off limit, then you have to file income tax return. You have to show I have earned only this much, so please give me this much money. But here nothing, no condition. Automatically every month money will be transferred in your account. A given amount will be transferred. So this is different from negative. It is wider or narrower? Much wider than negative income tax. Is it somewhat similar to DBT? Because cash is transferred. So can we say the mode of transfer should be DBT only? Yes or no? So it should be very clear. Yes, exactly it is DBT. Achha, so what are benefits of this UBI? Can we say all benefits of DBT? Yes, सारे benefits हो जाएंगे. So we have discussed already. Huge benefits are there. No leakage, no middleman is there. Targeting, अच्छा यहाँ पे targeting की problem नहीं है, क्योंकि everybody will be covered. तो हालांकि rich people will get, that is not much desirable. So we are coming to that point. Apart from that, जो भी benefits है, delay नहीं होगा. There will be a lot of, actually we have discussed problems. So overconsumption of goods, resource distortion, resource wastage, everything will be checked. Whatever problems of subsidy we have discussed, lot of benefits are there. Administrative costs will reduce. Cost of administrative inefficiency, black marketing, these things will reduce. Actually, consumers' choice will increase. सारे benefit DBT के लिख सकते हो. ये क्या है? Simple word. Can we say it is a big DBT? Yes or no? बड़ा DBT? मतलब DBT क्या है? किसी पर्टिकुलर चीज से लिंक है कि LPG खरीदोगे उस पे सब्सिडी मिल जाएगी, ये खरीदोगे. अब गवर्नमेंट इज डाइवर्टिंग ग्रेजुअली सब्सिडीज टू LPG. तो क्या होगा अगर उसी को अनकंडीशनल करके जितना दे रहे हो डायरेक्ट बिना कंडीशन के दे दो, वही चीज होगी. So it is actually a kind of unconditional and universal DBT. Simple. Clear? अगर मान लीजिए सब्सिडी को, सारी सब्सिडी को रिप्लेस कर दिया जाए DBT से, तो ऑलमोस्ट वही चीज आ जाएगी. Yes or no? तो द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट बेनिफिट जो भी डीबीटी के, ऑल यू कैन पुट हियर. अच्छा, कॉन्सेप्चुअल फिलोसॉफिकल केस फॉर यूबीआई. कॉन्सेप्चुअल केस क्या है? सोशल जस्टिस. यू नो, इट विल एंश्योर सोशल जस्टिस, पॉवर्टी विल बी एलिमिनेटेड. तो वो जनरली वो पॉवर्टी रिडक्शन वी हैव डिस्कस, एजेंसी फंक्शन के लाइक पुअर इन इंडिया हैव बीन ट्रीटेड एज ऑब्जेक्ट्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी. अब वो ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं होंगे बल्कि अनकंडीशनल ट्रांसफर, ट्रीट देम एज एजेंट्स नॉट सब्जेक्ट्स. तो यहाँ पे बाय टेकिंग इंडिविजुअल एंड द हाउसहोल्ड एज अ यूनिट ऑफ बेनिफिशियरी, यूबीआई कैन ऑल्सो एनहेंस एजेंसी स्पेशली फॉर वुमेन विद इन हाउसहोल्ड. इसमें एक वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज मनी विल बी ट्रांसफर इन द अकाउंट ऑफ फैमिली में नहीं जाएगा, यहाँ पे पर्सन के अकाउंट में जाएगा. तो एवरी पर्सन विल गेट मनी. तो विमेन का एम्पावरमेंट के लिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट है. एम्प्लॉयमेंट वुड इट जनरेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट? नो, it will enhance bargaining power of people, because abhi kya hai, people are hungry, so they have to work whatever they get. But then if people basic needs will be met, then still they will be in a better bargaining position. So there's significant exploitation of very poor people in villages especially. So this will check that actually their bargaining power will increase. So they will no longer be forced to work in conditions to accept working conditions just so that they can subsist. So this is very important. Administrative efficiency, because there will not be hurdles, etc. Directly money will be transferred. So administrative efficiency will not be there. Inefficiency will not be there. So these are the benefits, and all benefits of DBT you can put, as we have discussed. Okay. Acha, now conceptual case against UBI. Acha, so whether UBI reduce incentive to work, because when people will get money, so people may think why there's a need to put effort. So it's better. We are getting. So is it true or not? It may happen, but as per the experience of lot of countries, and in India, UNICEF and one NGO Seva, they actually conducted one pilot project in 2 villages in Madhya Pradesh. And what was the outcome? Did it reduce? In India, actually, it was very positive. Rather, when the farmers were assured basic income, so they tried to invest in their own agriculture. They tried to invest more, and their rather income increased. They work rather more. So because their risk taking capacity will increase. So overall, actually, it did not reduce willingness to work in India. As far as in other countries, so in a lot of other countries, such kind of experiments, and they have adopted this kind of thing partially or wholly. So it shows that there is negligible or almost no reduction in willingness to work. Because reason is that this money will not be significant money. पूरे साल में कितना मिलेगा आपको? 7,000. महीने में कितना मिलेगा? करीब आई थिंक 800 रुपए करीब मिलेगा. 800 रुपए महीना में ये थोड़ी है कि आप बहुत कंफर्टेबल लाइफ जियोगे. तो पॉवर्टी लाइन आई टोल्ड यू इज वेरी लो इन इंडिया, एंड इट इज पॉवर्टी लाइन दे हैव टेकन. यहाँ पे जो उन्होंने रिकमेंड भी किया है, दैट इज एज पर सुरेश तेंदुलकर कमेटी, जो कि थोड़ी सी लो है. डेली कितना आता है सुरेश तेंदुलकर? 2011-12 के प्राइसेस पे अर्बन एरियाज में 33 एंड रूरल एरियाज में 27. तो नेशनल एवरेज आ जाएगा करीब 29 रुपी 80 पैसा, 29 रुपी 80 पैसा कुछ आ जाएगा. तो अब 29 रुपी जो है वो 30 रुपी मान लो आप, 30 से कम रहेगा, तो 30 रुपी इज सफिशिएंट. अगर डेली 30 रुपए आपके अकाउंट में आ रहा है, डेली 30 रुपए आएगा, तो सफिशिएंट है, काम नहीं करोगे कोई. तो मतलब नेग्लिजिबल है. तो इट विल नॉट बी अ डिसइंसेंटिव, लेकिन इससे वल्नरेबिलिटी खत्म हो जाएगी. मतलब अब आप सोच रहे हो कि मैं तो इतना खर्च करता हूँ, बट देखो अब इंडिया में जो एज पर वन एनएसएसओ डेटा इन एग्रीकल्चर, आई गिव यू डेटा कि इन इंडिया, इन 17 स्टेट्स इन इंडिया, द मीडियन इनकम ऑफ फार्मर, मतलब एवरेज इनकम समझ लो, मीडियन का मतलब फार्मर्स को हम हाई इनकम से लोड करेंगे, कितनी थी? 20,000 भी नहीं है साल में. अच्छा, 20,000 से भी कम है मीडियन इनकम फार्मर की इंडिया में 17 स्टेट्स में. तो 20,000 का मतलब साल में पर मंथ कितना आ गया? 1600-1700. अब 1600-1700 रुपी मतलब मंथ की इनकम है फार्मर की, तो फैमिली को भी पूरा चलाना है. आप सोचो कितना, ये तो एवरेज पोजीशन है. तो अब डोंट कंपेयर विद योर स्टैंडर्ड कि यहाँ तो 10,000 में एक कमरा मिलता है महीने का, तो उस स्टैंडर्ड से आप नहीं सोच सकते. तो बिकॉज पीपल आर स्टिल हंग्री, दे आर नॉट. अभी आप देखो यहाँ पे भी कितने लोग फुटपाथ पे भी सोते हैं जिनके पास प्रॉपर क्लोथ नहीं है, और गाँव में तो खाना तक भी अभी तक लोगों को नहीं मिल रहा सबको पूरा में. तो ओवरऑल सिचुएशन इज मच वर्स. तो उनके लिए तो काफी यूजफुल है. आपके लिए तो कुछ भी नहीं फर्क पड़ेगा. 30 रुपए आगे क्या फर्क पड़ जाएगा? एक चाय पी पाओगे आप, चाय समोसा हो जाएगा बस, और ज्यादा तो कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा 30 रुपए में डेली. तो कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज नहीं है, लेकिन उसके लिए जो गरीब है उसके लिए तो इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ लाइफ. ओके, तो इंसेंटिव फॉर वर्क रिड्यूस करेगा क्या? वुड इट रिड्यूस? अच्छा, अभी तो फीजिबल, इवन दैट इज वेरी नॉट फीजिबल नाउ करेंटली। दिस जो हम कह रहे हैं 30 रुपया देना, वो भी फीजिबल नहीं है अभी तो गवर्नमेंट के पास, इतना भी नहीं है सारी पॉपुलेशन को इतना दे। 5% ऑफ जीडीपी आएगा, 4.9% ऑफ जीडीपी उसके अकॉर्डिंग कैलकुलेशन। तो इससे वुड इट प्रोवाइड डिसइंसेंटिव टू वर्क? नो। अच्छा, एंड इन मध्य प्रदेश इन दोज स्टडीज के इट वाज समवॉट लोअर देन दैट, पॉवर्टी लाइन से भी कमी दिया था उन्हें, थोड़ा सा कमी दिया था, एक जगह थोड़ा ज्यादा, एक जगह थोड़ा सा कम था, एक जगह उसका ऑलमोस्ट आधा दिया। तो ओवरऑल इट हैज नॉट रिड्यूस एबिलिटी मींस विलिंगनेस टू वर्क। व्हाट द पॉइंट? तो एज पर इंपिरिकल स्टडी दिस द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट कि दिस हैज नॉट हैपेंड। इट मे बी कॉल्ड मॉरल हैजार्ड, मतलब ये मॉरल हैजार्ड इसे कह सकते हैं इस तरह की चीज को। अच्छा, शुड इनकम बी डिटैच फ्रॉम एम्प्लॉयमेंट? अब नाउ ये आता है क्वेश्चन मतलब मॉरलिटी पे, इज इट मॉरल यू आर नॉट वर्किंग, कैन शुड यू टेक मनी फॉर विदाउट एनी वर्क? देखिए, अब इसमें मॉरली जैसे इसमें गांधी जी को लिंक किया है। अच्छा, गांधी जी सेड कि यू नो कि इट इज इमोरल टू गिव एनीबडी एनीथिंग विदाउट वर्क, तो इट इज अगेंस्ट ह्यूमन डिग्निटी, तो nobody should accept anything without work and nobody should pay to that person, so it is against human dignity, so it is against that principle, yes or no? As per Gandhi ji's actually you can say principle ke it is violating his principle, yes, but in economic survey they have written कि you know कि Gandhi ji's ultimate objective you know कि was very much concerned about vulnerable people, and if Gandhi ji knew कि what are issues in this, so certainly Gandhi ji must have conclusion में ये लिखा है he must have supported it, जो लास्ट सेंटेंस ही है कि प्रोबेबली ही मस्ट हैव सपोर्टेड इट, मतलब लास्ट पैरा में एक ही वर्ड लाइन ही लिखी है उन्होंने कि प्रोबेबली गांधी जी मस्ट हैव सपोर्टेड इट, क्योंकि वो गांधी जी हैव क्लियरली रिटन कि दिस इज हाईली इमोरल टू गिव समबडी समथिंग। अच्छा, एक्चुअली ऑन मॉरलिटी ग्राउंड इट इज नॉट डिजायरेबल, बट द थिंग इज दैट हियर सिचुएशन इज द थिंग कि पीपल आर वेरी मच deprived एक्चुअली, तो ओवरऑल इट विल नॉट रिड्यूस दिस। अच्छा, नाउ द थिंग इज दैट एज फार एज दिस इज कंसर्न, लाइक इफ लेट्स सपोज यू विल इनहेरिट प्रॉपर्टी फ्रॉम योर फादर, तो वुड यू get income from that, like you may be having property, rent ही आ रहा होगा, कई लोगों तो लाखों रुपए रेंट आता है, कुछ नहीं कर रहे, तो वो भी तो अर्नड इनकम है, तो what you have done in that? जब रेंट आ रहा है तो उसे नहीं लोगे आप, वो तो आपने अर्न भी किया, तो वो भी तो अर्नड इनकम है, तो उनके लिए रिच के लिए जो है वो अलाउड है, वो सही है, मॉरल है, और गरीब के लिए इमोरल है। वो कितने रिच की कितनी इनकम आती है, कोई बिजनेसमैन का कोई जो भी चिल्ड्रन है उनके पास अर्नड इनकम वो कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे तब भी आती है ऑलरेडी, या इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रखे हैं पहले से उसके इनकम आ रही है, इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है, बहुत सारी तरह की इनकम आती है, तो इज इट रियली इमोरल? नो। अगर इमोरल है तो फिर वो भी बंद कर देना चाहिए, इनहेरिटेंस को खत्म कर देना चाहिए, अगर इमोरल है तो वो ज्यादा इमोरल है इससे भी गॉट द पॉइंट? क्योंकि देयर वाज लॉट ऑफ डिबेट कि वेदर मॉरल ग्राउंड पे सही है नहीं है, लेकिन मॉरलिटी तब आती है जब पेट भरा हो सबसे बड़ी बात है वो, लेकिन मॉरल ग्राउंड पे भी जस्टिफाइड है ऑब्वियसली। जो मैस्लोज नीड ऑफ हायरार्की आपने पढ़ा ही होगा, तो शुड इनकम बी अनकंडीशनल और नो रिगार्ड टू पीपल्स कंट्रीब्यूशन टू सोसाइटी? अब एक और मॉरल क्वेश्चन आता है कि विदाउट कंट्रीब्यूशन टू सोसाइटी सो पीपल शुड गेट समथिंग, तो दे हैव सेड यू नो कि there are usually people contribute, like especially example is for housewives, they contribute so much to work but that is not accounted। अब आप देखोगे कि नेशनल इनकम में शेयर ऑफ विमेन तो बहुत कम है, जबकि उनका हाउस होल्ड वर्क कितना है, 10 टाइम्स ज्यादा करती है मेल से इंडिया में, जो 9.6 टाइम्स ज्यादा है इंडिया में, आज गिव यू डेटा, वर्ल्ड में 3 टाइम्स ज्यादा है और इंडिया में 9.6 टाइम्स मोर देन मेंस वर्क, तो अनपेड वर्क इज नॉट एक्चुअली, और इवन दोज पीपल हु आर अनएम्प्लॉयड, तो वो घर में कुछ काम नहीं करते, बहुत सारे हाउस होल्ड भी तो बहुत काम होते हैं, तो बल्कि उन्हें मान लीजिए घर में देयर मे बी फ्यू पीपल, मे बी 3-4 पीपल, 1 पर्सन मे बी अनएम्प्लॉयड, तो बल्कि कभी कभी होता है वो सबसे ज्यादा काम करता है, क्योंकि हर कोई बता देगा अरे मुझे जॉब जाना, मेरा ही काम है, यू शुड डू दिस थिंग, तो अनपेड वर्क भी होता है, तो वी हैव टू कंसीडर दैट आल्सो, तो ऑन मॉरल ग्राउंड आल्सो इट इज जस्टिफाइड, ओके, तो बट मॉरल तो बाद में आता है अगर नहीं भी जस्टिफाइड होता तो भी आई थिंक वी शुड हैव स्टडीज। अच्छा, तो आर्गुमेंट फेवर एंड अगेंस्ट में ब्रॉडली, तो फेवर में क्या है, पॉवर्टी वल्नरेबिलिटी विल रिड्यूस, यस वी हैव डिस्कस, कॉन्स्पिक्यूअस बट वन नेगेटिव, मतलब डायरेक्ट इसमें कोरिलेशन नहीं है, इट मे प्रमोट कॉन्स्पिक्यूअस कंजम्पशन, हाउस होल्ड स्पेशली मेल मेंबर्स may spend on this additional income on wasteful activities, जैसे लिकर सिगरेट पे खर्च कर देंगे, सोचेंगे फ्री गई तो है पैसा, तो उसका कम होता है. तो is it possible? To some extent. So studies have shown that it is not significant. Yes, to some extent it may increase. अब ये क्योंकि इतना बड़ा अमाउंट नहीं है कि कोई बहुत significant misuse हो इसका, तो overall this possibility is there, but wherever this was implemented, it was not on major scale. It was minor. It may happen. अब अगर ये minor repercussion है तो benefit भी तो बहुत ज्यादा है. No, UBI. This is practical issue. From where we will get money? So one possibility is that we may eliminate subsidy. अभी we are not talking about कि from where. अभी हम वो बांध आएंगे. So when we are saying UBI, we are saying कि subsidy or whatever thing is there, that should remain or may not remain. It hardly matters. Government may transfer money in the account of everybody. बल्कि अभी फंडिंग पे हम डिस्कस करेंगे. तो when we'll discuss funding from where fund will be raised, then we will come to this topic. अच्छा, तो this is may happen, but this is a minor problem, and only few people can do that. And those people who are doing this thing, wasting, so they will suffer. वो किसी और को नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे. सिगरेट कोई पिएगा तो या लिकर परचेज करेगा तो किसे लॉस करेगा? अपना ही तो लॉस करेगा. कोई चाहता है करना तो करे. But why other people should suffer? अच्छा, choice. We have discussed already agent choice. And as I told you, as per economic theory, if same money is given in kind and in cash, which will give more satisfaction in cash, because in cash people have two options, this option and other options. In kind में एक ही option है, तो जहां पे ज्यादा satisfaction मिलेगा, और ये actually भी psychologically. अच्छा, moral hazard का मतलब reduce supply of labor, we have discussed already. तो practically there has not been significant impact, बल्कि इंडिया में तो बढ़ा है और थोड़ा सा marginally बढ़ा है. Better targeting of poor. Targeting, yes. अच्छा, यहाँ पे targeting की जरूरत ही नहीं. अच्छा, अभी देखिए there are 3 errors जो सब्सिडी के हैं. क्या क्या एरर है? एक तो एक्सक्लूजन एरर, इंक्लूजन एरर एंड लीकेजेस. तो व्हाट इज एक्सक्लूजन एरर? क्या पुअर्स आर एक्सक्लूडेड. ठीक है, पुअर को छूट जाते हैं. अभी कुछ पुअर को जैसे उनका कार्ड ही नहीं बनता, वो ले नहीं पाते. अच्छा, अदर इज इंक्लूजन एरर का मतलब है सम वेल ऑफ आर इंक्लूडेड, एंड लीकेज का मतलब है कि वो किसी को नहीं मिलता, वो मिडिल मैन ले जाते हैं. पब्लिक सर्वेंट या जो कोटा होल्डर है ले जाते हैं, वो लीकेज जाता है. तो ये 3 तरह के एरर्स है. इसमें अब कौन सा एरर सॉल्व होगा? एक्सक्लूजन एरर, यस और नो? कोई एक्सक्लूड ही नहीं होगा तो एक्सक्लूजन एरर 0 हो जाएगा. मतलब लेकिन 0 कब होगा? जब सबके पास बैंक अकाउंट हो. ये प्री कंडीशन है इसकी, अकाउंट और आधार होना चाहिए. सेकंड, इंक्लूजन एरर बढ़ जाएगा, फिर तो 60 मतलब 40% उन्होंने मान के चला, अगर लेस वैल्यू है तो वो बढ़ जाएगा इंक्लूजन एरर. अच्छा, उसमें भी कुछ को हम वैल्यू को निकाल सकते हैं. In economic survey, they have suggested that it should not be 100%, it should be 75%. So 75% को population को cater करें, because at least 25% तो जरूरत ही नहीं है. उन्हें अकाउंट में आए नहीं आए कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा? आपके अकाउंट में 30 रुपए का डेली कोई डाल भी दे तो कोई बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ेगा? कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला. तो मतलब 25% से तो बहुत इजीली उनके ऊपर कोई नेग्लिजिबल इंपैक्ट पड़ेगा, तो उसे हटा देना चाहिए. तो यूनिवर्सल कह रहे हैं लेकिन 75% होना चाहिए. और तीसरा एरर जो है लीकेज, दैट विल eliminate because money will be transferred directly. तो इसमें क्या होगा? एक्सक्लूजन. अच्छा, बट विच एक्सक्लूजन एरर विल बी abolished and लीकेज will be abolished. तो क्या बचेगा? बस इंक्लूजन एरर. अच्छा, बट विच इज मोर ड्रास्टिक, इंक्लूजन, एक्सक्लूजन? एक्सक्लूजन देखिए, गरीब भूखा रहेगा वो ज्यादा खराब है. एक रिच को पैसा मिल जाए वो इतना प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. गॉट द पॉइंट? वो तो एक तरह से टैक्स बचा लिया, एक तरह से समझ लो. तो लेकिन तो एक्सक्लूजन एरर विल बी रिमूव्ड. अच्छा, इसके अलावा they have said कि gender disparity induced by cash, because when cash is transferred in account, so male members usually they dominate, so they may actually take that money and may misuse that money. So this possibility will always remain. Perfection is not possible, obviously, but only in few households this problem may be there. Certain percentage of household this problem may be there, but not a major. बल्कि इससे women empowerment would it increase or not? Yes, ज्यादा बढ़ेगा, लेकिन कुछ जगहों पे उसका मिसयूज भी हो सकता है. तो मतलब उनका कार्ड ले लेंगे, खुद निकालेंगे पैसा अकाउंट से या जो भी है, तो ये प्रॉब्लम तो रहेगी. तो अच्छा, इंश्योरेंस अगेंस्ट शॉक्स, तो ऑब्वियसली तो रिस्क शॉक से कम हो जाएगा, तो रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ेगी लोगों की, एंड पीपल बी मोर मेंटली साउंड, मतलब फ्री टू थिंक अबाउट देयर ग्रोथ एंड अबाउट देयर फर्दर. अनदर इज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन. गिवन current status of financial among this poor, UBI may put too much stress on banking system. अच्छा बैंकिंग पे भी और मतलब बैंक पे कैसे? Because actually now in every village bank should be there, so bank have to establish more branches etc. So that may not be viable. यहाँ पे ये प्रॉब्लम है कि all bank branches may not be viable, जैसे रूरल एरियाज etc. तो वो प्रेशर आ सकता है, बट नॉट अ मेजर इशू. इसमें उन्होंने ये लिखा है कि ये इट विल रादर प्रमोट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. व्हाई? बिकॉज व्हेन ट्रांजैक्शंस विल इंक्रीज देन फिक्स कॉस्ट, देयर आर टू टाइप ऑफ कॉस्ट, फिक्स कॉस्ट एंड वेरिएबल कॉस्ट. तो फिक्स कॉस्ट विल रिड्यूस, मतलब एवरेज फिक्स कॉस्ट विल रिड्यूस, क्योंकि फिक्स तो करनी है. अब अगर यूजर ज्यादा होंगे तो एवरेज कम हो जाती है, तो यूजर ज्यादा हो जाएंगे, एवरीबॉडी विल बी यूजिंग बैंकिंग ट्रांजैक्शन चैनल्स, तो देन एवरेज कॉस्ट विल रिड्यूस. अच्छा, इंप्रूवमेंट इन फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, तो ऑब्वियसली एवरीबॉडी वुड हैव बैंक अकाउंट, तो उससे तो हो गई. फिस्कल कॉस्ट गिवन पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी ऑफ एग्जिट. अच्छा, यहाँ पे फिस्कल कॉस्ट गिवन पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी ऑफ एग्जिट, तो फिस्कल कॉस्ट का मतलब क्या हुआ? वंस इट रिड्यूस इट मे बिकम डिफिकल्ट फॉर गवर्नमेंट टू वाइंड अप यूबीआई. अब ये एक बहुत बड़ा ये, इफ इट मे बी अ फेलियर प्रैक्टिकली ड्यू टू एनी रीजन, देन गवर्नमेंट कैन नॉट विथड्रॉ फ्रॉम दिस. जैसे कि एग्जांपल, लाइक फिस्कल स्टिमुलस वाज गिवन बाय यूपीए गवर्नमेंट इन 2009, देन वाज इट पॉसिबल टू विथड्रॉ? तो उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम हुई वहां पे 13-14 में, तो एग्जिट नहीं हो पाएगी गवर्नमेंट. तो मतलब बट ये कि आई डोंट थिंक देयर विल बी अ नीड फॉर एग्जिट. अभी प्रॉब्लम ये कि एंटर होना ही मुश्किल है, बिकॉज अकाउंट चाहिए, आधार इज रिक्वायर्ड. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट इज साइकोलॉजिकल बेनिफिट्स व्हिच वी डिस्कस. अनदर इज पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी, आइडिया फॉर सेल्फ एक्सक्लूजन. Opposition may arise from provision of the transfer to rich individuals, as it might seem to from the idea of inquiry the state welfare for the poor. So is it desirable to provide 100% होना चाहिए या नहीं? क्योंकि 100 तो नहीं होना चाहिए obviously, और in that they have said 75%, but I think that will be okay. 75 के around, that is seems to be general, because nobody will be excluded. Administrative efficiency, obviously we have discussed, because directly money is transferred, so various government has to invest huge money for administrative infrastructure. Exposure to market risk. Yes, one main thing is that when government is giving wheat at 2 rupee per kg, then you know you can buy it 2 rupee. Now government is transferring a given amount in your account, तो daily वाली 30 rupee आ रहा है, तो अब उसमें महंगा चीज हो गई, तो then अगर food inflation हो गया, then it will be difficult for people to, तो there is a solution for that. It may be indexed with inflation. Inflation से index कर दो, और in that index you should give more weightage to essential items like food items, क्योंकि poor वो ज्यादा खरीदते हैं, तो inflation indexation हो सकता है solution इसका. Got the point? अच्छा, तो overall if we have discussed pros and cons, तो overall it seems desirable or not? Yes. There cannot be anything which is perfect, so there may be some issues, जैसे जो हमने देखा women वाला कि they can take this money, या कुछ मतलब male members may spend on liquor etc. So this may happen. अच्छा, studies on UBI I told you already, in various countries actually this where cash transfer from between 4% to 20% of household consumption find no significant reduction in labor cost. अच्छा, no significant का मतलब है कहीं पे था नहीं, कहीं पे बिल्कुल नहीं, कहीं पे minor था, कहीं बिल्कुल नहीं था. अच्छा, इंडिया में in मध्य प्रदेश I told you rather there was some increase in labor supply, especially for their own work, and risk taking capacity increased. So overall actually this has not happened. This is the most important actually concern which has not happened. अच्छा, now why universalize? So misallocation of resources. अच्छा, they have given that diagram, I told you already, कि in those states where most poor are there, the allocation is there more fund deficiency in those states. अच्छा, apart from that, even in Manrega, अच्छा, in these 6 schemes, अच्छा, in 6 top schemes like प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना, सर्व शिक्षा अभियान, मिड डे मील स्कीम, पीएम ग्राम सड़क योजना, मनरेगा and स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, allotted 20 to 39% of the total funds to the backward districts, which account for 40% of population. In the 6 major scheme of government, where 40% of people poor are there, so at least 40% allocation should be there, but allocation is from 20 to 39. So this also shows misallocation of funds currently. Achha, exclusion of genuine beneficiaries we have discussed already. Achha, how can UBI overcome these issues? Misallocation to district, तो यहाँ पे तो person है, so there will not be any issue of misallocation. Money will be transferred. Out of system leakage, there will not be any leakage. Insurance against risk we have discussed already. Improve financial inclusion. Achha, financial inclusion will improve in 2 ways. One thing is that when financial transactions will increase, then even rural branches will become viable. One thing, because the average fixed cost will come down technically. Second thing is that studies have shown that once people's income increase beyond a certain limit, then their access to formal credit increases significantly. Beyond a threshold, significant increase hoti hai. So they have given actually diagram. I have not taken that diagram here. So when your income of people will increase beyond a certain level, then access to formal credit will increase. So there are a lot of studies on that. So access to formal credit increase का मतलब है कि the poor people will be safe from clutches of money lenders. तो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन दो सेंस में बढ़ेगा. एक तो फॉर फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी, वाइबिलिटी आ जाएगी, एंड सेकंड इज दैट कि एक्सेस टू क्रेडिट, इंस्टीट्यूशनल क्रेडिट विल इंक्रीज. सो दैट इज अनदर एडिशनल बेनिफिट ऑफ दिस. अच्छा, द वे अहेड. नाउ पॉवर्टी रिडक्शन एंड इलस्ट्रेटिव फिस्कल कॉस्ट कैलकुलेशंस. तो नाउ व्हाट इज फिस्कल कॉस्ट? अब फिस्कल कॉस्ट जो है, तो दे हैव एस्टिमेटेड कि वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड हाउ मच मनी ऑन द बेस ऑफ पॉवर्टी लाइन. व्हिच पॉवर्टी लाइन गवर्नमेंट इज फॉलोइंग नाउ? सुरेश तेंदुलकर कमेटी. I told you already poverty line कितना आएगा, around less than 30 रुपये आएगा. अच्छा, they said कि practically it will be very difficult to reduce poverty to zero. तो poverty कितना करना है? करीब 0.45% करना है, मतलब 0.5% point poverty reduce करेंगे, क्योंकि because 100% achieve करने में diminishing returns आते हैं, then we need much more money. तो the target will be 0.5% poverty करनी, मतलब 0.45% poverty line. अच्छा, then 11-12 consumption के according जो है एज पर तेंदुलकर पॉवर्टी लाइन, तो कितनी आएगी? अराउंड 29 रुपी 80 पैसा करीब आएगी. एंड इफ यू मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 30 डेज पर मंथ, तो 893 रुपीज आएगी, मतलब पर मंथ. पॉवर्टी जो रेशियो, पॉवर्टी लाइन नहीं, पॉवर्टी रेशियो अभी 22 से कम करके इतना करना है, हाफ से भी कम करना है, जीरो नहीं करना, क्योंकि जीरो करने में हमेशा डिमिनिशिंग रिटर्न्स आते हैं, तो कॉस्ट बहुत बढ़ जाएगी अगर जीरो करने का टारगेट रखेंगे. तो बट अगर पॉवर्टी मतलब लेस देन 0.5% होती है, तो विल बी डिजायरेबल. मतलब एटलीस्ट हम इतना तो इनिशियल टारगेट उन्होंने बताया. देखिए, अभी 100% तो अचीव वो नहीं कर सकते, अभी तो इसमें ही प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि डिमिनिशिंग रिटर्न्स है. इफ यू वांट टू एलिमिनेट पॉवर्टी, 0% पॉवर्टी रेशियो करना है, देन फंड रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ जाएगी काफी. अच्छा, तो पॉवर्टी जो लाइन के साथ पर मंथ कितना आ रहा है? 893. अच्छा, इसे 893 हम इसे अगर मल्टीप्लाई कर देंगे 365 से, तो वो ईयर का आ जाएगा, कितना आ जाएगा? 5400. बट अब ये कब के प्राइस पे है? 11-12 के प्राइस से. लेकिन इसे इन्फ्लेशन इंडेक्स करना पड़ेगा, तो ऑन द बेस ऑफ सीपीआई इन्फ्लेशन हमें लेना पड़ेगा. देन ऑलमोस्ट 35% कॉस्ट बढ़ गई है तब से. आई टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी दिस थिंग. तो कितना हो जाएगा ये? 7620. तो नाउ अभी at this 16-17 prices it yields 7620 per annum per person. तो मतलब per annum per person जो है कितना आएगा? 7600. तो you should have rough idea about this कि as per सुरेश तेंदुलकर कमेटी जो हम उसमें पर इंडिविजुअल जो आएगा आज के डेट में, मतलब 16-17 के प्राइसेस पर, वो करीब 7600 आएगा. अच्छा, तो this much money have to be transferred. अब now if we have to calculate कि तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? this much multiply by पॉपुलेशन. अब कवरेज कितना रखा है? 75% पॉपुलेशन. तो 75% पॉपुलेशन को हम वो रखा है. अच्छा, सो टारगेट इज क्वासी यूनिवर्सल रेट ऑफ 75%. तो नॉट यूनिवर्सल बट क्वासी यूनिवर्सल. उसकी कॉस्ट कितनी आएगी? 4.9% ऑफ जीडीपी कॉस्ट आएगी. अच्छा, बट even they have mentioned one more thing, although I have not mentioned here. They have said कि we are talking about the income of the marginal poor at the price of 11-12. तो income of poor must have increased. तो अगर इनकम बढ़ गई होगी, then we need this much money or lesser money. तो उसके हिसाब से 4.2 करीब आएगी कॉस्ट. लेकिन ओवरऑल 4.9 ही उन्होंने बोला है, मतलब अराउंड 5% हमें चाहिए. उसे हम इग्नोर कर दिया उन्होंने कि उसकी इनकम नहीं बढ़ी है. तो मतलब एटलीस्ट मतलब 4.2 से लेके 4.9 के बीच में होनी चाहिए. अच्छा, देन दे हैव गिवन दिस आइडिया के हियर दिस डायग्राम शोज यूनिवर्सल बेसिक इनकम इन रुपीज, मतलब 2000 5000. तो हमें कहां रखना है? 7000. अच्छा, तो दिस इज रेड शोज व्हाट? फिस्कल कॉस्ट. अच्छा, मोर वी हैव टू पे मोर कॉस्ट. जब ज्यादा अगर हम इनकम देंगे, ट्रांसफर करेंगे पर एनम, तो कॉस्ट तो बढ़ती चली जाएगी. क्लियर? तो अगर हम जैसे 7000 करीब यहाँ पे आएगा 7600, तो कॉस्ट कितनी होगी? कितना परसेंट ऑफ जीडीपी? 4.9% आ जाएगी. व्हाट द पॉइंट? अगर हम कितना दे रहे हैं? हम 7600 कहां पर आएगा? 7600 यहाँ पर आएगा. यहाँ पे हम इसे निकालेंगे तो कितनी आएगी? 4.9. इस तरह से कैलकुलेट किया। अच्छा, अब उसमें ये दिस ब्लू लाइन शोज व्हाट, पॉवर्टी रेशियो। अच्छा, मोर अमाउंट विल बी ट्रांसफर्ड, द इनकम विल, पॉवर्टी रेशियो विल कीप ऑन डिक्लाइनिंग। तो इतने पे जीरो नहीं होगा, लेकिन 0.45 करीब हो जाएगा। अच्छा, बिकॉज जीरो की कॉस्ट बहुत बढ़ जाएगी, जीरो करने के लिए बहुत कॉस्ट बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। एक्चुअली तो जीरो यहां जाके होगा और वहां पे कॉस्ट बहुत बढ़ जाएगी, ऑलमोस्ट 8% करीब हो जाएगी। तो दे हैव सेड कि द बेटर थिंग दैट कि वी शुड टारगेट 75, मतलब जो 75% पीपल शुड बी टारगेटेड एंड पॉवर्टी टू बी रिड्यूस टू लेस देन हाफ। गॉट द ब्रॉड आइडिया? जितना ज्यादा इनकम होगी पॉवर्टी रेशियो कम होगा, लेकिन कॉस्ट बढ़ती चली जाएगी, फिस्कल कॉस्ट। अच्छा, तो इनिशियली दे हैव सजेस्टेड कि दिस विल बी ओके, कि हम इतना टारगेट लेके चले और 4.9% ऑफ जीडीपी पर पैसा चाहिए। अब तो दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट प्रॉब्लम हियर इज दैट कि फ्रॉम वेयर गवर्नमेंट विल गेट मनी। ठीक है तो बहुत अच्छा, सबके पास ट्रांसफर पैसा कर दो, पॉवर्टी खत्म, यस और नो? अब इसमें दो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। पहली बात, पैसा कहां से आएगा अकाउंट में। दूसरा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अकाउंट भी तो चाहिए, आधार भी चाहिए। तो दो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अब नाउ फर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम इज दैट कि फंडिंग। तो फंडिंग दे हैव एस्टिमेटेड कि करेंटली about 1% subsidies are there which are meant only for middle class and rich people. जैसे कि रेलवे वाली सब्सिडी मोस्टली रिच के लिए है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट रेलवे के अलावा जैसे एयर जो एविएशन टर्बाइन फ्यूल, इसके अलावा जो फ्यूल दिस रेलवे सब्सिडीज और एलपीजी सब्सिडीज एंड लॉट ऑफ अदर सब्सिडीज ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आल्सो, दे आर मेजर पार्ट व्हिच आर गिवन टू मींस मिडिल एंड अपर क्लास। तो एटलीस्ट 1% तो प्योर उनकी है जो कि गरीब को मिल ही नहीं रही, जो मिल ही नहीं रही बिल्कुल भी। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, इसके अलावा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की और जो सब्सिडी देखेंगे जैसे फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी एटसेट्रा, जो भी जिसका मेजर पार्ट भी रिच को ही जा रहा है, वो करीब 2% करीब वो आती है। ये तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की है। अच्छा, इफ वी टॉक अबाउट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट देन 6.9%। अच्छा, व्हाइल स्टेट सब्सिडीज अमाउंट टू दिस मच 6.9% ऑफ जीडीपी। तो ह्यूज सब्सिडीज आर बीइंग गिवन। अगर हम टोटल कर ले तो 1 + 2 और +7 ऑलमोस्ट 10% सब्सिडी आ रही है ओवरऑल, इम्प्लिसिट एक्सप्रेशन सारी मिला के, सेंटर स्टेट की सब मिला के। अच्छा, हियर रिक्वायरमेंट कितनी है? 5% की रिक्वायरमेंट है, लेस देन 5 की। तो ऑलमोस्ट 10% तो ओवरऑल इम्प्लिसिट एक्सप्रेशन सारा मिला के सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं। तो इट मे बी फीजिबल और नॉट। यस। अच्छा, वन मोर ऑप्शन, गवर्नमेंट भी स्टार्ट विद लेसर आल्सो। अब उसमें ऑप्शन भी है कि इफ मनी इज नॉट देयर तो गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करना चाहिए। देयर आर टू ऑप्शंस, डी जूरी यूनिवर्सल, डी फैक्टो क्वासी यूनिवर्सल। डी जूरी का मतलब है एज पर लॉ एंड डी फैक्टो मतलब इफेक्टिवली, एक्चुअली। तो एज पर लॉ हम यूनिवर्सल कह रहे हैं इसे, लेकिन इफेक्टिवली जो है वो 75% को कवर करेंगे। तो 75% को कवर करें। अच्छा, नाउ हाउ टू आइडेंटिफाई 75% पीपल, कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करें? उसके लिए दे हैव गिवन 4 ऑप्शंस। वन इज दैट डिफाइन द नॉन डिजर्विंग बेस्ड ऑन ओनरशिप। अच्छा, हियर व्हाट विल बी द डिफरेंस? राइट नाउ इन करंट पॉवर्टी एलिवेशन प्रोग्राम वी सी कि विच पीपल हैव टू बी इंक्लूडेड। अभी हम देखते हैं किसे इंक्लूड करना है, कौन गरीब है। फिर यहाँ पे देखेंगे गरीब नहीं देखेंगे, लेकिन कौन वेल ऑफ है उसे हटाना है। तो एक्सक्लूजन को देखना पड़ेगा हमें, किसे एक्सक्लूड करना है। अच्छा, डिफाइन द क्राइटेरिया, जैसे कि ओनरशिप ऑफ मान लिए व्हीकल्स है, एसी है या ऑटोमोबाइल्स है या बैंक बैलेंस अबव दिस, तो उसे एक्सक्लूड कर सकते। बहुत इजी क्राइटेरिया एक्सक्लूड करने के लिए। अडॉप्ट गिव इट अप अप्रोच जस्ट लाइक एलपीजी में। तो मतलब वेल ऑफ पीपल से कि वी नीड नॉट रिक्वायर। अब 30 रुपए लेके भी क्या करेंगे घर, मतलब डेली अगर अकाउंट में नहीं भी आएगा तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा। काफी लोग आई थिंक 10% तो खुद ही मना कर देंगे एटलीस्ट इसके लिए। अच्छा, इंट्रोड्यूस अ सिस्टम ऑफ लिस्ट ऑफ यूबीआई बेनिफिशियरीज पब्लिकली डिस्प्लेड। दिस वुड नेम एंड शेम द रिच हु चूज टू ऑफ। तो उसमें लिस्ट पब्लिकली डिस्प्ले कर दो। अगर कोई पैसे लेगा तो उसका जो होगा थोड़ा सा शेमफुल करेगा कि जो इतना रिच है और ये ले रहा है, सब लोग उसे कहेंगे। तो 30 रुपए मिल रहे हैं, उसकी वजह से भी बदनामी हो रही है, तो लोग सोचेंगे छोड़ दो। तो एक ये ऑप्शन हो सकता है। चौथा इन्होंने कहा कि सेल्फ टारगेटिंग, मतलब ये कैसे सेलेक्ट करेंगे। सेल्फ टारगेटिंग का मतलब है मेक इट समवॉट डिफिकल्ट कि पीपल हैव टू गो टू ऑफिस एटसेट्रा फॉर वेरिफिकेशन एटसेट्रा। सो रिच पीपल नॉट गो। वो सोचिए 30 रुपए की वजह से इतना लाइन में लगो जाके परेशान हो, तो वो अपने आप ही नहीं जाएंगे। बिकॉज मार्जिनल कॉस्ट इज मोर फॉर, मार्जिनल कॉस्ट ऑफ टाइम इज मोर फॉर रिच। टाइम की वैल्यू उनके लिए ज्यादा है, तो क्योंकि उनकी अर्निंग ज्यादा है। अच्छा, तो एक तो ये है कि हम क्वेसी यूनिवर्सल करें और उसके लिए कैसे सेलेक्ट करें बेनिफिशियरी को। 4 ऑप्शन दिए उन्होंने। अच्छा, ये प्रैक्टिकली वैसे फीजिबल है नहीं है, मतलब है काफी हद तक। गिव इट आउट वाला भी काफी यूजफुल है, मिक्स भी कर सकते हैं ना। कुछ को गवर्नमेंट हटा दे, कुछ को कहते जो हटना चाहे अपने आप मना कर दे, तो उसमें भी काफी लोग मना कर देते इसके लिए। अच्छा, gradualism. Second है approach कि gradually we shall implement it. Like पहले what are options? अच्छा, one is choice to persuade to establish the principle of replacement, not additionality. So one is that कि government may give option to people कि either you shall keep on taking LPG subsidy or this subsidy, or in place of that you give up that, we will give you cash. So people should be given choice. एक ऑप्शन ही हो सकता है. तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि it will not increase cost, additional burden नहीं बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि उसकी जगह पे आपको कैश दे देंगे, मतलब चॉइस दे देंगे कि या तो आप फूड ले लो या कैश ले लो, तो एडिशनल बर्डन नहीं बढ़ेगा. बट एंड इससे देयर विल बी वन मोर बेनिफिट, कि बेनिफिट विल बी दैट कि देन द सप्लायर्स ऑफ पीडीएस एटसेट्रा दे विल बी मोर sensitive. Why? Because most of the people, then if they will not be supplying, then people will switch over. They will say at least we'll get some money. This person is not supplying better quality of grains, etc. Then usse they will improve also. अच्छा, तो one possibility is this कि मतलब choice government दे दे. But practical issue आएगा मतलब यहाँ पे कि choice का मतलब कि which person will take this route and this person will take physical subsidy. Second is UBI for women. मतलब women को दोगे तो क्या होगा, half वैसी हो जाएगी. अगर उसमें let's suppose if it is confined to women, तो half population को होगा. It will promote women empowerment and women are generally more vulnerable. तो that is even government may include children also. थोड़ा budget अगर बढ़ाना है तो children भी include हो सकते हैं. तो one option is this, it should be given to women only initially to begin with. UBI for another is universalized across groups. मतलब on to vulnerable groups sections like widows, old age, means divyang, मतलब disabled person can be included in this. So initially vulnerable section को include कर ले. और next is UBI in urban area, because in urban area banking services are better, so government may initiate with urban area, then later extend. But in urban area people are less vulnerable, they are less dependent, so it will benefit less. So these are possibilities के if not immediately we can start it gradually. तो ये चार ऑप्शन दिए इन्होंने. एक मतलब चॉइस दे दी जाए, बाकी विमेन को या स्पेसिफिक ग्रुप्स को या स्पेसिफिक एरिया जैसे अर्बन एरिया में implement कर लिया जाए. तो these are actually possibilities. नहीं, चॉइस का मतलब है कि instead of that subsidy you will get, like instead of food subsidy you will get DBT. नहीं, दोनों के लिए नहीं, आपको फिर फूड सब्सिडी नहीं मिलेगी ना, उसके बजाय कैश मिल जाएगा. नहीं, ज्यादा कॉस्ट नहीं होगी ना. ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट इफ गवर्नमेंट इज ट्रांसफरिंग मनी इन योर अकाउंट, तो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट तो बहुत नेग्लिजिबल ही है उसमें, कि ओनली मनी हैज टू बी ट्रांसफर्ड. जो भी बेनिफिशियरी की लिस्ट आई उनके अकाउंट में मनी ट्रांसफर होना है बस. अच्छा, तो दीज आर ऑप्शन. अब नाउ व्हाट आर प्रीरिक्विजिट्स? वन इज जेम, जनधन आधार मोबाइल, इट इज मस्ट, क्योंकि डीबीटी के थ्रू ही होगा. एंड व्हाटएवर इज प्रीरिक्विजिट फॉर डीबीटी दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड हियर. एक तो ये है, और दूसरा मतलब डीबीटी का मतलब आधार एंड बैंक अकाउंट. अच्छा, अभी सिचुएशन क्या है कि नाउ अबाउट वन आधार कितने लोगों के पास है, कितना परसेंट पॉपुलेशन में? हाँ, ऑलमोस्ट 90% के पास आधार हो चुका है. तो मतलब ये इट इज नॉट अ मेजर इशू. ठीक है, तो अभी मे बी इन द 1 ईयर एट द मोस्ट 2 इयर्स के अंदर एवरीबडी विल बी हैविंग आधार. सेकंड इज बैंक अकाउंट. बैंक अकाउंट अभी ज्यादा है, कम है? अभी कम है. अगर हम इंडिविजुअल्स का देखेंगे तो 1/3 पीपल डोंट हैव बैंक अकाउंट, 1/3. तो अभी इसमें थोड़ा सा टाइम और लग सकता है फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में. तो मे बी एट द मोस्ट विद इन 2 or 3 years वी कैन अचीव दिस. And center-state negotiations also. अच्छा, one more thing is that कि you know कि states are giving rather more subsidies overall. तो state में share burden. तो center will negotiate with the state कि instead of providing this money, you should also share, just like in case of centrally sponsored schemes. So it should be initiated as a centrally sponsored scheme rather than a central sector scheme. So state should may also bear a burden. अच्छा, now finally in conclusion what they have said is, as it appears to be the case, the thinkers on both the extreme left and right have all become its votaries. Then UBI is a powerful idea whose time, even if not ripe for implementation, is ripe for serious discussion. So now it is, even if the time is not for implementing it, but at least we should deliberate, we should think what benefit could it provide, or in future we can adopt this or not. So overall, finally, is it desirable or not? This is all in this chapter. So obviously it is very, the benefits are huge actually. And the only thing is that it needs some preparation. Should we adopt it now? No. So what is the practical solution? Can you give me what is practical solution? The practical solution is that, which is best practical solution? Achha, government is moving in this direction. How? DBT, एक्चुअली DBT इसी की डायरेक्शन में तो है. अब DBT अगर बढ़ जाता है, लेट्स सपोज ऑलमोस्ट ऑल सब्सिडीज आर रिप्लेस्ड बाय और वेलफेयर पेमेंट्स आर रिप्लेस्ड बाय DBT, तो क्या होगा? ऑलमोस्ट वही हो जाएगा. तो द बेस्ट थिंग इज दैट के ग्रेजुअलिज्म इज आई थिंक बेस्ट. गवर्नमेंट शुड ट्राई टू रिप्लेस, व्हाट शुड बी प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशन? द गवर्नमेंट शुड ट्राई टू रिप्लेस ऑलमोस्ट ऑल सब्सिडीज एंड वेलफेयर पेमेंट्स बाय DBT. So probably, as I told you, within 2 to 3 years at the most, everybody would be having bank account and Aadhaar. So practical feasibility will not be the issue. Now, once all subsidies and welfare payment, maybe in 3 years, 2 or 3 years, will be replaced by DBT, then you know कि the marginal cost, because फिर तो क्या होगा कि you are giving subsidy in the name of linking a product और unlink करके दे तो बात वही पड़ेगी. तो right now, if government would withdraw कि subsidize food and will give cash, then it will pinch people. But once government is already giving cash, the government has to just adjust the amount of cash. And if government will say it is unconditional, rather than you have to buy the product, so that people certainly would be happy. So overall, you know, can we say it is a huge potential to eliminate poverty? Yes. So if probably within 3 years, I think if practically government will try to gradually move in this direction of GEM and increasing this, and probably after maybe 2 or 3 years or 4 years, then I think government should replace it by DBT. So you know, poverty will be eliminated in one stroke. Yes or no? Yes. And overall benefits are huge actually. As far as theoretical issues are concerned, we have discussed those issues. So obviously those are not very substantial to actually counter this. So overall, certainly it is very important. So they have actually analyzed this in the context of Gandhiji's means saying that nobody should get this work with money without work. But overall, what his motto to enhance the self-worth of person's psychological well-being. So that is crucial for that. So that is why it is written that Gandhiji must have endorsed. Achha, even not in India, you know, where we are having maximum number of ports in the world, even developed countries are talking about that. Why? What is the reason? Achha? Why developed countries are talking about UBI? Why developed countries are talking about UBI? Yes? No, reason is that people will devote time for innovation. Everybody don't work for innovation. What is main reason? Not exactly that. What is the main reason why people are demanding UBI? The reason is that unemployment is also a concern in developed countries, because because of increasing globalization, they are threatening from immigration. Like in UK, you have discussed, in UK, why it's separated from this, because immigration issue was most important. In America, that issue is there. One reason is that because of immigration, etc., more integration. Second issue is that because of mechanization, this technological unemployment is also happening. So there is some threat in future, more mechanization may reduce job, more inflow of labor, like when gradually norms of visa, etc., will be liberalized, then the jobs may be threatened. So this is the reason those people who means then at least some basic thing will be there, so that people should not worry even if I lose job, then what will happen. So this is the reason, concern for development. If developed countries are deliberating over that, and even some developed countries have started this also, so don't you think it is important for us? Yes. So any doubt in this? No, it will not create inflation. The thing is that right now 2 prices are there. In one price where what you are getting wheat from, let's suppose, or rice from PDS shop, other is market price. Then there will be only market price. Now overall, you know, just like you can say it may have some minor impact on food inflation, just like Manrega had. Because of Manrega, you know, the people who are unemployed, they got income, though they increase demand of food. So to some extent, it may increase food prices. But I think that minor food inflation certainly will be much better than hunger. Obviously. No, but not money supply as such. So overall, the money which was given in the form of subsidy indirectly, that will be, a part will be replaced. Because government is not going to print money to, yes. Obviously, some subsidies have to be replaced. No? And one more thing, you know, right now, if government is giving in kind subsidy, the product subsidy, if government will replace that, then you will know. If already that is replaced by DBT, then it hardly matters it is you are getting money through subsidy as per earlier regime or through UBI, then distinction will become very blurred. Once all subsidies and welfare payments will be replaced by DBT, then the distinction between the current subsidy regime and that, the government have to see the additional cost only. So overall, it is expected to increase food inflation marginally. The reason is that because some less well-off people will get money, so they will be increasing their consumption. Just like high protein foods inflation was there earlier, to some extent it may happen. But that is one rather very minor drawback. Benefits are huge. And rather it is the most important success of Manrega, it lead to food inflation. Because at least people, actually most vulnerable people benefited from that. Achha, now you may think of that ke, why to give to everybody. So obviously you know 100% to I don't think ke, even from when I thought of in the very first time ke 100% what is logic ke rich people will get money, what you people will do for this. So obviously what is for us it is nothing actually, it is negligible. 30 rupees per day kya hai? It is insignificant. So why we should take and put burden on government? So there is no logic. But the thing is that you know ki in India 75% population is actually not much well off. Not much well off. So obviously, I think if 75, now 75 is not a limit. It may be 70, 65%. Like in this case of this PDS, when coverage of PDS increased to now in this National Food Security Act, 67%, 2/3 population is covered. So exclusion errors have reduced. There are reports that exclusion errors. So earlier the people who were excluded, they are included. So here exclusion error is very serious. So that will be included. Now 75% not a rigid line. Government will start with 2/3 population, 67%. That will also work. But at least 67, I think, should be there. Because that population, 2/3 population is vulnerable. Like subsidy, if subsidy will be removed, then but the thing is that airfares might increase. So who will benefit by that? So like under Udan, the airfare will reduce for middle class, upper middle class. So what is more important, upper middle class or lower class? Or what is more important? So, but the thing is that what is more important? Is it more important for a person, a middle class person, to fly to Delhi or other big city, or a very poor person to get food? What is more important? You are right. You are right. First of all, priorities should be clear. Achha, one thing is that, and second thing is that entire subsidy need not be abolished. Right now, almost 10% subsidies are there, center state overall. So 9 to 10% subsidies are there, implicit, explicit. So it will not lead to abolition subsidy. यहाँ पे 5% ही चाहिए, आधा ही चाहिए उसे. और उसमें leakages will be substantially plugged actually. So overall the benefits will be huge. मतलब इसका जो subsidy जो आधी होगी ना, उसका benefit आधा नहीं मिलेगा, 4-5 times ज़्यादा मिलेगा इसका benefit, क्योंकि leakages etc. choice बढ़ेगी, certainty आएगी, तो there will be significant benefit. मतलब एक जब no, all subsidies won't be abolished. Achha, the price will increase, so government is giving money also. No? Government is also giving money. Earlier, government was giving that money to company and you were buying. Now, government is giving money in your account and you are buying that. But subsidy will not eliminate, and government need not require to eliminate subsidy. Achha, and apart from that, the thing is that I told you there's a good news. Our tax GDP ratio is very low. That is good news. Why? Because there's significant scope of increasing it. Like GST and lot of tax reform, they're expected to increase that. At least 1-2% point बढ़ सकती है 2-3-4 साल में. तो 1-2% तो वहां से ही आ जाएगा. What the point? कुछ यहाँ से कट हो जाएगा. But इसके benefits तो बहुत huge है ना. And subsidies जो खत्म होगी, कम होगी कुछ, तो वो आपको कंपनी को ना दे के आपको दे रही है. तो that route will change. तो replacing food subsidy, yes. Food subsidy, I told you, because reason is that there are a lot of issues in case of poor cities. But here, यहाँ पे level इसका बड़ा है ना. Government is giving money to in account of everybody. So much accounts a person can buy all basic amenities. So I told you कि yes, food subsidy should not be eliminated right now, but here the size of this will be significant. So the vulnerability regarding especially food will be rare if it will be abolished. And one more thing here, when it is abolished, it will be adopted. It doesn't mean that all subsidies will be eliminated. Government maintain PDS. Which thing? State government provides subsidy to companies or directly to people, just like central government provides this. So if state will also contribute to something, then it will become much feasible for government. So probably, but the thing is that the best route is that right now there is no question that we should think shall we adopt it now or no. Should we think about this? Shall we adopt it now or not? It's very clear. There is no logic in that. Achha, if we want to implement it, we have to increase bank account, Aadhaar, GEM, and then we have to replace subsidies and welfare payment by DBT, which government is already doing. So we are already moving in this direction. और जब ज्यादा सारी सब्सिडी रिप्लेस हो जाएंगी तो फिर उसे यूबीआई में कब बदल जाएगा पता भी नहीं चलेगा लोगों को, क्योंकि वो तो कैश ही तो आ रहा है अकाउंट में, वो बस अनकंडीशनल हो गया, कवरेज थोड़ा सा बढ़ गया, अमाउंट थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट हो जाएगा बस. Yes, here what is one benefit is that right now subsidies are based on household unit पे बेचते हैं, फिर इंडिविजुअल होगा तो that will also increase individual liberty. अभी इंडिया में ये भी बहुत बड़ा साइकोलॉजिकल वो पेरेंटल सोसाइटी है, तो इवन द पीपल हु आर इवन मच एजेड तो फादर से पूछ के डिसीजन लेते हैं. यस, तो ये साइकोलॉजिकल studies have said that it is a very important you can say negative aspect actually, because even the people who are 50 years old, अगर उनके फादर है 70 year के तो वो फादर ही बताएंगे क्या करना है. तो ये this is, तो decision making power, entrepreneurship चीजें कम हो जाती है. तो rather parents should give more liberty to children to take independent decisions.
Created some assets also which will improve the employment capitalism. So rather by working days
Manrega, it has nothing to do with Manrega. We are not talking about, we are talking about subsidy and welfare payment. Manrega is not a subsidy, it is not a welfare payment. That will remain as such. It cannot substitute Manrega. What the point? So we are talking about subsidy, in that Manrega is not included. When we said that subsidy should be reduced, so Manrega is a scheme for actually means employment generation and even rural infrastructure development. So it will not eliminate this Bharat means Gram Sadak Yojana or Manrega. That is different. We are talking about the welfare payment, old age pension, widow pension, and the subsidies on various product fertilizer subsidy. Those subsidies should be replaced. We are talking about that. And I think best thing is that there is no debate. There should not be any debate, which is and there should not be any matter yes or no. We are already moving in this direction. And beyond that, I don't think we need not require anything. We need not require to discuss whether we should or not now. We are not in a position to implement until everybody is having bank account. And the only best way is that to gradually DBT. DBT means we are moving in this direction. I think what the point? Huh. Yes. Acha. UBI can only available for BPL people or to population. अब सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर वो करेंगे तो फिर who is poor? This is a question mark. So that will be very difficult. And exclusion error will always remain. So as per whichever poverty line you will take, so some people will be excluded. तो यहाँ पे हमें क्या करना है? Include कर नहीं देखना. We have to see who has to be excluded. Who is having car or motorcycle? Who is having AC? Who is earning this much more than this much? Who is having this much account balance? तो उसे हटा दो. और कुछ को चॉइस दे दो बाकी को कि आप खुद चाहो तो खुद छोड़ दो. So that is better. Here, if we will identify poor, then that will not be UBI. Again, practically, I'm not saying it should be 100%. Obviously, it should never be 100%. No, actually, this is because the thing is that earlier Supreme Court gave a decision because everybody don't have Aadhaar. Government is linking everything with Aadhaar. So there are practical issues. The more important thing is that practical issues, some secrecy issues are there. So we will discuss these after that separately. Aadhaar bill, what issues are there. But overall, that is very desirable. Achha, in developed countries, you know, there's significant database is there. So usually, as I told you earlier also in class, if you want car, तो So you can go to any the car rentals and you just show your ID and you can just take any Mercedes, any car. But is it possible in India? No. So because then people will run away. In America, there's not much scope. So there are a lot of other benefits of this. Unique identification will be very useful. That should remain. You should remember. There are two types of things. First of all, we have discussed earlier in chapter 2 itself. Redistribution and developmental programs. Those are different. So India's state capacity is low in developmental programs like in education, health. It will not affect actually Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan or other programs. It will affect what subsidy and welfare payments. So redistribution hai ye. So matter actually in India the redistribution is very it will not replace education health पे जो expenditure वो कम नहीं होगा यहाँ पे. Clear? तो देखिए दो redistribution is different from expenditure on welfare programs. या जिसे state capacity में जो हमने discuss किया था chapter 2 में, तो that is different. वो तो रहनी चाहिए. And obviously you know कि subsidy or this is a kind of temporary support. The most important thing is that government has to focus on enhancing capabilities of people. Clear? Okay, तो अच्छा now next chapter is अच्छा ये दो बहुत important chapter थे तो there is a lot of debate over that. That is why we have discussed in some detail. तो I think clear हो गया. Any doubt? Clear है? तो DBT से कैसे related है subsidies DBT we have discussed in much detail. So I think it should be clear now कि what issues are there. अच्छा तो income, health and fertility convergence puzzle. तो in this chapter अच्छा but this chapter is not much important. अब बाकी जो है chapters इसमें अब ज्यादा important नहीं बचे. बस broad एक idea theme क्या है बस एक broad पता होना चाहिए. तो जैसे इसमें ये these two chapters these were too long also. तो I've taken given these two chapters I think was about on an average 6, 7, 8 pages. Now this will be I think 2 or 2.5 pages hardly. So depending on importance actually you have to say. तो like last chapter में बस जैसे जो urban development programs हैं जैसे smart city etc. तो that is slightly important especially those programs. Otherwise other chapters are just broad ideas sufficient. अच्छा income, health and fertility convergence puzzle chapter 10. So income, health and fertility. In this chapter they have actually discussed what convergence. What is the meaning of convergence? Inequality. Gaps or inequalities have to be reduced. So they have discussed actually broadly two things. One is income, other is demographic. Acha, income means ki whether income is equally distributed or unequally. Inequalities, regional inequalities have increased or decreased in India. Acha, earlier we have discussed already ki regional inequalities has increased or decreased. Increase in India. Acha, income inequalities may be expressed in terms of income or in terms of consumption expenditure. In income as well as the consumption expenditure, inequalities have increased, consistently increased. And in the world, same happened or opposite happens? Opposite happened. So I already gave you diagram one. Second is health. तो health में 3 parameters लिए हैं इन्होंने. Infant mortality, life expectancy, infant mortality and fertility rate. तो उसमें convergence हुआ है, divergence हुआ है इंडिया में. उसमें convergence हुआ है. Health में convergence हुआ है. मतलब जो backward states are picking up. तो why this happened? Income में क्यों नहीं हुआ convergence? और हेल्थ में क्यों हुआ? तो these issues are discussed only. मतलब मेन बस ये है कि ओवरऑल अच्छा India's economic performance has been remarkable in the aggregate. मतलब overall remarkable मतलब GDP growth has been high, per capita income growth has been high. As a federal depend on progress to each of the individual state. अच्छा तो we have to see कि as a federation कि what happened in each state. तो regional wise क्या हुआ? यहाँ पे इस पे फोकस किया है. अच्छा एनालिसिस स्टार्ट फ्रॉम 1980s जहां से हम टेक ऑफ बोलते हैं इंडिया का. उससे पहले हिंदू रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ इन्होंने वर्ड यूज किया है कि अर्ली देयर वाज हिंदू रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ मतलब वेरी लो रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ. प्रोफेसर राज कृष्णा गिव दैट नेम एज वी डिस्कस. तो 80s से इन्होंने जो क्या चेंज आया मतलब स्टेट वाइज फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर में मतलब 2 चीजों पे इनकम और हेल्थ. 2 पैरामीटर इनकम पे है, 3 पैरामीटर हेल्थ के. अच्छा दिस चैप्टर फोकस ऑन दिस ब्रॉड. देखिए इनकम कंजम्पशन हो गया, इनकम इंडिकेटर है, इकोनॉमिक इंडिकेटर और 3 इंडिकेटर्स ऑफ हेल्थ एंड डेमोग्राफी आउटकम जैसे लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी, इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी एंड टोटल फर्टिलिटी. अच्छा कन्वर्जेंस, अच्छा व्हाट इज मीनिंग ऑफ कन्वर्जेंस के रिड्यूसिंग इनइक्वालिटीज किसी भी चीज में, इनकम में या हेल्थ पैरामीटर्स में. अच्छा convergence puzzle is that despite convergence is not happening despite actually forces of convergence are working. For example, like income inequalities are increasing in India, although like trade and flow of capital is very liberal in India. Trade is very relatively high and capital flows are high, labor flows, capital flows are high, trade is high. So despite that convergence has not happened, जबकि होता है हमेशा. Why this happened? कि जैसे as per economic theory, international trade takes place on which basis? On the basis of international trade का main advantage क्या है, क्या base होता है? On the basis of comparative advantage. Comparative advantage means whichever country is more efficient producer of something will produce and export that. Like for example, developing countries will export what kind of good? Labor intensive or capital intensive? Labor intensive. वो सस्ते होंगे तो वो वहाँ पे लेबर की डिमांड बढ़ेगी, इनकम लेवल बढ़ेगी. तो अच्छा लेबर चीप होगी तो इन्वेस्टमेंट भी बढ़ जाता है वहां पे, क्योंकि वो कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कम होगी, तो इक्वलाइजेशन होता है, तो कन्वर्जेंस होता है नहीं होता ग्लोबलाइजेशन से. अच्छा जब ट्रेड है विद इन कंट्री, मूवमेंट ऑफ कैपिटल है, तो कन्वर्जेंस होना चाहिए नहीं होना चाहिए? होना चाहिए, जो कि होता है वर्ल्ड में और हुआ भी है वर्ल्ड में, बट इंडिया में नहीं हुआ. तो दिस इज अ पजल. Convergence puzzle means कि despite actually conditions for convergence has not happened in India, especially in income and consumption. What the meaning of convergence puzzle? The trend of particularly puzzling since that the forces of equalization, trade in goods and movement of people are stronger within India than they are across countries, and they are getting stronger over time. So ये strong है, despite that convergence has not happened. So that is a convergence puzzle. What the meaning? अब हम आएंगे रीजन. मतलब पहले तो मतलब क्या है कन्वर्जेंस पजल का मतलब क्या, क्यों नहीं हुआ, वो रीजन देंगे. अच्छा, these are definitions of life expectancy, infant mortality, total fertility rate. अच्छा, they have actually divided into three findings. One finding, income consumption divergence within India. Income convergent divergence का मतलब है कि terms of income and consumption divergence. Indian states offer a striking contrast to catch up that happening globally and within China. मतलब चाइना और ग्लोबली से ऑपोजिट ट्रेंड है, तो इनकम में भी कंजम्पशन में भी. अच्छा, कन्वर्जेंस हैपेंड, ट्रेड मोबिलिटी ऑफ फैक्टर्स इज वेरी हाई एज आई टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी. अच्छा, अब इसमें अच्छा, एंड ट्रेड हैपेंस ऑन कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज. दे हैव गिवन दिस थ्योरी ऑफ इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड के, एंड दिस अप्लाइज टू स्टेट्स आल्सो और नॉट, ट्रेड अमंग स्टेट्स. यस, तो कन्वर्जेंस शुड हैपन और नॉट. तो लेबर माइग्रेशन से, ट्रेड से कन्वर्जेंस होता है. अच्छा, एक्चुअली ट्रेड इज आल्सो अ काइंड ऑफ मूवमेंट ऑफ लेबर, implicit movement of labor. Like labor is cheap in a particular area, so production will be cheaper there. So rather labor going that or goods are going that, both are almost can they do similar things or not? Yes. Now one more thing, if we are producing, if let's suppose two states are there, one somewhat backward, other developed, so what will happen? In backward wage rate will be very low, so production will be more cheaper in that, so it will be producing and selling. So what will happen? Jobs will be created there in backward state. तो wage rate will increase without actual movement of labor. अच्छा, even labor may move to that state, still labor supply will reduce and wage rate will go up in backward state, or goods may move, both are proxy or not? Yes. So or even investment also may reduce wage gaps. Like if because if labor is cheap, so then companies will be benefiting more by investing in backward state where labor is cheap, so their cost of production will be low, so they will be more competent. So more job will be created. So as per economic theory, that should happen, but that didn't happen in India. Achha, in China, what happened? They said that the people migrated from farm to coastal areas, especially in SEZ, etc. So the number of laborers in agriculture reduced. So overall, their average income increased. But in India, not much migration happened in this. So still, almost 50% population is engaged in agriculture. अच्छा, this is the diagram which I told you already yesterday. कि here real GDP per capita and here growth rate of per capita. So you can see China. कि if per capita income is high in a particular province, then growth rate of per capita is low. तो convergence is happening. जहां पे low है per capita, growth high है वहां पे. अच्छा, वर्ल्ड में भी हो रहा है, convergence हुआ, but इंडिया में नहीं हुआ है. अच्छा, although that after 2014 means year 2004 से 14 के बीच में, but overall actually in case of income and convergence this has not happened. Although recently in the recent past there was some improvement in this situation. जैसे after like मनरेगा etc. You know from especially means in the last decade if we see कि there's some improvement is there in that कि backward state की growth pick up हुई है, but it has started to happen. So overall convergence has not happened. अच्छा, this is convergence in terms of अब now next is convergence consumption convergence. So what is this? Real consumption per capita and here average यहाँ पे growth है. तो you can see कि ये इंडिया का है earlier and now. So this is earlier and now. So although average consumption has increased, but you can see कि as more consumption is increasing, growth is more. तो जहाँ पे जिस स्टेट में ज्यादा कंजम्पशन है, लेवल हाई है, ग्रोथ भी वहां हाई है. व्हाट द पॉइंट? तो अपवर्ड लाइन शोज के कन्वर्जेंस इज नॉट हैपनिंग. जैसे कि कोई यहाँ पे आप देखो डेवलप स्टेट्स होंगे ऊपर इस साइड में, क्योंकि कंजम्पशन लेवल हाई है, वहां पे ग्रोथ भी हाई है. तो कन्वर्जेंस हैज नॉट हैपेंड नाइदर इन केस ऑफ इनकम एंड नॉर इन द सेंस ऑफ कंजम्पशन. अच्छा, तो दिस हैपेंड. अच्छा, पॉसिबल कॉजेस. नाउ क्या रीजन रहा? मतलब नॉर्मली होना चाहिए एज पर इकोनॉमिक थ्योरी. गवर्नेंस और इंस्टीट्यूशनल ट्रैप्स. तो गवर्नेंस ट्रैप्स का मतलब है कि यू नो कि ओवरऑल गवर्नेंस इज नॉट गुड, इवन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन इज नॉट गुड. लाइक यूजुअली बिजनेसमैन आर नॉट विलिंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन बिहार एंड अदर डेवलप्ड स्टेट, अंडर डेवलप्ड स्टेट. व्हाई? क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वो नहीं है, लीगल हर्डल्स एटसेट्रा, वो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. तो उसकी वजह से अच्छा, तो दे हैव रिटन कि पुअर स्टेट्स कुड हैव रिस्क एडजस्टेड रिटर्न्स ऑन कैपिटल लो इवन इन कैपिटल स्कार्स स्टेट्स. अच्छा, तो रिटर्न्स आर हाई बट इफ वी एडजस्ट रिस्क एडजस्टेड. अब रिस्क का मतलब क्या है कि वहां पे कोई जो लोकल मींस दिस एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट में कम कि ओके गिव मी दिस मच मनी फॉर प्रोड्यूसिंग दिस थिंग, तो उसकी कॉस्ट मिला के बहुत वो आ जाती है. तो दिस इज द रीजन. अच्छा, अदर इज स्किल इंटेंसिव सेक्टर्स. एज आई टोल्ड यू इन इंडिया कि वी एक्चुअली आइदर प्रोड्यूसिंग यूजिंग एक्चुअली अनस्किल्ड लेबर और हाईली स्किल्ड. मीडियम के लिए कोई प्लेस नहीं है. So the states which have had better skilled labor, especially in like peninsular India, they are developing. And in other states actually because हमारे पास या तो बिल्कुल no skill वाला है या high skill वाला है. तो backward state में no skill वाला ही चलेगा, बस high skill वाला चलेगा. Medium वाला हमारे यहाँ job ही कम है. तो this is one reason. So they have said कि there are two reasons. One is institutional governance problems है, और second ये है कि this skill intensive development took place in India. So in that is why in developed state like in peninsular India they benefited much. So these are the reasons they have said probably. Achha, second is health convergence within within India with room for improvement against this as per international standards. अच्छा, तो here they have compared overall 3 variables. तो पहले 2 variable लिया है second finding में उन्होंने. One variable is life expectancy, other is infant mortality. So on life expectancy as well as infant mortality, this convergence has happened. Okay. So, अच्छा, India is doing reasonably well on life expectancy on international scale, but on IMR there has improvement for scope. So situation इस पे थोड़ी better है as compared to, but convergence is happening in both. Income consumption divergence, in contrast to income consumption divergence, health on health there is strong evidence of convergence among states in 2000. So convergence हुआ especially 2000 onwards. अच्छा, स्पेशली कैन वी से कि स्पेशली 2000 ऑनवर्ड्स के बाद क्या चेंज आया है? लाइक सोशल सेक्टर एक्सपेंडिचर, देन इट हैज इंप्रूव्ड हेल्थ आउटकम्स एक्चुअली. अच्छा, तो विद रिगार्ड टू लाइफ इंडियन स्टेट्स आर क्लोज टू वेयर दे शुड बी गिवन देयर लेवल ऑफ इनकम, बट दैट इज नॉट केस. अच्छा, इसमें कन्वर्जेंस तो हुआ है, बट इन केस ऑफ लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एज पर आवर इनकम लेवल हमारी इतनी है जितनी वर्ल्ड में होनी चाहिए. लेकिन आईएमआर जो है इंप्रूव तो हुआ है, रीजनल डिस्पैरिटी कम हुई है, बट आईएमआर में थोड़ा सा लो है. मतलब जैसे हम लाइन ऑफ बेस्ट फिट बनाते हैं, तो इसमें तो हम लाइन ऑफ बेस्ट फिट के पास में है, स्लाइडली ऊपर है, और यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा नीचे. कन्वर्जेंस हैज हैपेंड बट ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ आईएमआर इज बिलो, मतलब बिलो का मतलब बल्कि अबव होगा, ज्यादा होगा इंडिया में एज कंपेयर टू द एवरेज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड उस लेवल पर. तो मतलब सिचुएशन कन्वर्जेंस हैपेंड इन बोथ. अच्छा, दे हैव गिवन सम डेटा कि ऑब्जर्वेशन जैसे लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी में हाउ वी कैन से कन्वर्जेंस. केरला विद लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी ऑफ 73.5 years in 2002 posted an increase of about 1.27 years, मतलब over 11 years. 11 year में कितना कम किया उन्होंने? ये कितनी बढ़ाई लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी? 1.27, मतलब 1.3 समझ लो. यूपी विद इन दिस ऑफ 60 saw a gain of 3. 3 years, तो इन्होंने 1.27 करा है, इन्होंने 3 किया है, तो यूपी में ज्यादा लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी बढ़ी है, इसका मतलब कन्वर्जेंस हैज हैपेंड। अच्छा, ग्लोबल जो है इन लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी देयर इज स्ट्रांग एविडेंस ऑफ इंटरनेशनल कन्वर्जेंस, हाउएवर इंडियन स्टेट्स आर मेकिंग स्लोअर प्रोग्रेस देन एवरेज, तो कन्वर्जेंस इज हैपनिंग इन ग्लोबल आल्सो। अच्छा, आईएमआर पे भी वही है, केरला एक्सपीरियंस लिटिल चेंज, उड़ीसा में ज्यादा चेंज हुआ, केरला में 11 हुआ है एमआर और यहाँ पर 49% डिक्रीज हुआ है। अच्छा, नियरली ऑल इंडियन स्टेट्स। अच्छा, तो ग्लोबल भी कन्वर्जेंस हुआ ही है। अच्छा, लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी कन्वर्जेंस देखिए, तो लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एंड हियर एवरेज एनुअल चेंज इन लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी, तो इंडिया का ये है रेड वाला, तो नाउ यू कैन सी के वेयर एवर लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी इज मोर, तो वहां पे ग्रोथ क्या है, कम है, जैसे मतलब जो फर्दर जो ग्रोथ ऑफ लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी, और जहां पे कम है लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी वहां पे ग्रोथ ज्यादा है, तो इसका मतलब कन्वर्जेंस इज हैपनिंग। अच्छा, वर्ल्ड में भी हुआ है ओवरऑल, तो अब एक मिनट, ये नहीं, इंडिया का ओवरऑल यहाँ पे है वर्ल्ड में, ये सारे कंट्रीज होंगे, ये सारे कंट्री होंगे ना, ये इंडिया का यहाँ पे मतलब उससे थोड़ा नीचे हम हैं, इन वर्ल्ड से नीचे है थोड़ा सा, मतलब लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी में मतलब थोड़ा सा नीचे है, मतलब तो मतलब वर्ल्ड से मतलब बहुत क्लोज है इसमें, लेकिन आईएमआर में डिवीजन ज्यादा होगा कम होगा, इस लाइन से, ये लाइन ऑफ बेस्ट फिट से ज्यादा होगा डिवीजन। अच्छा, लेकिन कन्वर्जेंस इज हैपनिंग। अच्छा, इन्फेंट मोर्टिलिटी रेट, अब इसमें इंडिया कहां लिखा हुआ है, ये है इंडिया नीचे, इसमें ज्यादा गैप मतलब और ज्यादा होना चाहिए, इसमें कम नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन ये इसमें what they have written के India is performing not as good as in life expectancy as in this, and convergence is happening, इसका मतलब जहां पे ज्यादा अच्छी सिचुएशन है वहां पे रेट कम है ग्रोथ। अच्छा, थर्ड फाइंडिंग दे हैव सेड, जो हेल्थ के 3 थे, तो 2 पैरामीटर्स वी हैव डिस्कस्ड हियर, नाउ वन इज फर्टिलिटी। अच्छा, एज आई टोल्ड यू ऑलरेडी कि इंडिया परफॉर्म एक्सेलेंट इन दिस फर्टिलिटी, तो व्हाट इंडिया शुड रियली स्टैंड आउट इन इंटरनेशनल कंपैरिजन इज फर्टिलिटी। अच्छा, फर्स्ट, अच्छा इसमें 12 इंडियन स्टेट्स आउट ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग 23 हैव रीच्ड फर्टिलिटी रेट दैट आर बिलो रिप्लेसमेंट रेट, मतलब 2.1 से भी कम हो गया है 12 स्टेट्स में, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट हाफ स्टेट्स में, लाइक दिस, बट अनलाइक दिस इनकम स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस अक्रॉस स्टेट, तो यहाँ पे भी कन्वर्जेंस इज हैपनिंग, मतलब तीनों वेरिएबल में हेल्थ के कन्वर्जेंस हो रहा है। इंडियन स्टेट एक्सेप्शन ऑफ केरला लाई बिलो द लाइन ऑफ बेस्ट फिट, सजेस्टिंग दैट दे आर परफॉर्मिंग मच बेटर देन कंट्रीज ऑन एवरेज, तो मतलब केरला को छोड़ के, क्यों केरला में ऑलरेडी सिचुएशन बेटर है, इसमें फर्टिलिटी की कमी है, तो दे आर परफॉर्मिंग मच बेटर। अच्छा, द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट हाई टीएफआर स्टेट्स, टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट स्टेट्स सच एज बिहार, यूपी, एमपी, राजस्थान आर पोजिंग हायर फर्टिलिटी डिक्लाइन देन एवरेज ऑफ द कंट्री, तो इट इज कन्वर्जेंस, मतलब इसमें काफी कन्वर्जेंस भी हो रहा है और सिचुएशन भी बेटर है। अच्छा, टोटल फर्टिलिटी रेट कन्वर्जेंस, वो डाउनवर्ड का मतलब ये कन्वर्जेंस है, जहां पे सिचुएशन बेटर है वहां पे रेट स्लो है, और जहां पे खराब है वहां पे रेट ज्यादा है। अच्छा, कॉजेज ऑफ हेल्थ कन्वर्जेंस विद इन इंडिया, तो many medical technologies can flow freely areas with low health outcomes, so progress is expected, so obviously you know technical change is always fast, so now affordability to technology healthcare is increasing gradually, so that is happening one thing. अच्छा, another very important reason is that कि ये यहाँ पे होना ही है, कन्वर्जेंस हेल्थ में एक लेवल के बाद होना ही है, क्यों है, क्योंकि दे आर बाउंड्स ऑन हेल्थ इंडिकेटर, जैसे लेट अस सपोज लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी इन केरला अगर बढ़ेगी तो एक लेवल के बाद ज्यादा नहीं बढ़ सकती ना, ठीक है, इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू अचीव, जैसे लाइक मार्क्स है आपके, तो आप ठीक है 50-60 लाना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है, 70 और ज्यादा मुश्किल है, तो आगे मुश्किल होता चला जाता है, ठीक है, तो इसी तरह से लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी कितनी बढ़ जाएगी एज, गॉट द पॉइंट, तो नेचुरल इसमें बाउंड वो रेट होता है, तो बाद में इंप्रूवमेंट का स्कोप ज्यादा नहीं रहता, तो कन्वर्जेंस हैज टू हैपन, वो ये तो नेचुरल फेनोमेना है। अब इनकम में वो नहीं है, इनकम तो जितनी बढ़ेगी और बढ़ने का चांस बढ़ता है, लेकिन लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी ऐसा नहीं है, अब 70, 80, 90 हो गई, अब उसके बाद अभी पूरा वर्ल्ड में मैक्सिमम कितना है, शायद जापान में कितना 85, 84 करीब है, 84 के करीब है शायद जापान में। अब उससे बढ़ाना आसान है, एक ईयर भी बहुत मुश्किल है। नहीं, ग्रोथ में तो इनकम तो जितनी ज्यादा है और ज्यादा बढ़ने का चांस है। नहीं, उनकी ग्रोथ रेट कम होती नहीं, लेकिन इनकम में वो कंस्टेंट नहीं आता नेशनल। जो डेवलप कंट्री का ग्रोथ कम है, रीजन इज दैट के जो लेबर फुल्ली एम्प्लॉयड हो चुकी है, दे हैव यूज रिसोर्सेज, वो कंस्टेंट है, लेकिन वो मेजर कंस्टेंट नहीं है वहां पे। यहाँ पे नेशनल कंस्टेंट है, लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी लेवल की बात तो बढ़ा ही नहीं सकते आप, बहुत ही मुश्किल है, लेकिन इनकम में इतना बड़ा कंस्टेंट नहीं। डेवलप कंट्रीज में होता क्या है कि जैसे एजिंग पॉपुलेशन यूजुअली इंक्रीजेस, लेबर इज ऑलरेडी एम्प्लॉयड, तो थोड़े कंस्टेंट है, लेकिन वहां पे एक एब्सोल्यूट कंस्टेंट नहीं है। यहाँ पे तो नेचुरल कंस्टेंट्स है। अच्छा, तो द बाइंडिंग constraint on growth is lack of skills in poor areas. The labor productivity remains low here. That is not to attract capital. वही main reason वही है। अच्छा, decline strong implications for, अच्छा, this it is very important actually and useful. This like fertility is declining in India. So unusually large decline in fertility have strong and positive implications for India's demographic dividend going forward. So it is very important actually, क्योंकि अगर ज्यादा fertility होगा तो बाद में aging population भी ज्यादा होगा। So obviously, and population, you know, is one major issue. Like we are the third largest economy of the world, and if you see in terms of national income, we are third largest, and per capita income में it's very low because of huge population. So that is why it is very desirable aspect. So जो demographics में India is actually on a very positive note, especially demographic dividend as well as this, especially fertility. अच्छा, other things have to improve gradually, IMR, etc. I think clear. Okay, now next chapter is One Economic India. For goods and in the eyes of constitution. Now, what is the name? One Economic India, like you know, this chapter is introduced because you know we are planning to create a national market or common market within country, and which is one important step in that. GST is very important step. Apart from that, like APMCs Act are being reformed. So overall, one market is being created. So it is the objective is to discuss to what extent there is actually integration in the economy, to what extent we are a common market, what hurdles are there, and how those what should be done. Achha, and what is the current status and what is constitutional position relating to that overall restrictions on trade and movement of people, etc. So these issues they have discussed, especially in the context of GST. We are talking about creating a national market within the country. So here focus on the this in this chapter focus on trade actually among states. So trade may be among states and within a state. So if there is a trade from one state to another, it is called what? Interstate trade. And if within a state, intra-state trade. So it has actually considered inter-state trade and intra-state trade. Even sometimes they have also estimated one more dimension. There may be trade among related companies. What is that called? If there is a trade between two related companies, one associated companies or parent subsidiary company or two, that is called actually like intra-company, within a company. Transfer pricing means the price at which it is sold. Achha, and when trade is done with other company, it is called arm's length. यहाँ पे intercompany trade or arm's length trade. तो arm's length trade word is used here, and intra-company trade. तो intercompany वाला जो है वो arm's length हो गया, एक से दूसरी company के बीच में. That is arm's length. Like in transfer pricing, we have discussed arm's length. Arm's length का मतलब other companies के साथ. So if one company is trading with another company, unrelated company, that is called arm's length trade. Yeah, inter-company trade. And if there is a trade among companies, then it is called intra-company trade. Achha, so they have discussed these dimensions of trade. Achha, so India, which is nearly 70 years, has affirmed and reaffirmed that political idea of India, de facto and de jure, one India. So India is obviously politically there is significant integration, and in terms of trade also there is significant integration. Achha, at a time when international integration is under siege, and when India is on the cusp of implementing transformational reform, one India, one market, one tax. One tax means mean one market, one tax, mainly GST. Via GST, they have written. Appropriate ask to ask how much internal trade India has achieved. To what extent we have achieved integration. Internal integration of India. India is highly integrated internally with considerable flows of both people and goods. So even migration as well as trade, both are significant. India's interstate trade is 54% of GDP. As we have discussed also, कि China से भी ज़्यादा है, as in terms of GDP, 54% of GDP, as high as USA and China. मतलब लेकिन अभी China का ज़्यादा है कि हम एडजस्ट करके जीडीपी का देखेंगे तो चाइना से ज्यादा है, मतलब एट दैट लेवल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट, जो एट दैट लेवल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट चाइना वाज हैविंग लेसर ट्रेड। अच्छा तो बट एक्चुअली सॉरी, वो जो हमने डिस्कस किया था ना 53% कुछ ऐसा था जो चाइना, वो दैट वाज एक्चुअली इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड की बात कर रहे थे, एक्सपोर्ट। ये हम इंटरनेशनल की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये इंटरनल की बात कर रहे हैं। तो इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड में तो बराबर है इंडिया चाइना, मतलब थोड़ा सा हाई इंडिया, लेकिन इंट्रा स्टेट ट्रेड में चाइना की ज्यादा है। ये परसेंटेज जीडीपी है, ये भी चाइना का, ये भी परसेंटेज जीडीपी है। तो देखिए इन केस ऑफ इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड, परसेंटेज ऑफ ट्रेड एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी इंडिया की इंडिया इज स्लाइटली हाई इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड में, बट लेकिन एब्सोल्यूट टर्म में बिकॉज जीडीपी इज 2.5 टाइम्स, बल्कि नॉमिनल टर्म में तो और ज्यादा 5-6 टाइम का डिफरेंस है, तो एक्चुअल तो 5 टाइम का ज्यादा है चाइना से, लेकिन परसेंटेज जीडीपी में हमारा ज्यादा है। अच्छा, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट इंटरनल ट्रेड एज अ परसेंटेज जीडीपी, देन चाइना इज मोर, 74, यूएसए का 78 है, बट 54 इज नॉट लेस, like but it's substantially higher than provincial trade within Canada and other within European Union. So overall, India's trade is on higher side. 54 is not low, although it is lesser than China and this USA. Achha, normally this internal trade is usually more in small or big countries. So even China and USA are quite large overall. So that is why internal trade is more. Achha, interstate trade flows indicate that cross-border exchange between and within firms implying that interstate trade is 1.7 times larger than international trade. So our internal trade is more than, it is 1.7 times larger than our international trade. Let's suppose if our value of our international trade is $100, then internal trade will be $170. Acha, but this is actually, but China mein क्या ratio है? Potentially exciting findings which have been tentative, not that political borders impede the flow of people and language does not seem to be a demonstrable barrier in the flow of goods. Achha, in India, you know, even like especially in southern state, languages are different, and apart from that, distance is also like political barriers, but they are not impeding trade in India. Language is not serving as a barrier, even distance is not serving as a major barrier. So trade is quite significant. Achha, moving on twice. Achha, they have said that moving is about twice as costly for people as for goods. So obviously, in goods the charges are less. Achha, arm's length trade means क्या? Trade in which buyers and sellers act independent of each other. I mean, they are different companies rather. Intra firm trade का मतलब है कि related trade among related company, और ये है trade among unrelated company. So trade may be within a company and one company to another company. अच्छा, आर्म्स लेंथ ट्रेड मींस इंटर फर्म ट्रेड। आर्म्स लेंथ मतलब डिफरेंट फर्म के साथ, इंटर फर्म है, और एक ही फर्म में होगी तो इंट्रा फर्म है। तो दे हैव गिवन सम डेटा, बट इट्स नॉट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, मतलब जो इंटर स्टेट वाला ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, इंटर फर्म वाला इज नॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट, ये थोड़ा माइक्रो लेवल पर है। तो उत्तराखंड, गोवा, हिमाचल प्रदेश आर टॉप ऑन आर्म्स लेंथ ट्रेड। मतलब आर्म्स लेंथ ट्रेड का मतलब है ट्रेड विद अदर कंपनीज। अच्छा, shows that Indian state have a negative. One more this shows that Indian state have a negative correlation between state size and openness to trade. Usually it is there or not. कि size of a state is large, that negative correlation between size of a state and openness to trade. ये normally होना चाहिए, yes or no? If size of a state is large, then its trade should be more or less. ओपननेस का मतलब है इंटर स्टेट ट्रेड शुड बी मोर और लेस, शुड बी लेस, क्योंकि इंटरनल का इंट्रा स्टेट का ज्यादा स्कोप है ना। तो दिस इज एज पर नॉर्मल लॉजिक, बिकॉज जो लार्ज स्टेट है, जैसे लार्ज कंट्री ट्रेड मोर और स्मॉल कंट्री ट्रेड मोर, स्मॉल कंट्री तो इसी तरह से स्टेट का है। वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इंटर स्टेट की बात कर रहे हैं। हाँ, that is also reason. We are coming to the reasons. अच्छा, इंट्रा फर्म ट्रेड फैक्ट जो विद इन कंपनी में कहाँ ज्यादा है, स्मॉलर स्टेट लाइक गोवा ऑल्सो हैव अ हाई इंट्रा फर्म ट्रेड। लार्जर स्टेट यूपी राजस्थान हैज पुअर इंट्रा फर्म ट्रेड, मतलब ये इंट्रा वाला जैसे जरूरत नहीं है, इसे यू कैन स्किप दैट डेटा, मतलब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं, बहुत माइक्रो लेवल पर है, तो माइक्रो लेवल वाला इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है। तो बट आई हैव जस्ट रिटन बिकॉज इट वाज देयर बट नॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट। अच्छा अच्छा, देयर इज नो कोरिलेशन बिटवीन आर्म्स लेंथ ट्रेड एंड इंट्रा फर्म ट्रेड। अच्छा, नाउ जब कोरिलेशन नहीं है तो इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस भी नहीं है। व्हाई? बिकॉज आर्म्स लेंथ ट्रेड एंड इंट्रा फर्म ट्रेड, मतलब आर्म्स लेंथ का मतलब ये हो गया कि इंट्रा फर्म एंड इंटर फर्म ट्रेड में कोई कोरिलेशन नहीं है। सो दैट इज व्हाई दिस डेटा इज नॉट मच इंपॉर्टेंट, मतलब जो स्टेट वाला इंपॉर्टेंट है, इंटर स्टेट इंट्रा स्टेट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट। थीम फोकस वाज ऑन दैट, बीच में बस कुछ डेटा दे दिया है तो इसे स्किप भी कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, देयर इज अ ग्रेविटी मॉडल ऑफ ट्रेड। तो व्हाट इज ग्रेविटी मॉडल? कि यू नो कि देयर आर टू मासेस, सो दैट ग्रेविटी, द पुल फोर्स अमंग देम depends on what? The size. Larger the size of two bodies, more will be the pull. And it depends on distance also. Lesser the distance, more pull. Another, there may be some restrictions. So like trade is also based on that. Like if two states are large, then chance of trade will be more or less? More. If they are more nearer, then distance traveling cost will be less, freight charges will be less, then chance of trade will be more. Achha, there may be some barriers like political restrictions, like taxes, like CST type taxes or language barriers, then it may also hinder trade. So gravity model means that trade depends on the size of a state, economic size of a state, distance among the trade, and other barriers. Like CST is a barrier, language may be a barrier. Clear? So this is gravity model of trade. So in India, they have explained trade in the form of gravity model. So to some extent, this model actually is followed. Acha, explaining the puzzle, why does India trade so much? Acha, why India is trading so much? Why internal trade is more? Acha, in India, why there is a lot of this interstate trade? Acha, overall, they have said that interstate trade is even larger than intra-state trade. What is the reason for that? One is area-based exemptions. Area-based exemptions means central excise at exempt manufacturing in certain states. Excise duty including Northeast, Sikkim, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand. These are special category states. And some rebates are there in this Kutch region in Gujarat. Achha, why? Because of special category state, what happened? Ke firms are investing in these regions to reduce tax liability, and obviously that commodity cannot be consumed there, so that they will be sending to other states. So one reason is that ke this area-based exemptions, like the tax rebates to this special category states, is one reason. Got the point? Because if the goods are needed in other states, but they may establish a plant in Uttarakhand or in Himachal, why? To actually so that tax could be saved and then they transport. Achha, one reason is this, why trade, interstate trade especially, is more. Other is CST and VAT. The reason is that it turns out that CST, far from acting as a tariff on interstate trade, may actually provide an arbitrage opportunity away from higher VAT rate on interstate trade sales in some cases. Achha, the thing is that if company will sell within that state, it has to pay which tax? VAT. But if manufacturer will directly sell it to other state, then VAT will not be paid. What is paid? Only CST. Ab rate of CST is high or VAT is high? VAT is high. So it will promote what? Intra-state or interstate trade? Interstate को promote करेगा. Interstate को. Intra नहीं promote करेगा. Intra का मतलब है कि if the commodity is sold in that state, the tax will be paid immediately there. And if it is directly sold by manufacturer to other state, then only CST will be there. So this actually is also promoting interstate sales trade, because CST is less than VAT. So if you are selling in other state, then VAT will not be paid, although it will be paid later, but in other state. So in this state there will not be any tax. So people will think if we sell here, then we have to pay VAT here, and if we are selling in other state, then VAT will be paid there, but later. But only initial tax will be CST. So this is also promoting interstate trade over intrastate trade. Achha, other is current system of indirect taxes, which perversely favors interstate trade over intrastate trade, especially in the case of final consumption item exempted goods that are input tax credit ineligible. Achha, for example, if I'm a manufacturer or seller, let's suppose some item is exempted from tax. If that item is exempted from tax, then if when I sell, I have to pay full tax. Will I get any input tax credit? Input tax credit, ITC will be given? No. So if ITC will not be given, so if I may sell here or in other state, it hardly matters. So those, but this will be there only in those goods where input tax, which are exempted from tax. Only few items. The few items are exempted from tax. If tax is not paid, so I will not get any ITC. Because currently, if you are selling in the same state as I told you in state VAT, you will get ITC. And if you are selling in other state, you will not get ITC. So it means that if input tax credit, if that item is exempted from tax, so you are not going to get ITC. क्यों tax दी नहीं input, तो ITC नहीं मिलेगा. तो यहाँ बेचो या दूसरे स्टेट में बेचो, credit तो मिलने नहीं. What the point? So it will promote what? Intra-state trade. But अगर वो ITC, अगर आप otherwise अगर input पे tax दिया होता, if you might be selling in the same state, then you will get ITC. दूसरे पे नहीं मिलता. लेकिन जब टैक्स है ही नहीं इनपुट पे, तो फिर आईटीसी मिलेगी नहीं. यू मे सेल इट हियर और अदर स्टेट. तो दैट इज व्हाई इट इज आल्सो अ फैक्टर व्हिच इज प्रमोटिंग इंटर स्टेट ट्रेड. अच्छा, तो जीएसटी विल रिड्यूस सम ऑफ दीज issues because it will almost unify. Although GST is not, there will be one major distortion. एक CST will not be abolished. It will be there in the name of IGST, integrated GST. तो border पे trade रहेगा. अच्छा, the relatively low elasticity of trade in India with respect to distance. अच्छा, why trade is more in India? You know, as per gravity model. So this, to some extent, it defies gravity model to some extent. Like, you know, when distance is more, then trade should be less. अच्छा, तो elasticity of trade with respect to distance in India is low elasticity of trade with respect to distance. What does it mean? कि distance will affect trade or not much? No, it will not affect much. It means that means distance is not a barrier, is not a major. Distance density is low in India. So that is why actually interstate trade is more. So they have given explanations. So in India, interstate trade is much more. So the reasons are these, why it is more. Achha, one India before the law. Now what are actually, as per law, what is the situation? Indian states have levied many charges on goods that hinder free trade in India, like octroi, CST, ESR. They hinder actually. If you move from one area to other area, so these are hindrances. But hindrances should be there or not? No, they create problem in creating one India. Even IGST, as I told you, is desirable. No, it is in place of CST only. Achha, although octroi will be abolished in GST, like jo entry tax hai, that will not be there. So that will be abolished. Achha, means some problem will be rectified by GST. The most egregious example of levying charges of service coming out of other state is the cross electricity power surcharge. But if power is sold from one state to another, then there will be tax on that. So it will affect interstate supply of service, electricity service. So this is also a kind of restriction. Some kind of taxes should not be there. Interstate pe tax nahi honi chahiye. They are saying. Achha, in agriculture, APMC we have discussed. In APMC there are restrictions on selling. Farmer have to sell only in anaj mandi, local mandi. So there are restrictions on movement of goods. So these are hindrances actually. Obviously, conceptual public policy objective in large federations or supranational entities, balancing the imperative of common market so that all producer and consumer are treated alike with imperative of not undermining legitimate sovereignty. Achha, India is a federation, you know. When our constitution makers actually, they knew that there should be obviously for economic to enhance efficiency, to enhance resource allocation on the basis of comparative advantage. Achha, what is benefit of this interstate trade? Would it enable resource allocation on the basis of comparative advantage? Yes, if there will be free flow of goods and services across the country, then whichever state or region is more efficient producer will produce that. So it will increase productivity and production at the national level. So it will create a common market in the country. Now, why it is restricted? Our constitution makers, they knew certainly it is good to have free trade. But the problem is that if there will be free trade, then state will have discretionary power to restrict trade or not. If let's suppose we will not give discretionary power to restrict trade, then would it lead to compromise in sovereignty of a state? Yes. So constitution makers have to make a balance in what? In this economic aspect and the political aspect of sovereignty to states. Because India was a federal, we had a foreign polity, we had a federation. Okay, so there is an obvious conceptual commonality of public policy objectives in larger federations or supranational entities, or the large federation, जैसे India or USA, balancing the imperative of creating a common market so that all producers and consumers are treated alike. So one is this should be a common market with the imperative of not undermining legitimate sovereignty of sub-federal units. That is state. So in 13th part of Constitution, this balance has to be maintained. Balance maintained, it means that state should be given some powers to maintain this thing. State should be given some powers to restrict trade or discriminate against some items. Yes or no? Yes. But it is violating common market. If a state has a power to violate trade, then it is affecting this. So balancing was done. And in balancing to achieve this objective, to some extent this was compromised. Achha, now specific articles they have quoted. Article 302, it gives Parliament the power to restrict free trade between and within states on ground of public interest. So it means that it is a kind of restriction when the Parliament can impose. This no law by Parliament or state legislature can discriminate between states in terms of trade. Achha, in this actually, this article says that discrimination should not be there. Achha, but in public interest it could be done. Achha, they have said that they have compared this restrictions on trade, what is allowed and what is not allowed by Constitution. They have compared with WTO's restrictions. Like for example, most favored nation. So in most favored nation, as we have discussed in WTO, if we will give any benefit to a particular country as per WTO norm, we have to give it to all members. So it means that we cannot discriminate. So similarly, like this article, it gives power. So this no law by Parliament or state legislature can discriminate between states in terms of trade. So can we say it is a kind of MFN? Like, for example, one state is there. State can say that I will import from, let's suppose, Andhra Pradesh. May say that I will import from Maharashtra, but I will not import from Tamil Nadu. Or CST rate will be higher on Tamil Nadu. Can it be done? No. That is why CST is imposed by which government? Center. Otherwise, this may be a problem. Just say if the relation between two states are not good, then they may be restricting that. That is why uniform रहना चाहिए. I think what the point. So it is somewhat similar to what? Most favored nation clause of WTO. Okay, they have compared India's constitutional provision with that of WTO. Achha, another article, this 304A, a state can impose such restrictions that prevent any discrimination between goods imported and goods manufactured in the state. Achha, a state by law impose such taxes that prevent any discrimination. But the discrimination should be checked. But there should not be discrimination rather between the goods which are produced in a state or imported from other states. So it is somewhat similar to what? National treatment. National treatment means that domestically goods as well as imported goods should be, once they enter in India, once they enter means we can impose custom duty. Once after paying custom duty or CVD or anti-dumping duty, once they enter in India, then we should not discriminate. So that is actually national treatment. So this is almost similar to national treatment. Achha, this 304B, state legislature by law can impose reasonable restrictions on freedom of trade in public interest. It means that now Constitution has given powers to center as well as state to impose reasonable restrictions in the interest of public interest. So it means that now state and center can violate these things. Can they affect, restrict common market? Yes. So it means that in Constitution, although there are provisions similar to that, but there are some discretionary powers are there in public interest they can violate. Achha, now what are challenges? So in Constitution, a balance has to be made. Now what is challenges? Challenges to one economic India. One is the Constitution provision give sufficient freedom to legislature to restrict trade. Example, public interest is not defined. Now the thing that if public interest is not well defined, now would it increase power of a state or decrease power of state? It will increase power of a state to impose restriction. So it means that this is actually not desirable thing because it has given unlimited power to state to restrict trade because it is not well defined. Other is that financial, non-financial barriers by states like Motor Vehicle Act created hindrance to trade. The motor vehicle, like which kind of vehicle can pass to state or etc. So it may hinder because transportation vehicles are required. Achha, moreover, jurisprudence of Supreme Court judgment regarding these has surprisingly came down in favor of even more permissiveness. Even some orders of court the Supreme Court have given liberty to state to decide whether it is reasonable or not. So they have said that these are challenges to One India. These things should be minimized. Achha. And they have compared with other countries, provisions with other countries. Like with two countries they have compared. One is USA. In USA, residual powers rest with the states. But the states are barred from regulating interstate trade and commerce. This helps promote USA as one economic market. Although this is a very important thing is that residual powers in India are with center. But residual powers are center, but still states are allowed to restrict trade. In USA, although residual powers are given to state, but state cannot restrict trade and commerce. So it means that these provisions actually in as per Constitution of America, so state cannot impose restriction on goods trade. But although Indian Constitution has given power to state for protecting public interest to violate Constitution. In European Union also, as per Maastricht Treaty, countries under EU must not restrict 4 freedoms: goods, services, capital, and people, apart from special circumstances. Means although some liberty is there, but in general, European countries cannot. But this is a country. The European Union is not a federation. Technically, it is actually a group of countries. So still among countries, not much restriction can be imposed. So in this light, if we see like in America, almost no power is there to restrict trade. Another in even Europe, which are countries, they cannot impose restriction on movement of these things. So in comparison of that, the restrictions which are allowed, which powers to state to impose restriction, can we say are more or less? They are much more in India. Because because it is open-ended thing, public interest. Even Supreme Court actually decisions have favored state, they should have actually right to impose restriction. So it means that as per if we compare from America and Europe, so if we compare that, so our situation in this is that it is actually rather worse. It means that states have power, even center has power to restrict it, but that should not be there. Now, what conclusion they have said? Here they have initially given data. Data is not important. Here focus on conceptual thing. Because this chapter is especially we are trying to create a one market, especially after GST and abolishing and reforming APMCs. So there's a question there should be a national market, one country, like one portal, one form, one tax, one common market. So we are talking about this integration, economic integration. Just like, there are benefits of globalization in terms of improving resource allocation. These things actually, when one India will be created, one market, one tax, then it will improve economic efficiency. Resource allocation will be a competitive advantage, growth, production will increase. This is the logic. What ideally should be there? What kind of economic policy we should adopt in the country? This is the theme actually here. Way ahead, what should be done? Now, at the time of drafting of Constitution, given the considerable anxieties of holding together large and disparate nation, the demands for respecting state sovereignty were understandably strong. Yes or no? Because when Constitution was framed, states were very disparate, and there was no surety at that time that state will remain intact. Like, in some countries there was democracy was not there, or sometimes states might break away. So these apprehensions were there or not? If these apprehensions were there, so we have to give some power to state to associate. So that is why some more powers were given to state. Nearly 70 years on, the sense of nationhood and unity is strong. Anxieties about territorial integrity have faded. Yes or no? Now there is no issue like some state may break away, or like there is a problem of any territorial integrity. There is no such anxiety. Now situation has changed since then or not? India has been consistently a democracy. There is no internal as such problem. So now these anxieties have reduced. So shall we move somewhat to reduce the discretionary power to restrict trade so that a common market could be established? Yes. So since at that time, that balance was required between common market and integrity of country. And obviously integrity was more important thing at that time. But now that issue is no more there in the country. So now we should focus on enhancing creating common market. So cooperative federalism is becoming increasingly important governance dynamic. Perhaps it is time for Constitution to catch up to further facilitate this surging internal integration, like thrust for GST and path to common market. So it means that they have said overall even cooperative federalism is increasing, and overall those anxieties of that integrating a country, etc., are no more in India right now. Those are not the real concerns. So that is why now we shall move forward and we shall further reduce the restrictions on trade, etc., and try to create one market, because we are already taking up a huge step, GST as well as reforming APMCs. So now whatever discussions are there, those should be reduced and integrated market should be created. This is the theme. So got the point? Achha, here a lot of data is there, but data is not important. At the most, overall trend, interstate trade is significant in India, but still there are restrictions. It means that if we can reduce that restriction, we can it will create a common market in the country. So clear? So the idea about theme actually is important. Data is not so important here, because they will not ask micro data. Micro data will never be asked. Ye minor hai bahut major. Achha, another almost similar. This chapter is also somewhat similar to that. Here, earlier the focus was on trade. Here, focus on migration, inter and intra-state migration. So India on the move and churning, new evidence. So move and churning की मतलब है कि significant changes, especially migration is quite significant in India. तो पहले में जो था वो goods का trade पे था, यहाँ पे migration पे है. Interstate, intra-state, they have given some data and some actually causes what happened, why it is more or less. अच्छा, new evidence का मतलब है earlier, as per census data, migration was estimated in much lower state. अभी new railways data has revealed कि how much passengers are actually, one new cohort study was done. So on the basis of railways data, it shows that migration is much more than what was estimated as per earlier census. So new data shows that migration is very significant in India. More migration is supposed to be in general desirable or undesirable? More desirable, because it will lead to convergence. It will lead to specialization of labor, and mobility of labor is a very desirable goal in general. So otherwise there may be shortage, there may be surplus of a specific type of labor, or in general also. Achha, the traditional view based on straightforward reading of 2001 census is that stock of migrants in India is low, around this much million, but not increasing very rapidly. So earlier data, census data shows that migration was low. This chapter instead takes a different view and arrive at a much larger estimate of labor migration in India by analyzing 2001 census data and railway passenger traffic flows data. So two sources of data were there. Earlier, this data shows that migration is low, but now this data, railway migration data, shows that a significant number of people are traveling. So overall migration is quite large. Second, migration is accelerating in the period 2001 to 11 according to census estimate. The annual rate of growth of labor migration nearly doubled relative to previous decade. So rate of migration was almost doubled, rising to 4.5% per annum in this year from 2.4%. So almost double ho gayi. But data is not important, but you should remember that in the last decade, rate of migration has almost doubled. Third, potentially exciting finding for that is there is tentative, no conclusive evidence is that while internal political borders impede the flow of people, language, internal political borders impede flow of people, language does not seem to be a demonstrable barrier to flow of people. Because interstate migration is also significant, so language has not been a barrier in migration. Results from a gravity model. अच्छा, यहाँ पे भी gravity model use कर सकते हैं, वो migration में भी use हो सकता है, and because दो बड़ी states हैं तो वहाँ पे migration का chance भी ज़्यादा होगा, distance से भी फर्क पड़ेगा. तो from the gravity model indicate that political borders depress the flow of people. Political borders से depress होता है to some extent, reflected in the fact that controlling for distance, labor migration flows within a state are 4 times the labor migration flows outside state. अच्छा, तो if we see कि within a state migration is 4 times more as compared to interstate. अच्छा, what happens like for example people from UP, they will prefer to come to Noida rather than to going to Haryana. To some extent there is some kind of like bias is there. So overall like people from Haryana they will prefer to come to Gurugram rather than to Noida. So it is this is actually because political borders to some extent hinder, but language is not a hindrance as such. This is their actually conclusion. Achha, so our language barrier does not appear to be this. Achha, baseline census data, migration level between this to this, growth rate of workforce and migration for economic reasons. Achha, earlier decade, growth rate of workforce and migrants was same 2.4, but अभी क्या है, growth of workforce तो slow ही है थोड़ी marginally, and migration double हो गया है. तो GDP growth stated अच्छा growth rate of migrant rose spectacularly to 4.5. ठीक है, तो जो लेबर फोर्स की ग्रोथ तो मार्जिनली स्लो हुई है, ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर ही है, बट माइग्रेशन की रेट डबल हो गया है. और उसमें भी आगे हम देखेंगे फीमेल माइग्रेशन का ग्रोथ हैज बीन मच हायर देन ओवरऑल माइग्रेशन रेट. तो फीमेल माइग्रेशन हैज सब्सटेंशियली इंक्रीज. अच्छा, रीएस्टिमेटिंग माइग्रेशन, 2 periods, 2 data sources, 2 approaches. तो 2 periods का मतलब 80s में, मतलब ये 90s में और 2000s के बाद. और 2 data sources, one is census, other is railway. तो एज ए टोल्ड यू कि डिफरेंस वाज देयर कि 2001 से इसके बीच में ज्यादा बढ़ा है. पहले मतलब 91 to 2001 कम था, 90s में कम था, 2000s के बाद रेट बढ़ गया. अच्छा, तो रेलवे ट्रैफिक, जो रेलवे पैसेंजर ट्रैफिक डेटा एक्चुअली हैज शोन कि माइग्रेशन हैज बीन मच मोर. अच्छा, इन ऑर्डर टू फर्दर एनालाइज रीसेंट ट्रेंड इन लेबर मोबिलिटी, कोहॉर्ट बेस्ड माइग्रेशन मैट्रिक इज डेवलप्ड टू गॉज नेट माइग्रेशन at the stage and district. So on the basis of railways passenger data, this cohort based migration metric is constructed. So CMM एक matrix, मतलब एक index number बनाया to show this migration. अच्छा, among net in migration state, Karnataka is recent entrant. See this. अच्छा, internal it's not so important. Internal migration rates have dipped in Maharashtra and surged in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, reflecting growing pull of southern state. मतलब state wise is not so important. In general, what is important? तो pull of private southern state is increasing. So usually migration is going, mainly lot of people are migrating to southern states, especially because software sector has been a very important actually employer. Even for education also, a lot of people are going for education, and once they after education usually they get job. Especially a lot of engineering college and other colleges are there. Although private colleges have established now in this area also, but earlier they were in South India only. So even software sector migration increased. अच्छा, आउट माइग्रेशन रेट इंक्रीज इन मध्य प्रदेश, बिहार, यूपी एंड हैव डिप्ड इन असम. मतलब स्पेसिफिक डेटा इज नॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट, ब्रॉड इज सफिशिएंट. इलस्ट्रेट दिस, गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट नोन फॉर हाई माइग्रेशन shows a jump of this much cohort. Azamgarh, so specific is not so important, data is not so important. अच्छा, there exists strong positive correlation between CMM score and per capita income at state level. इसका मतलब है higher per capita income, higher migration. तो CMM score and higher and per capita income at the state level. Relatively less developed state such as Bihar and Uttar Pradesh have net out migration. अच्छा, in or out migration. जो states which are having less per capita, there will be more out migration. Obvious. And states which are having high income, they will get in migration. So obviously, अच्छा, relatively more developed state, positive CM value reflect net in migration. Like जैसे गोवा, दिल्ली, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, तमिलनाडु, केरला, तमिल, यहाँ पर in migration है. Obviously they are relatively developed. तो यहाँ पे in migration है. अच्छा, रेल पैसेंजर डेटा बेस्ड migration metric. Magnitude and pattern of migration. Net flows of all India level have averaged close to 9 million, जो they have shown in that first table also. Peaking around in this, considerably above the level suggested by census. So it was much above the census level. अच्छा, देखिए इन और आउट माइग्रेशन कहाँ पे मैक्सिमम है. इन माइग्रेशन, ये व्हाट इज दिस, दिल्ली है शायद. तो दिल्ली, अच्छा, वो सबसे ज्यादा कहां से है, यूपी. तो ये कहां से ज्यादा है ये जो है नेगेटिव का मतलब है जहां से आउट माइग्रेशन हो रहा है, और ये इन कहां पे जा रहा है. तो यूपी से और बिहार, झारखंड, मध्य प्रदेश, तो यहां से जा रहा है और इन स्टेट में जा रहा है. तो रिलेटिव डेवलपमेंट, तो शुड हैव ब्रॉड आइडिया कि कहां पे आउट है, कहां पर इन है. अभी ये थोड़ा विजिबल नहीं है, नोट्स में आप देख लेंगे, बट एक ब्रॉड आइडिया रखना है. देखिए रिलेटिवली जो डेवलप्ड स्टेट्स है वहां पे इन माइग्रेशन होगा, जो रिलेटिवली बैकवर्ड है वहां पे आउट माइग्रेशन होगा. बहुत स्पेसिफिक डेटा की जरूरत नहीं है, मतलब यहाँ पे बस फोकस है कि थीम इज इंपॉर्टेंट है, नॉट एग्जैक्टली डेटा, बिकॉज माइक्रो डेटा कभी नहीं पूछेंगे एग्जाम में. हाँ, रेमिटेंसेस तो आती है, किससे फर्क पड़ता है, लेकिन ना सर्टेनली अगर माइग्रेशन रुक जाए, लेट सपोज जैसे बिहार में या झारखंड में या यूपी में माइग्रेशन, आउट माइग्रेशन रुक जाएगा तो इनकम तो वहां बहुत कम हो जाएगी, बहुत फर्क पड़ता है। जस्ट लाइक यू नो कि अब माइग्रेशन इंटरनली हो सकता है, जैसे केरला में अब देखो कि इनकम लेवल इज नॉट सो हाई बट कंजम्पशन लेवल इज मच बेटर, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट इज वन अमंग द हाईएस्ट इन केरला, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट बहुत हाई है लेकिन स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग काफी हाई क्यों है? बिकॉज ऑफ रेमिटेंसेस फ्रॉम गल्फ। इवन पंजाब में अब देखो देयर सिग्निफिकेंट रेमिटेंसेस फ्रॉम कनाडा, इवन बिहार में आप देखो सिग्निफिकेंट रेमिटेंसेस फ्रॉम रेस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री। तो रेमिटेंसेस से फर्क तो पड़ता है बट अब वो इक्वलाइज तो नहीं कर देगा, फर्क तो पड़ेगा। क्लियर? तो ओनली ब्रॉड पिक्चर इज सफिशिएंट यहाँ पे, कोई भी डेटा कोई याद नहीं करना है, माइक्रो बिल्कुल भी याद नहीं करना है। अच्छा 26 स्टेट पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव डिनोट, अच्छा ये इस डायग्राम के बारे में दे हैव गिवन यू टेकन टुगेदर हाफ ऑफ द माइग्रेंट्स। अच्छा तो ये मतलब जो बैकवर्ड स्टेट से और डेवलप्ड स्टेट में जा रहे हैं। अच्छा कंक्लूजन इज दैट के this acceleration has taken place in the backdrop of discouraging incentives such as, अच्छा now what is important here कि there is significant migration despite you know there are a lot of hurdles, lot of discouragement is there कि what are hurdles in migration? Lack of portability of benefits, like portability of benefits means you have ration card there but in Delhi you may have a ration card in your state but if you come to Delhi you may not have this ration card, you may not have address, so you will lose some benefit. Like you may be in earlier company you may have PF account, even now here that may be lost, now there may be new PF, so the money you invested that might have lost, so lot of portability भी missing है। जैसे हमने देखा कि which is the PF common account होगा अपना यूनिवर्सल अकाउंट नंबर यूएन प्रांत तो पेंशन अकाउंट है, वो तो आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट है, हाँ वो भी इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है बट वो यूएन से वो हो जाएगा, तो पोर्टेबिलिटी नहीं है अभी बेनिफिट की, वन प्रॉब्लम। अच्छा लीगल एंड अदर एंटाइटमेंट्स अपॉन रिलोकेशन, लीगल लाइक वोटिंग एटसेट्रा, तो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स इन दैट, so is it a kind of compromise on would it discourage migration or not? Yes, it would discourage migration, so these are the hurdles and these should be overcome or not? Yes, it will affect well-being of migrant labor, so these are, despite those hurdles there is significant migration. Acha significant you know ki convergence in income has not happened, so income disparities are significant, that is the reason migration ho gayi, jab income disparities hongi zyada to migration hoga hi zyada। अच्छा portability of food security benefits, healthcare and basic social service framework for the migrant are crucial potentially through that interstate self registration process, so this actually these problems have to be resolved, मतलब they have suggested this, while there is currently do exist multiple schemes that address migrant welfare, they are implemented at the state level and hence require interstate coordination and fiscal cost of migration, so there should be coordination actually, sometime even you know कि some countries sign agreement कि if our people will go there in your country for work we will provide these benefits, so if these kind of agreement could be signed in different countries, why not state could sign agreement or should come at some consensus, or center should take an initiative in that कि like in migrant labor will be given these benefits or there should be coordination, so the focus is that अच्छा, and even one more thing, the domestic remittance market is quite large, 1.5 lakh crore, so that is also significant domestic remittance market. Acha, and it can leverage to enhance financial inclusion also for migrants, so it is actually win-win situation for that, it will encourage financial inclusion also and this will reduce inequality as well, so the focus is that कि migration overall is quite significant but despite hurdles, so the suggestion is that कि those hurdles have to be reduced, only just broad framework, so direct question is not much expected on this, because broad idea is sufficient. Achha, now another chapter, second last, other Indias, two analytical narratives. Achha, other Indias means they have used other India for which they have said कि some southern state, peninsular states and other India, other states. Peninsular state, other means like UP, Bihar, Orissa, means mainly northern states actually, so other Indias, even northeast, so other Indias means means apart from peninsular, so peninsular states are much different and much developed relatively as compared to other Indias. Achha, two analytical narratives means they have discussed level of development of any state on two variables. One is on the basis of redistribution, like you know center is giving some lot of money to state, like in the form of tax share in taxes and grants, so is it really useful? So those states which are getting more grants, are they really benefited from that? Yes or no? If center is giving more grant, like maximum, share as per share in taxes, which state got the maximum share in taxes? UP. Second, Bihar. So these states have really benefited from significant transfers. So that is redistribution, resource transfer. So actual evidence show that those states have worse, actually they perform worse despite getting more funds. Iska matlab hai ki grants have not been effective. Achha, and this thing could be studied in the context of country. Like when we got independence, we used to get grants. Yes. So is ek tarah se ye resource curse bolenge ise. So those countries who receive grant, or those state who receive grant from center, they actually rather suffer more backwardness. So it is called resource curse. If you get more access to resources, then you are supposed to be doomed rather. Got the point? But otherwise, what should happen? They should benefit or not? They should have developed. But it happened in the world as well as in India. Those like in the world, those countries which got more grants, they remain more backward. And in India, those states which got more grants from center, more tax transfer from center, they remain more backward. So it is a kind of resource curse. So that actually happened in India. Got the point? So RRT curse, redistribution, resource transfer. Achha, so why it happened? They have discussed that reasons actually and what should be done to overcome that problem. Second thing is that redistribution, this is redistribution. Another is natural resources. Achha, those states which have more resources, which are having more minerals, petroleum, other things, resources. So those states are expected to grow at fast pace or low pace. Fast pace, they have resources will be used to produce, but actually the level of development has been high or low whichever state is resource. Whichever state or country is more resource rich, those are more backward. This is called resource curse. So at global level, this usually happens. Those countries which are more resource rich, they are more backward. Achha, is it true in India? In India, earlier to some extent, but not now. Especially after 2000 onwards, the situation improved. Those states which are more resource rich, especially after bifurcation like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, so the situation improved after that. They said now they are managing resources less inefficiently. It is written they are managing resources, new states are managing resources less inefficiently. So situation thodi si improve hui hai. So as such, currently we can say that this resource curse is not there. This natural resource curse is not there. ये redistribution curse है, लेकिन ये नहीं है अभी. तो these broad themes were discussed. कि impact of actually पहले तो उन्होंने country को दो part में बांटा है, कि peninsular and other India. अच्छा, resource किसे मिला? Mainly जो fund transfer redistribution किसे मिलता है? Other India को ही मिल रहा है mainly. और resource भी majority तो इन्हीं के पास है, other India के पास. अब इनसे benefit हुआ नहीं हुआ, तो by and large नहीं हुआ. तो वो क्यों हुआ? So these two issues are going to discuss in this. What the point? What is theme of this chapter? Achha. Indian growth takeoff since 80s is associated with peninsular India. Achha, जो growth takeoff हुआ है, तो growth of which state accelerated? Mainly peninsular India, with better geography, being close to ocean. मतलब एक ये भी बहुत बड़ा reason था कि geography, and apart from that, even situation was relatively better even earlier also. अच्छा. And advance more rapidly economically, and have been a greater focus on policy and research attention in comparison to other states. Other states, the so-called other Indias. मतलब peninsular के अलावा जो है वो other Indias. तो so-called other Indias. मतलब in this chapter they have used the word other Indias. Successful peninsular India has offered three interesting and different models of development. So three models were adopted. One model is traditional East Asian model of escape from underdevelopment based on manufacturing. So focus that some state develop manufacturing sector like Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, to some extent Maharashtra. So Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, they developed actually manufacturing sector. So just like it happened in East Asian countries. जो Asian tigers we were saying like Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos actually. To manufacturing sector based. So some states like Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, they develop manufacturing. So that is why it accelerated growth. Second, remittance reliant model, जो कि केरला में है. मतलब remittance especially from girls. Third is distinctive precautious India model based on specialization in precautious का मतलब something which mature early. तो high skill matured early at early stage. High skill का मतलब जैसे कर्नाटक, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु, especially in IT, BPO, तो जो high skill में उन्होंने मतलब early maturity आ गई उसमें. तो that is why the growth accelerated. तो 3 तरह के मॉडल उन्होंने बताए, ठीक है। एक तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस्ड इन स्टेट में, केरला में मेनली रेमिटेंस बेस्ड मॉडल, और इसमें प्रीकॉशंस मतलब जो हाई स्किल डेवलपमेंट में, तो स्पेशली सॉफ्टवेयर में। तो दीज 3 मॉडल्स वर अडॉप्टेड बाय पेनिनसुला स्टेट व्हिच लीड टू एक्सेलरेशन इन ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ दोज स्टेट्स। क्लियर? अच्छा, other states have been relatively less successful and perhaps because of that have received less attention they have confronted with other models. अच्छा, other Indias include hinterland, अच्छा उसमें other Indias में आएगा hinterland, forested, natural resource rich and special category states। अच्छा, 2 models यहाँ पे यूज हुए इसमें। one is based on aid or special status, aid or special status like more grants, more share in taxes etc, उस पे बेस्ड था। जैसे स्पेशल कैटेगरी स्टेट्स है इसमें नॉर्दर्न स्टेट, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड। अच्छा, बेस्ड ऑन सेकंड वन इज दिस एंड सेकंड इज बेस्ड ऑन नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज, जैसे झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, उड़ीसा, गुजरात, राजस्थान, दीज आर रिसोर्स रिच एक्चुअली, जैसे कोल, ऑफशोर ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, मेजर माइनर मिनरल्स। ओके, तो दीज आर मेजर, मतलब ये तो 2 चीज है। अब जो ये डेवलप हो गए, ये मॉडल सक्सेसफुल है, ये सक्सेसफुल है या नहीं, तो फोकस ऑन दैट कि दिस मॉडल एड जो रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है और ये आर दे सक्सेसफुल और नॉट। अच्छा, अब ये नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया बट इन द वर्ल्ड दीज थिंग्स हैव नॉट यील्डेड एनी पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट। तो इंडिया में नहीं। अच्छा, बैकग्राउंड। अच्छा, एट द टाइम ऑफ इंडियाज इंडिपेंडेंस टू स्पर ग्रोथ द इकोनॉमी वाज वीक, इंडिया एक्सेप्टेड एड बट ट्राइड टू रिलाई ऑन इट्स रिसोर्सेज एज मच एज पॉसिबल विद द एम ऑफ वाइंडिंग डाउन इट्स एड डिपेंडेंस एज क्विकली एज पॉसिबल। दिस हैज प्रूव्ड सक्सेसफुल। इसका मतलब है had we remained dependent on aid for long we would have remained underdeveloped. So what was the best thing what Indian government did? Initially we accepted it, but gradually we reduced the dependence on aid. So it was very desirable. Otherwise, if we might be pressing for aid, then we might have remained more underdeveloped. What the point? तो इंडिया में तो किया, लेकिन जो बैकवर्ड स्टेट है वो अभी भी डिपेंडेंट है, एंड तो प्रैक्टिकली उसका और इम्पैक्ट होते हैं कि बिकॉज ऑफ मोर ट्रांसफर और मोर एड एक्चुअली इज डेट्रीमेंट। अच्छा, मेनी इंस्टेंसेस ऑफ, बल्कि वैसे वो कॉन्ट्रेरी है नहीं है कॉमन परसेप्शन से, इट इज कॉन्ट्रेरी टू कॉमन परसेप्शन। अच्छा, मेनी इंस्टेंसेस ऑफ डाउनसाइड इन द एड सीन बट इंडिया हैज प्रोवाइडेड एक्सटेंसिव ट्रांसफर टू सर्टेन पुअर स्टेट इन एन अटेम्प्ट टू स्पर देयर डेवलपमेंट। तो बट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज प्रोवाइडेड लॉट ऑफ मनी टू बैकवर्ड स्टेट बट obviously they have not developed. अच्छा, तो first they have used the word redistributive resource transfer. Regions actually, you know, okay, overall peninsular India is relatively developed. A region like Andhra is relatively less developed. So some areas, you know, perfection can't be there. It's a broad analysis. अब like in the other India, like in northern India, entire northern India is not much backward. So by and large, broad. There may be some regions which are underdeveloped in southern India. There may be some regions in northern India which are much developed. Like Haryana, Punjab is relatively better in India. अच्छा, तो redistributive, तो they have seen redistributed resource transfer. अच्छा, what is redistributed resource transfer? RRT short form is a state to a state from center is defined as gross devolution to state adjusted for respective state share in GDP. So it is not only how much money center is giving to state. Redistributed resource transfer means, let's suppose the center is giving you 100 rupee, let's suppose, to a particular state, but your share in GDP or your contribution to tax revenue, your share in GDP will depend on contribution. We are getting maybe 30 rupee from you. So how much will be resource redistributed transfer? 70 rupee. Okay, let's suppose you are actually somewhat poor state, other of state is of same size, more developed. So center would be giving more rupee or less rupee? Less, maybe 50 rupee दे रहे हैं, वो more developed है, size same है, population same है, but less more developed है. अच्छा, वहां से revenue ज्यादा, GDP में contribution क्या होगा जब ज्यादा developed है? ज्यादा होगा, तो वहां से पैसा ज्यादा रहा होगा, कितना आ रहा होगा? यहाँ से 30 आ रहा था, यहाँ से हो सकता है कि 40 रुपये आ रहा हो या 50 आ रहा हो, तो 50 आ रहा है, 50 दे रहे तो 0 हो गया, दे 50 रहे, तो डिफरेंस विल बी मोर ऑन एक्चुअल ट्रांसफर और आरआरटी. दिस विल बी मोर इन आरआरटी. 100 हम मतलब 100 दे रहे हैं और 30 आ रहा है, तो इफेक्टिव 70 दे रहे हैं, आरआरटी 70 हुआ. जो सेम साइज पॉपुलेशन और एरिया में सेम है स्टेट, बट इनकम लेवल में भी हाई, तो वहां से क्या होगा, आरआरटी बहुत कम होगा. नेगेटिव भी हो सकता है, पैसा ज्यादा आ रहा है, दे कम रहे. तो डिफरेंस किस में ज्यादा आएगा, एब्सोल्यूट रिसोर्स ट्रांसफर में या रिडिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव रिसोर्स ट्रांसफर में? एब्सोल्यूट में बहुत डिफरेंस नहीं, एब्सोल्यूट में ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं आएगा, आरआरटी में बहुत डिफरेंस आ जाएगा। तो आरआरटी यहां पे लिया है उन्होंने कि हाउ मच सेंटेंस गिवन एडजस्टेड फॉर द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ दैट स्टेट इन जीडीपी। अच्छा, जीडीपी का मतलब एक तरह से कि सेंटर को कितना आ रहा है। अच्छा, अभी यू नो कि गवर्नमेंट में भी गेटिंग रेवेन्यू लाइक एक्साइज इज इम्पोज इन द एंटायर कंट्री। अब एक्साइज तो गुजरात महाराष्ट्र में भी लगती है, तो वहां से ज्यादा आएगा रेवेन्यू या कम आएगा? ज्यादा आएगा, तो उसे ज्यादा देगा सेंटर। नो, सेंटर वोंट गिव मोर, सेंटर विल गिव मोर टू दोज स्टेट व्हिच आर मोर अंडरडेवलप्ड रादर। तो आरआरटी गॉट द डिफरेंस इन फंड ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम सेंटर टू स्टेट एंड redistributed resource transfer. So difference in RRT will be made, will be this. So this is RRT कि मतलब transfer from center to state, gross devolution to state adjusted for respective share in GDP. Okay, so this is the meaning of RRT. अच्छा, the top 10 recipient states तो वो वही होंगे obviously special category वाले। 11 में से 10 सभी ये special category वाले ही हैं। अच्छा, अरुणाचल sorry annual per capita RRT flows for all northeastern states except Assam and JK have exceeded the annual per capita consumption expenditure that defines all India poverty line, especially the rural line. Now, what is meaning of this? कि annual per capita RRT flows to all northeastern states except Assam and Jammu and Kashmir have exceeded the annual per capita consumption expenditure that defines poverty line. What does it mean? कि पॉवर्टी लाइन में भी जैसे रूरल पॉवर्टी लाइन 27 रुपये है, इसका मतलब है पर कैपिटा 27 से ज्यादा गवर्नमेंट दे रही है, तो क्या होना चाहिए? खत्म होनी चाहिए थी पॉवर्टी, यस और नो? तो व्हाट डज दिस शो? ए ग्रॉस इनएफिशिएंसी कि द रिसोर्स ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम सेंटर टू स्टेट इज मोर देन एक्चुअली द पॉवर्टी लाइन, रूरल पॉवर्टी लाइन। इसका मतलब है पॉवर्टी मस्ट हैव एलिमिनेटेड only by that fund itself. It means that states governments actually have not properly used those funds. They have not provided to people or not have used that money properly. So there was significant misuse. So this is a kind of resource, this RRT curse, resource distribution curse. What the point? This fact itself shows the gross mismanagement of resources, use of funds. Got the point? Survey pointed out that there is no evidence of a positive relation between these transfers and various economic outcomes. नो पॉजिटिव ट्रांसफर, मोर रिसोर्सेज का मतलब ये नहीं कि ज्यादा डेवलप हो, बल्कि उल्टा हुआ है, अभी हम डिस्कस करेंगे। इंस्टेड देयर इज अ सजेस्टिव एविडेंस ऑफ अ नेगेटिव रिलेशन आरआरटी फ्लोज एंड नेगेटिव इफेक्ट ऑन फिस्कल एफर्ट। फिस्कल एफर्ट का मतलब दे विल यूजुअली द टैक्स रेवेन्यूज डिडंट इंक्रीज मच इन दोज स्टेट्स, देयर मोर ट्रांसफर बिकॉज़ दे नीड नॉट रिक्वायर मच फंडिंग, सेंटर से ही मिल रहा है। दीज अच्छा रोवर अल्टरनेटिव डेफिनेशन। अच्छा, रिजल्ट्स क्या हुआ देखिए, स्लोअर ग्रोथ, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ एंड देयर ओन टैक्स रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ स्लोअर हुआ जिन्हें ज्यादा पैसा दिया। अच्छा, ग्रोथ शुड हैव एक्सेलरेटेड और नॉट? अच्छा, एंड स्मॉलर इज द शेयर ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जीडीपी। अच्छा, शेयर ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग रिमेन स्मॉलर इन दोज स्टेट्स, लोअर ओन टैक्स रेवेन्यू, अपनी टैक्स रेवेन्यू और कम हो गई। तो कैन वी से इट इज अच्छा लैगिंग बिहाइंड ऑन ओवरऑल गवर्नेंस। So those states which get more RRT, this happened. Growth rate remained low, manufacturing sector remained small, their tax revenue reduced, overall governance actually was poor. So overall it is called RRT curse. Redistributed resource, so means more RRT was actually a curse for them. It would be better कि center would have given less. वो curse नहीं होता है. Got the point? तो this aspect. अच्छा, ये ग्रॉस डेवोल्यूशन एंड आरआरटी पर कैपिटा। अच्छा देखिए, ग्रॉस डेवोल्यूशन ये वो द सेम पॉइंट व्हिच आई हैव टोल्ड यू, दिस डायग्राम शो इज शोइंग दो सेम पॉइंट। अच्छा, ग्रॉस डेवोल्यूशन कितना है? इतना। आरआरटी इतना है। अच्छा, ग्रॉस डेवोल्यूशन जैसे सिक्किम है, आरआरटी है। अगर हम बात करेंगे डेवलप्ड स्टेट की, जैसे गोवा, तो ग्रॉस डेवोल्यूशन इतना हुआ, आरआरटी नेगेटिव। क्यों नेगेटिव हो गया? क्योंकि दिया 100 रुपए और केरला से वहां से आया सिक्किम से मान ली 150 रुपए, तो आरआरटी तो -50 हो गया ना। व्हाट द पॉइंट? तो डेवलप्ड स्टेट में आरआरटी विल बी नेगेटिव। देखिए, गोवा, हरियाणा, महाराष्ट्र में नेगेटिव है सबसे ज्यादा, और जो रिलेटिवली जो लेस डेवलप्ड है वहां पे आरआरटी। तो व्हाट द पॉइंट कि रिसोर्स डेवोल्यूशन में और आरआरटी में क्या डिफरेंस? लॉजिक इज क्लियर? अच्छा, अब नाउ यू कैन सी हियर कि पॉवर्टी लाइन, ये आई थिंक पॉवर्टी लाइन है, अर्बन रूरल, ठीक है, इन्हें कितना पैसा दिया है रूरल पॉवर्टी लाइन, और एवरेज इन सब स्टेट को उससे ज्यादा दिया है। आरआरटी इफेक्टिवली इतना है दिया है, मतलब एक तरह से जितना दिया माइनस जो लिया, इफेक्टिवली इतना दिया, और पॉवर्टी लाइन से ज्यादा दिया है। अब देखो रेड जो है वो आरआरटी दिखा रहा है, स्टिल पॉवर्टी इज देयर। तो सिग्निफिकेंट मनी इज गिवन टू दीज स्टेट्स, and despite that these states are not able to eliminate poverty or achieve even social objectives. So this the sentence which I told you is reflected here कि इतना ये एवरेज इतना पॉवर्टी लाइन है, अर्बन भी देखेंगे इतना है। अब इन स्टेट में तो पॉवर्टी खत्म होनी चाहिए ना, अगर ये लोगों को सीधा ही पैसा दे देते, मतलब कुछ नहीं करते, सीधा लोगों को दे देते, तो पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेट हो जाती नहीं। पर कैपिटा है, ये हर किसी को दे देते, रिच नॉन रिच सबको दे देते, यूबीआई की तरह दे देते हैं पैसा, ये तो भी पॉवर्टी खत्म हो जाती है, ये सुनो। तो इट मींस दैट कि देयर वाज ग्रॉस मिसमैनेजमेंट। तो दिस इज एक्चुअली आरआरटी कर्व्स, क्लियर। अच्छा, इंपैक्ट ऑफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। अब सेकंड पॉइंट आएगा नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। इंडिया हैज ह्यूज नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज व्हिच इज क्रूशियल फॉर स्परिंग ग्रोथ। तो रिसोर्सेज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ऑब्वियसली। देयर इज लिटिल एविडेंस टू सजेस्ट दैट रिसोर्स कर्व्स एग्जिस्ट इन इंडिया। अच्छा, रिसोर्स कर्व्स का मतलब है कि मोर रिसोर्सेज, more natural resources, more backward you are. So this is usually happens. This usually happens in international level also. Acha, of the kind that economists have found in other countries. ये other countries में होता है, because there is no evidence to suggest resource. A resource curse हाँ initially था ऐसे. अब I'm coming to that point. A resource curse deal with economies with abundant natural resources have actually tended to grow less rapidly than resource scarce economies. That is the meaning of resource curse. Achha, indeed, the fact that negative correlation tend to break down after 2000 implies that the new mineral development states created post bifurcation have managed natural resources less inefficiently. I use that word कि इसका मतलब पहले भी inefficiently यूज कर रहे थे, अब थोड़ा सा इंप्रूव हुआ है, मतलब कम इनएफिशिएंट हो गए वो। then their forebearers, so situation has improved somewhat. But as such, right now there is no curse, resource curse अब खत्म हो गया. There is no evidence to say that mineral wealth has been a boon. This suggests that there is a need to improve governance, ensure more productive use of resources, especially in states that are relying on heavily on them. So obviously कि practically it has not been a benefit, not benefited. अच्छा, तो अभी करंटली हम रिसोर्स नेशनल रिसोर्स कर्स नहीं कहेंगे इंडिया में, नहीं. अच्छा, दो दे हैव गिवन दिस पर कैपिटा जीएसडीपी ग्रोथ एंड पर कैपिटा मिनरल वैल्यू. अच्छा, पर कैपिटा ये क्या है, मिनरल वैल्यू है, ये जीडीपी ग्रोथ है. तो इसका मतलब वैसे वी कैन टेक एनी वेरिएबल, शेप से डाउनवर्ड अपवर्ड से लॉजिक वही आएगा. अच्छा, तो पर कैपिटा जीएसडीपी ग्रोथ एंड पर कैपिटा मिनरल वैल्यू, तो पर कैपिटा मिनरल वैल्यू अगर कम है तो ग्रोथ ज्यादा है, मतलब ये इस पीरियड में है 80 टू दिस. तो इसका मतलब यहाँ पे रिसोर्स कर्स है, या जहां पे रिसोर्स कम है वहां पे ग्रोथ ज्यादा है, जहां पे रिसोर्स ज्यादा है वहां पे ग्रोथ कम है. इसका मतलब रिसोर्स ज्यादा होने से ग्रोथ कम हो गई. तो रिसोर्स कर्स यहाँ पे 2001 से 14 के बीच में देखेंगे तो थोड़ा सा ऊपर को होने लगा. इसका मतलब रिसोर्स कर्स नहीं, लेकिन ऑलमोस्ट स्ट्रेट लाइन है. इसका मतलब दे आर यूजिंग रिसोर्सेज मोर लेस इनएफिशिएंटली. लेस इनएफिशिएंट है अगर होता है ऐसे तो हम कहते हैं एफिशिएंटली, फिर लेस इनएफिशिएंट नहीं बोलते, फिर कहते हैं एफिशिएंटली यूज कर रहे हैं, रिसोर्स से फायदा हो रहा है. अभी हम कह रहे हैं कि लॉस नहीं हो रहा, ज्यादा रिसोर्स होने से लॉस नहीं हो रहा. रिसोर्स कर्स मींस कि द स्टेट्स और रीजन्स or countries having more natural resources, they usually they perform bad on socio-economic parameters. Resource curse ये है ना कि states which are having more resources they are performing better, growth low थी. रीजन जो है अभी हमारे रीजन पे जैसे गवर्नेंस प्रॉब्लम, इंस्टीट्यूशनल प्रॉब्लम, गवर्नेंस प्रॉब्लम. तो गॉट द पॉइंट कि पहले तो था थोड़ा सा, लेकिन अब ये देखिए लाइन अगर ये ऊपर को होती तो लेस इनएफिशिएंट यूज नहीं करते, फिर हम कहते हैं एफिशिएंट यूज करते हैं वर्ड. तो रिसोर्स कर्स नहीं है बस, लेकिन बेनिफिट भी नहीं हो रहा है, रिसोर्स से कोई बेनिफिट नहीं उठा पा रहे हैं सही से. इसका मतलब है दे हैव टू इंप्रूव देयर गवर्नेंस.
But if we consider the natural conditions present in the northeastern states, like natural barriers, they are not beneficial to the transport sector also. So in that additional we are making
Like they're hilly states, so obviously there may be some constraint. Like in Northeast, there are some constraint. That is why government is giving more funds to them. But such problems are not there in Bihar, in Jharkhand, or in Chhattisgarh. Huh? So this is general. This is actually usually mismanagement. Actually, ultimate thing is, I told you already in class, that psychology is ultimate thing. Among factors which affect our development, I have seen a lot of people, once if you want to make anybody handicapped, there's a very simple way. Just give him or her everything, whatever that person needs. That person won't be able to do anything in life. If you want to spoil a child, give everything. Don't let him or her do any work. That person will be spoiled. So the thing is that if they are states which are getting more resources, so without doing much, they are going to get basic amenities. So, and they are getting much funds, backward states. So they remain, that becomes an attitude. Okay, what is needed is okay going on. We are having this. So some complacence, they get some complacence, and so that is very important. And the most important is effort. And if you see practically in life, like in any study, you can see that successful people they are very hardworking. That is common in any successful person. Intelligence, etc., has a very little role, not much role. Ultimate thing is the hard work. Other is actually consistency, discipline. That is the most important thing practically you can see, and that is reflected here. A psychological factor. Okay, possible explanations for resource cuts. Acha, so possible exploitation of natural resource generates rents, which leads to rent seeking and increased corruption. Acha, rent seeking means something which is unearned income ko lene ki aadat pad jati hai कि बस ठीक है, बस we are getting this money, so it is rent seeking. And normally corruption also increases, and everybody don't have access to those. So some people have access, so they do corruption, etc. So this increases corruption, etc. Nexus between sometimes government officers and those people who are having access to those resources. So other people are rather exploited because of that. Exposes countries to commodity price volatility, which can destabilize growth. Achha, commodity price destability, like they are based on like resources. If the price of resource will come down, then they become more dependent on that. So dependency vulnerability increases to some extent. Achha, national resource ownership like foreign aid makes countries susceptible to Dutch disease. Actually, what is Dutch disease? In Netherlands, what happened when minerals were discovered? So what happened when minerals were discovered? So foreign investment increased, so inflow of capital increased, and its currency appreciated. When currency appreciated, then what happened? Its export reduced substantially. There was huge trade deficit. So domestic industry was affected, even unemployment increased. So there was a major problem because of discovery of resources. Unemployment increased there, export came down, people lose job because export reduced substantially. Currency appreciated and export significantly reduced. So that is called Dutch disease. So in Netherlands, actually Dutch or Netherlands, so this happened in this. So it means that because of these resources, so there may be such kind of like more money may come, it may create inflation. So their inflation means the advantage to sell to other state the goods may reduce. So this kind of problem is called Dutch disease. What the point? In the land, when this discovery of minerals were discovered there, then inflow of capital investment came. Because of that, currency appreciated. Currency appreciated, then export reduced, production, employment was affected in that country. So that is Dutch disease. Acha, policy recommendations for RRT. Acha, redirecting flows to household. Acha, the best thing is that, as I told you, if government might not have done anything, government could have just given this money to people directly. DBT se de deti. So poverty could be eliminated or not. अपने आप कुछ करना ही नहीं, मतलब सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट could have directly given it to people of that state. जितना per capita आ रहा है लोगों को ही बांट देता है स्टेट की जगह, तो poverty would have eliminated. So what we want, ultimate objective is social welfare, and if poverty could have eliminated, that would have been a major achievement. तो एक तो पॉइंट ये है कि redirecting flows to households, to redirect certain portion of RRT and channel the resources directly to household as part of UBI. So this is very important solution. But would it be feasible? States will agree? No. Achha, conditional transfers to fiscal performance as recommended by 13th Finance Commission, like on the basis of tax effort to states as higher resource lead to states relax their own tax state and revenue. So other is that government may link transfer of grants or funds to fiscal performance, their own performance, just like which was the criteria as per 13th Finance Commission and earlier? Fiscal discipline. Now in 14th Finance Commission, it is removed. Also because situation has improved now, so overall that is removed now. So although they have economic survey, they said that there must be some criteria. Finance Commission should put some criteria for that. Okay, so one solution is this. Achha, but practically would it be feasible? It is difficult because states will not accept it. Or would they accept? No, they will lose autonomy. Center is giving directly money to public, so they will obviously not ready for it. Achha, but here, yes, in next Finance Commission can incorporate this criteria. Other is making governance contingent transfers. Fund transfer mechanism could explicitly include few monitorable institutional indicators criteria of transfer. So government may actually put some indicators, okay, like if you have to improve this thing, on that basis actually performance based transfer hona chahiye. So that actually state should improve certain conditions. जो monitorable कुछ targets state can put. We will give you funds on the basis of if you improve this much in maybe in health indicator or this much in education, जो improve ज़्यादा करेगा, it will be like somewhat like Raghuram Rajan committee suggested. Multidimensional MDI है, तो MDI type index के basis पे कि if you perform better on socio-economic parameters, we will give you more funds. So that there should be incentive to improve. So these are actually suggestions. It should be done. It may be done. Achha, other is natural resource में what we should do to overcome this problem. There is a need to improve governance to ensure more productive use of resources. The present structure of revenue administration is taking royalty from mining of minerals. So, achha, however, in the present system, there is a future scope for bolster citizens' engagement, which will act as a constraint on large-scale corruption and over-exploitation of resources. Achha, जो royalty आ रही है, so that should be used productively. Rather, a long-term fund for development should be created. That royalty should be used only for, because state government are getting royalty for exploitation of resources. If any company, they will allow any company to use resources, state will charge royalty for that. So that should be used for permanent some development of people of that state, for development of infrastructure. Achha, so government has passed this act. So one step in this direction, Minerals, Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Amendment Act 2015 included establishment of a trust to be called District Mineral Foundation for districts affected by mining related operation. Achha, so this District Mineral Fund means foundation should be set to take care of actually interest of people of that area. Achha, considering minerals as a part of commons owned by state as trustee for the people, including future generations. Here, future is also important. Revenue from natural resources could be saved in non-wasting asset in a dedicated permanent fund. Achha, in some countries there are some provisions. Okay, whatever revenue received from resources, that should be invested in some capital expenditure, so that it will give long-term benefit to not to these people, but for future generations. Like when we talk about sustainable development, so whatever opportunities we have, like resources, do we leave those resource opportunities to future generations or not? If we exploit all resources and consume that, is it not a violation of intergenerational equity? So what if we are using something, we should create something so that that asset will help in future generations. So this thing should be done. So in some countries, actually some permanent fund has been created. Okay, that money should be used for development or some permanent structure or infrastructure, so that it may have some future benefit. So this kind of thing should be done. Achha, alternative structure distribution gain directly to account of concerned citizens as part of UBI. Achha, wo to we have discussed it. Achha, where thus existence already curse and lack of natural resource curse in the context of Indian state implies that both the center and state need to act to mitigate the effect of former. हमें इसे mitigate करना है and guard against emergence of the later. मतलब ये we have to check this and we have to check it should not re-emerge. In this context, the question of whether RRT in future could be linked more silently to fiscal and governance effort on the part of a state. मतलब these should be linked with this thing. Okay, so these are the issues which were discussed related to this RRT and natural resources. So what issues are there and what they have given some suggestions. Any doubt in this? Clear? Okay, so broad picture. Okay, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of resource curse? किसमें है, किसमें नहीं है, क्यों है, or what should be done? This is the. Okay, now the last chapter. So last chapter is from competitive federalism to competitive sub-federalism. Actually, you know that there is significant progress in competitive federalism. Yes or no? There is significant progress in competitive federalism, especially because of Niti Aayog is minor step. Major step is 14th Finance Commission. The significant progress is because of 14th Finance Commission. Although Niti Aayog has also taken a lot of steps to promote this thing, but major was because of that. Achha, so they said, why only competitive federalism? Why only competition among states? Why not at sub-state level? Why not at city level also? Just like states, government can design their own program rather than depending on CSS. They should design and implement their own program. Why not state, city should decide, the local body, the urban local body should design program for development of city, etc., and use that fund. And there should be competition among cities also. Like which city can provide better quality of services to their people. So we have to actually promote. We have promoted cooperative federalism. Now we should promote sub-federalism also. Like there should be competition among cities, and not among cities and states also. Like there should be healthy competition among cities, among states, and among cities and states. So this is the theme actually. So cities are dynamos. So they will serve as a dynamo actually. Dynamo means like generator. Achha. Urbanization, so in this focus on urbanization, in improving quality of life of urban areas. So here they have said actually how we can improve effectiveness of urban local bodies, how to promote competition among them, how to improve quality of life in urban areas. They have discussed about some problems of local urban bodies and what programs are going on, like especially smart cities and other programs like Amrut, Hirday, this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So these actually they have discussed. Okay, so urbanization is rapidly on rise, and India will define the trajectory of Indian development. Obviously, urbanization is increasing, and it has to happen. Urban Indians now form 1/3 of the population, and they produce about 3/5 of country's GDP. 3/5 means 60%. So 60% production urban area में हो रहा है, और 1/3 population में रहेगी. Exodus of rural Indians into cities over coming decades will pose tremendous challenges for governance, particularly municipalities, who will be primarily responsible for providing the services that the new migrants and established residents will need. So obviously, the pressure on these civic amenities, which is already high, it is going to further increase. So we have to improve this. For in urban areas, to improve quality of life, we have to focus on this. Achha, just as with competition between states is becoming a powerful dynamics of change and progress, that dynamic must extend to competition among states and cities, and between cities. So to competitive federalism, India can add and rely on competitive sub-federalism. Okay, which I told you. Okay, from among states, now among cities and states. It's a characteristics. The magnitude of Indian urbanization is not special. The pattern of urbanization size seems to be many of the smaller cities are usually small, and so are big ones. So ये जो pattern in general रहता है, so that is there in India. मतलब there is no special. There are many reasons why the large cities are usually small. Small in the sense that large cities are small in the sense of infrastructure, etc. Their facilities. But there's relatively they don't have actually infrastructure, etc. facility to accommodate that. In that sense, they have used the word. ये मतलब ये कि large cities का मतलब जो infrastructure small मतलब city large है मतलब population के according, लेकिन capacity उसकी उतनी कम है, मतलब infrastructural overburden है उनका. अच्छा, India is land scarce, जितनी बड़ी city है उतना infrastructural constraint है. India is land scarce relative to most countries, discouraging migration particularly because distorted land market render rent unaffordable. There may be some. Okay, mobility is limited by strong place-based preferences embedded in deep social network. Achha, in India, the mobility is also based on actually place-based preferences, and social cultural factors also play a role in that. That is why, as we have discussed, intra-state migration is 4 times more as compared to interstate migration. Achha, key challenges. Now, what are challenges? Urban local bodies, weak capacity, face major inextricably linked problems, poor governance capacities, lack of trained staff. So, मतलब एक तो professionalism and trained staff is not there with urban local bodies, जिसमें municipalities हैं. अच्छा, infrastructure deficit. Productive and healthy urbanization require effective public services delivery, but every Indian city faces serious challenges related to water, power, waste management, transport, education, health, pollution, safety. ये इसमें obviously challenges हैं. अच्छा, because finances are funds, huge funds are required for infrastructure. अच्छा, lack of finances वो इससे related ही है. So obviously the resources with the state governments are panchayats are very limited. अच्छा, and that is also not realized. जो mainly property taxes is very important source, so that is not properly realized. अच्छा, and there may be some other sources also like advertisement etc. से भी काफी आ जाता है पैसा जो municipalities में जो, तो there are some other sources, those are not properly realized or channelized. अच्छा, it will help business also, जैसे advertisement से business को भी benefit होगा and it give huge revenue to municipalities also. अच्छा, even when powers have been devolved, exercising them has proved difficult. Municipal own income becomes comes from taxes, user charges and domestic borrowings. मतलब user charges का मतलब जैसे कि electricity bill या water supply का bill है etc. उससे आ सकते हैं. Although it may be other sources भी हो सकते हैं, जैसे advertisement भी हो सकता है, and even they can also borrow. अच्छा, तो mobilizing resources. First of all, कि resources are very important. मतलब funds is one correlation is between formal taxation powers and actual mobilization of resources. One would expect that the giving greater tax power to local bodies should lead to greater revenue generation. So tax revenue, we will give more powers to impose taxes, then they can get more. But practically it is not always there. Urban local bodies like Mumbai and Pune, even with low scores on taxation powers, do well in own revenue. ठीक है, तो मुंबई पुणे में अच्छा यहाँ पे क्या है, एक्स्ट्रा रेवेन्यू जैसे एडवर्टीजमेंट वाला या इस तरह के और जो रेवेन्यूज है अदर सोर्सेज से ज्यादा, इवन वाटर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से भी ले सकते हैं. while the same कानपुर देहरादून एटसेट्रा गिवन रिलेटिवली हायर टैक्सेशन पावर्स perform badly in terms of revenue. तो मतलब taxation power is not the only variable, so it means that there may be some other sources are also there. अच्छा, having the powers to impose a greater number of taxes do not necessarily mean greater revenue for urban local body. Many other factors imposing being able to collect greater revenue, such as size of the tax base. मतलब well, कितना tax base का मतलब है कि how many people can pay property tax or other professional other taxes मतलब which could be imposed. Like octroi है तो how many vehicles are entering in that city. Efficiency in tax collection and level of economic activity in that city or area. So these things will affect this. The greater immediate scope for revenue comes from the property tax. The most important potential is in tax. So as I told you in the beginning of this chapter, among 8 interesting facts, they have given that even satellite data could be used to assess actual potential of tax revenue. Like they have compared two states, two cities, Jaipur and Bengaluru. So what it was written, I think 5 to 20% they are collecting only of the potential. So there is significant potential here. Achha, they are progressive also. These are highly progressive also, there is significant potential. And in developed countries, significant revenue is already contributed by property taxes. So there is significant scope to increase this. So property tax as a share own revenue is above 50% in Kanpur, Lucknow, but it is less than 15% in Bhopal and Ranchi. So there is significant variation is there, and it is much below potential. The major factors contributing to poor realization from property tax are the poor assessment rate, weak collection efficiency, flawed methods for property valuation. ये बहुत important है. Valuation का मतलब circle rates are much lower than market rates. अच्छा, loss on account of exemptions and poor enforcement. So these are problems. So why rates are low. अच्छा, satellite imagery can be useful tool as we have discussed. So they have given diagram also for satellite imagery research. अच्छा, recent initiatives by government. अच्छा, there is a table कि what measures were taken by government. So 14th Finance Commission has given urban local bodies को grant. Center has given some grants to those states, and various programs are going on, like JNNURM had been renamed as Amrut. So various schemes are going on. Amrut, Swachh Bharat, Smart Cities, this Heritage City Development Program, Digital India, Skill India, Housing for All, Metro Transport, etc. Achha, now briefly we'll discuss this, like Smart City is most important scheme. So in brief we'll discuss these schemes. So first of all, what is core of Smart City? Can you tell me how Smart City mission is different from earlier urban development programs? What is core theme of Smart City? Obviously, very simple. A Smart City, 100 cities have to be developed. Okay. And what kind of services will be provided? Very simple. A Smart City will include water, electricity supply, sanitation, solid waste management, including this, effective urban mobility, public transport, affordable housing, especially for poor, robust IT connectivity and digitalization, good governance, especially e-governance and citizen participation, sustainable environment, safety and security of citizens, children, women and elderly, and health and education. ये 10 चीजें हैं. But these are very basic amenity. You know, every city should be having this or not. Okay, so can you tell me what is different in a smart city? नहीं, बॉटम अप्रोच तो है ही नहीं, है तो सिटी है, यहाँ पे लेवल तो आ ही नहीं रहे, वो तो सिटी है. तो कैन यू टेल मी हाउ स्मार्ट सिटीज, ये तो पहले भी था सारी चीजें, थोड़ा सा, मतलब हम कह सकते हैं आईटी पे पहले भी था लेकिन कम था, थोड़ा बढ़ा रहे हैं, माइनर. मेन डिफरेंस क्या है? टू सम एक्सटेंट आईटी से रिलेटेड ही है वो, कि सर्विसेज शुड बी मेड ऑनलाइन सो दैट पीपल शुड पार्टिसिपेट, दे कैन पुट देयर ग्रीवेंसेस एटसेट्रा. तो एक तो आईटी का रोल थोड़ा सा बढ़ेगा, लेकिन वो पहले भी था. व्हाट इज न्यू इन दिस, हाउ इट इज डिफरेंट? देखिए यहाँ पे सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी टू सम एक्सटेंट, लेकिन कोई बहुत ज्यादा वो नहीं है. सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मतलब इन व्हाट सेंस कि प्रॉपर वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट हियर द फोकस ऑफ स्मार्ट सिटी इज ऑन एनहेंसिंग क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ ऑफ पीपल. तो ultimate focus is to provide overall improve quality of life of people by integrating all of these things. मतलब it's a holistic approach and ultimate focus on enhancing quality of life. एक तो ये फोकस है, मतलब ultimate focus कि how to improve quality of life. तो यहाँ पे पर्सपेक्टिव क्या है? ह्यूमन पर्सपेक्टिव है. अच्छा, and for this like IT use of IT, people's participation, grievance redressal and e-technology etc. should be used, and priorities कि what is important for enhancing human well-being, which thing is more important. So this is very important. Second most important thing is that when we say smart city, here it means smart solutions are there for everything. So smart solutions are used for entire thing. Everything we have to think of smart solution. For example, a smart solution, for example, like for saving electricity, we shall use smart solutions like the building should be constructed in such a manner which require less actually cooling. जैसे अगर उसका मान ली सन फेसिंग ही कर दिया अगर मेन उसमें, तो अगर और वो मान ली वो ग्लास फेसिंग है तो और ज्यादा हीट होगा, तो एसी बहुत ज्यादा नीड होगी. तो हाँ, या फिर उसका जो मटेरियल है वो इस तरह का यूज करेंगे दैट शुड बी रिफ्लेक्टिव. तो इवन डिजाइन ऑफ बिल्डिंग कैन सेव अप टू 10 to 20% एनर्जी. तो स्मार्ट बिल्डिंग होनी चाहिए. अच्छा, मोर सस्टेनेबल होनी चाहिए ताकि लाइक दे कैन रेजिस्ट सम शॉक्स लाइक सम माइनर अर्थक्वेक एटसेट्रा. अपार्ट फ्रॉम स्मार्ट सॉल्यूशन इन लाइक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, देयर शुड बी प्रॉपर सेपरेशन ऑफ वेस्ट एंड वेस्ट टू एनर्जी, वेस्ट टू कंपोस्ट, so that actually resources should be recycled and properly channelized. So like in some smart cities there are the ducts actually for this, like instead of carrying physically, there are ducts actually and they suck, although that is very expensive so it may not be feasible, but still we can have actually some dustbins, and we may separate 2 or 3 types of waste actually which could be recycled etc., and that there should be proper mechanisms to dispose of. So this proper means smart waste management system should be there. Similarly, smart transportation means there is a concept of transit oriented development, TOD. Transit oriented development means that the planning of transportation system should be on the basis of the people's, where people are concentrated and what is movement, uske according karna chahiye. Like there are some areas where there's huge population is residing, there are some commercial centers. So now the like metro should be there, like a metro should be connected in this manner ke major habitation and those should be connected. Achha, and land use should be mixed so that mobility should reduce. Like for everything, people, there may not be only one market, like everybody is going to that particular market, then transportation unnecessary will increase. So there should be a mixed land use should be there. अच्छा, और वो diagonal type में बनाना चाहिए, मतलब जैसे जो length में metro section हो जाएगा, कुछ बीच में cross हो जाएंगे. अच्छा, then there should be connectivity, like especially focus should be on connecting like through various means, like even there should be like people can come to metro through cycle also, not motorized होना चाहिए, या other public transport should be connecting with metros जो other जो regional areas है. तो planning should be on, the focus should be on movement of people, not on movement of vehicles. मतलब movement of people पे focus होना चाहिए, and priority should be given to public transport rather than private transport, because you know कि otherwise it will lead to congestion, and that problem is there in the entire country or entire world. किसी भी city में आप देखो कि there is actually congestion is increasing, and if people will actually switch over to public transport, then situation will improve or not. अच्छा, in public transport one thing is resources are required, infrastructure, other is planning. So planning से भी हम कम कर सकते हैं, city development से भी हम कम कर सकते हैं. So that is actually smart transportation policy. So focus is on movement of people rather than movement of vehicles. How people could be moved, how you know people like they will prefer this means public transport. Got the point here? Like in Delhi, you know now metro is better than using personal car, like especially in most of the routes. Even I use metro, that is much better than car. because there is no certainty how much time it will take. But there is certainty, and that is much better also. It is better for health also. In metro, at least means people can walk. I can use my time. I can at least see newspaper or something in my mobile. So in car, actually, that could not be used. So that time can't be used. So, and that is good for that also. So government should promote this thing. That like movement should be reduced and proper public transport system should be there. Achha, apart from that, there may be smart solutions in various, actually in resolving most of the problems. So one is a smart solution. Any other important thing ki how smart city is different? Very important thing and very innovative thing in smart city is that, which thing? Which is the innovative thing? क्या बताया आपने? रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, वो तो स्मार्ट सॉल्यूशन में आ गया. एनर्जी का जो रिन्यूएबल और जो सेव करना एनर्जी, वेस्ट टू एनर्जी, ये दैट इज स्मार्ट सॉल्यूशन फॉर दिस. मतलब जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है और एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मैनेजमेंट, तो ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट, ये सारा स्मार्ट सॉल्यूशंस में आ गया. अब इसमें जो इनोवेटिव क्या चीज, द इनोवेटिव थिंग इज दैट के दिस कॉन्सेप्ट इज बेस्ड ऑन इनोवेटिव आइडियाज. इनोवेशन पे ही बेस है. हाउ do you know how smart cities will be selected? जो 100 cities have to be selected, so on what basis? Those are based on competition. कि how a city will be selected, there will be a competition. कि urban local body has to present a plan, like so कि what actually our plan, what improvement we can do, how much money we will invest, how much will be the outcome. So different cities will think innovate in an innovative manner. कि if we will get this much fund, then how we can use this fund in the best possible manner to improve quality of life. Now there may be a lot of projects. Now they can invest in transportation, in communication, in other infrastructure, physical infrastructure, road, etc., electricity. They can invest. Now where they have to invest, which will have the highest impact on people. So in what manner they have planned. So which city will be selected? Whose urban local body has the best idea. So that whatever funds government is providing, so that fund should be given to that city which is which is expected to use them in the most optimal manner, or the innovative solution should be there. So the most important focus is that there is innovation, there is element of competition among cities. And even if those cities which were not selected, at least they will think, those जो proposal दिया होगा, सोचा तो होगा, plan बनाया होगा कि क्या problem है, क्या हो सकता है, what we should do. So out of the box, at least they have thought or not. Got the point? So the most important thing is that this is based on innovation. In competition, a competitive element is there. Got the point or not? अब जिन्होंने प्लान करा होगा, सोचा होगा, बहुत कुछ ब्रेनस्टॉर्म किया होगा, तो अगर नहीं भी सेलेक्ट हुआ तब भी कुछ तो बेटर करेंगे, आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग से निकलेंगे. Clear? Any other thing? Other thing is that it is based on international experience, like it was done in other countries. Like बहुत सारी cities है जैसे बार्सिलोना और बहुत सारी जो major cities है कुछ वर्ल्ड में, तो they are actually smart cities. So they were well planned, and these innovative solutions at Sakri, there is a lot of R&D is there. Now the thing is that if we will evolve everything, so it will take some time. So why not see some research? What local bodies, what research was done on that? Okay, what could be innovative solutions? What could be how we can save energy? How we can manage waste? So is it better to learn from international experience or not? Yes. So this concept is based on international experience. Achha, these things were there earlier. नो अर्लियर जो अर्बन डेवलपमेंट तो ठीक है, ये प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड अप्रोच थी. यहाँ पे एक एरिया बेस्ड अप्रोच है. तो अर्लियर तो ये है कि जैसे GNNURM है कि ठीक है ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया जाएगा, ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का ये प्रोग्राम है, फॉर अदर डिफरेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम्स फॉर देयर. तो यहाँ पे अच्छा, एंड वन मोर थिंग हियर, फोकस इज ऑन एक्चुअली एज आई टोल्ड यू टू इंप्रूव क्वालिटी. तो फोकस ऑन कोऑर्डिनेशन, फोकस ऑन एक्चुअली इंटरमिंगलिंग ऑफ वेरियस प्रोग्राम्स. अब जैसे स्मार्ट सिटीज विल बी डेवलप्ड, तो सम फंड्स विल बी अलॉटेड एज पर स्मार्ट सिटी. But would they make use of infrastructure development under Digital India, under Amrut? Yes, various. So focus on integrated approach for urban development. Earlier there was a project approach. इसमें क्या है? Area approach. कि how to promote development of that area, how to use various schemes, how to converge those schemes, coordination among various schemes to develop infrastructure. Got the point here? How smart cities are different from earlier programs. अच्छा, and smart cities actually have 4 strategic themes actually. कि अच्छा ये तो जनरल है, ये बेसिक एबिलिटीज तो ये पहले भी था, ये जनरल है, लेकिन यहाँ पे बस अप्रोच ओरिएंटेशन में चेंज आया. strategic components of area based development in smart city mission are city improvement. इसमें 4 strategic theme है या 4 approaches है to promote a city. Now how to improve city? One is actually retrofitting. Retrofitting का मतलब है city improvement, मतलब renovation. Retrofitting means के how we can improve a road or anything, मतलब any infrastructure. How we can improve pipeline, water pipeline like leakages. उसी जो उसे renovate कैसे करें, ठीक कैसे करें, ये है retrofitting. मतलब improvement of a particular infrastructure like laying down this or checking pipeline or improving roads. ये retrofitting. Another is actually city renewal, redevelopment. So what is renewal, redevelopment? Redevelopment means, you know, something may not be improved now, so it is better to go for new construction. मतलब उसी जगह पे, सेम जगह पे हम उसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को पूरा, जैसे मान ली बिल्डिंग में भी टू ओल्ड, नाउ इट देयर इज नो नीड टू रेनोवेट, या ये एरिया बहुत कंजेस्टेड हो गया, उसे पूरा तोड़ के दोबारा से प्रॉपर वो कर दिया जाए. तो हियर इट इज एक्चुअली ये सिटी रिन्यूअल, मतलब रीडेवलपमेंट, दोबारा से डेवलप करेंगे. यहाँ पर है हम इंप्रूव करेंगे रेट्रोफिटिंग में, और यहाँ पर रीडेवलपमेंट में क्या मतलब न्यू स्ट्रक्चर विल बी क्रिएटेड अगेंस्ट ओल्ड. वेयर एक्चुअली इट इज नॉट फीजिबल टू मेंटेन, इट इज बेटर टू क्रिएट न्यू मॉडर्न इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, या समथिंग हैव बिकम आउट ऑफ डेट हो गई कोई चीज, तो बेटर है कि उसे हम दोबारा से नई चीज बना दें. अनदर इज सिटी एक्सपेंशन, मतलब ग्रीन फील्ड डेवलपमेंट. व्हाट इज ग्रीन फील्ड डेवलपमेंट? न्यू प्रोजेक्ट. तो इसमें और उसमें क्या डिफरेंस है? ग्रीन फील्ड में और सिटी रिन्यूअल में क्या डिफरेंस है? रीडेवलपमेंट और यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी जहां पे था उस जगह पे बनाना है. यहाँ पे सिटी के पास में जो है डिस्टेंस पे कुछ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग वी हैव टू कंस्ट्रक्ट, तो नाउ वी वोंट गेट दैट प्लेस फॉर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग दिस. हाँ, ये हो सकता है कि स्लम जहां रह रहे हैं स्लम तोड़ के वहां बिल्डिंग बना दे, लेकिन स्कोप कम है. बेटर है एक दिल्ली आउटसाइड में स्लम ड्वेलर्स के लिए एक अफोर्डेबल हाउसेस कंस्ट्रक्ट कर दे, तो रीडेवलपमेंट हो गया. या सम other infrastructure may be created in near means just on outskirts of city. तो got the point. greenfield development का मतलब यहाँ पे outskirts of city पे जैसे satellite town type एक टाउन भी बना सकते हैं. अच्छा, और फोर्थ क्या है? पेन सिटी इनिशिएटिव. व्हाट इज पेन सिटी इनिशिएटिव? के पूरी सिटी में, जैसे कि आईटी कुड बी यूज्ड इन एनी सिटी, लाइक एनीबडी कैन एक्चुअली लाइक वोट करना है तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक, घर बैठे बैठे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वोट कर सकते हो. मतलब दिस फैसिलिटी मे बी देयर. Apart from that, like if you want to apply for birth certificate, instead of going to that to office, from you can apply. So like you can give comments like for city improvement, like that. So like people's participation should be there. Like whatever city development plan that could be put to public domain, and people can give comment. People can vote for specific things. They can hold a minor referendum type things. Like we have this option, this option. Which one would you select? Like to improve this facility or that facility, we have limited resources, so which one most of the people will prefer? Okay, then means people's participation could be increased. This is through use of mainly ICT. Which solution? Or like intelligent traffic management system, like we can like study like the timing of red light, etc., or where in a circle we have to replace by red light, etc. So these could be adopted in entire city, like intelligent traffic management system. Means in existing जो light पे वो करना है या IT का use है, तो पेन सिटी initiative, मतलब पेन सिटी means entire city में that could be adopted. So these are the 4 strategic themes or components of smart city mission. तो अच्छा, it will be planned in a city के where we have to go for this, where we have to go for this. जैसे improvement है, छोटी मोटी प्रॉब्लम है improvement हो जाएगा, लग रहा है कि बिल्कुल आउटडेटेड हो गया, तो बेटर है कि इसके लिए जाए. अच्छा, certain everything cannot be provided in the city itself, तो हमें थोड़ा सा ग्रीन फील्ड में जाना पड़ेगा, और जहां पे भी पेन सिटी हो सकता है that is best, so we should apply. So these are actually strategic themes of smart city. I think got the point. So on the basis of competition, these cities were selected and these are being developed. अच्छा, and this will also convert various programs under this program like अमृत etc. जो बन रहा है infrastructure, तो smart cities में उसके अंदर भी बनेगा, जैसे अमृत में भी. Got the meaning here? What is smart city? तो this is smart city. अच्छा, अमृत, another development program is अमृत. So it is actually, what is difference in smart city and अमृत? देखिए, full form is Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, launched in 2015 by the government. And before that, it was restructured. What was its earlier name? JNNURM, Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission. तो earlier यूपी गवर्नमेंट initiated that, अब उसका नाम चेंज कर दिया, रिस्ट्रक्चर कर दिया बस, मतलब थोड़ा सा इसमें कुछ नए एलिमेंट बढ़ा दिए, जैसे आईटी would be given more focus. अच्छा, तो what is main difference in अमृत and smart city? this is in urban infrastructure development program. So under this only urban infrastructure, it's a project based approach है, और वहां पे area based approach है. अच्छा, which is a major project? Smart city. अच्छा, smart city will make use of this. अच्छा, it will be implemented in smart cities as well as in other cities. So around 500 cities will be taken up under this. क्योंकि smart cities तो 100 ही select करे जाएंगे, और इसमें ये 500 cities में initial phase में plan है. Then it will go to other cities. अच्छा, here focus on providing various types of infrastructure. Various types of infrastructure like transportation related, communication, or sewage, water supply, any kind of infrastructure, IT infrastructure. So it will undertake various infrastructure development projects. अच्छा, तो बाकी तो सिंपल ही है, मतलब इस तरह से ये इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट्स में ले जाएंगे. तो देयर इज नथिंग टेक्निकल हियर मच. अच्छा, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट हृदय स्कीम है नेशनल हेरिटेज सिटी डेवलपमेंट एंड ऑगमेंटेशन योजना. तो लॉन्च इन 2015. तो दिस इज फॉर व्हाट? हेरिटेज सिटीज. तो दो सिटीज एक्चुअली फॉर टूरिज्म which are important for tourism or aesthetically appealing, accessible information, etc. So here the infrastructure has to be developed in those selected heritage cities जो tourism को promote करने के लिए. Even Incredible India is also a scheme to promote tourism. So that can also be used for urban development also for some cities. अच्छा, Swachh Bharat Mission, so it is implemented in urban areas as well as rural areas. Although focus is more on rural areas, but in Swachh Bharat there are urban projects are also there. So this actually focuses on this like it's very simple, you know, sanitation, mainly open defecation to be eliminated, conversion of unsanitary toilet to flush more flush toilets, eradication of manual scavenging, municipal solid waste management, bringing about behavioral change in people. Such a behavioral change is also very important. Okay, like people should know okay, what are problems, sanitation, etc. So this solid waste, so this is actually Swachh Bharat. So these schemes are going on. Apart from that, as we have discussed, Skill India, etc. Achha, one more thing, in smart city, there should be a city should be based on a particular theme, which will give identity to that scheme. Like some city, like it may be based on a local cuisine, कोई food वहाँ का famous है, या कोई skill famous है, या कोई product famous है. So it will lead to development of that. Means it will lead to that development of that industry related to that. So it will generate economic activity. Would it make a difference or not? जैसे किसी भी एरिया में कोई चीज फेमस अगर है, जैसे मान ली बनारसी साड़ी है, तो will it promote development of that industry or not? तो everybody would know that, everybody would like to buy that. तो कहीं पे जैसे कोई जो भी चीज फेमस है उससे सिटी को थीम बेस्ड सिटीज बनानी चाहिए, ताकि it will lead to development of city and employment opportunities will be developed. So apart from that, actually various development programs are going on. अच्छा, and we had urbanization will pose considerable challenges for municipalities over coming decades. Thus, these challenges can be indeed must be overcome because it is going to be a challenge in future also. First task is to empower urban local bodies financially. अच्छा, इसमें एक और चीज है, इसमें एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट है स्मार्ट सिटीज में पीपीपी वाला. Earlier PPP was not so important. Now it is especially because huge infrastructure have to be developed, and obviously government programs and government funds won't be sufficient. So most of the project will be taken up under PPP. For infrastructure development. हाँ, उसमें भी आ रहा है, लेकिन इसमें स्मार्ट सिटीज में स्पेशल एम्फेसिस वाज गिवन टू पीपीपी. अच्छा, पीपीपी ग्रेजुअली इज डेवलपिंग. अच्छा, फर्स्ट टास्क इज एम्पावरिंग अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज फाइनेंशियली. कंपटीशन बिटवीन स्टेट इज बिकमिंग पावरफुल डायनामिक ऑफ चेंज. इट इज सेम. तो इट शुड बी, अच्छा, cities are entrusted with responsibilities, empowered with resources, and encumbered with accountability. That means the thing is that more delegation of power should be there to cities, मतलब to local urban bodies. अच्छा, तो this is all in economic. अच्छा, तो this is all in economic survey. अच्छा, तो we have discussed budget and economic survey. अच्छा, now but I'll take about 1 or 1.5 hour more, but not today. So in that I will give you some, I'll give you some notes just like on these topics. I'll give you some notes on about some more other topics like which might have missed in class. So although we have covered most of the current topics as well in the class itself, so probably 1 or 1.5 hour. So maybe 40-50 topics approximately, or somewhat even more, I'll give that topic. So I'm just adding. I have already sorted out lot of topics and material is prepared. So I'm just scanning entire other sources also. Although like in India book, there's nothing actually. In economics, only developmental programs are there, which almost most of them I have already given. So if something will be missing, I'll add that. So now in economics, now there will be about one and a half hour more lecture will be there, and on selected important current issues actually. So we will discuss. I'll give you material and I'll discuss. My suggestion is that since we have done syllabus very comprehensively, something might have seen repetition here. The reason is that economic survey is published now, but we have taken classes much earlier. But the thing is that since we have taken the syllabus quite comprehensively, so obviously a lot of things will actually intermingle. Okay, so whatever new issues which we have not discussed, we will discuss later. So my suggestion is that just focus on class notes. Okay, one class notes. In economic survey, I think just go through this. That is sufficient. No need to study economic survey at this point because time is limited. Even budget, one source you might have read, one or two sources you can go through, and that is sufficient. Apart from that, some more topics I'll give you. Even I'll provide you some material modules. Actually, we have not provided material modules. I think only few modules you have got. So probably within a week you will get material on all modules, but don't read that. Just as a formality, I'll give you material because I have dictated almost everything. So there is no need to go through the same thing. So that material 90% will be exactly same. And whatever is new, I will give you in current notes. So go through current notes, not that module wise material. It is a formality we have to give material. That is why we are giving it. Because I have already dictated a lot of things. So just follow notes. And believe me, you will get almost, if more questions will be there from economy, you will get edge. And more difficult questions, you will get further edge. So just revise class notes. And whatever doubt you face, I am always available.